Groceries scatter across the pavement as a white bag spills its contents near a pair of sneakers. Youngjin stands frozen in shock, his groceries forgotten on the ground beneath a burning twilight sky. A colossal, shadowy serpent winds through the starry purple clouds as Youngjin questions the impossible sight. A deep growl sounding as a terrifying dragon head with glowing red eyes looms inches from Youngjin's face. A sudden wham sounds as Youngjin screams in terror and flees, slamming blindly into a dark obstacle. The scene shifts to a cold morning as a boy huddles by a frosty window, complaining of the chill. A quick chirp sounding as the morning sun rises over a quiet city alleyway filled with brick buildings. A white bulldog sniffs through a pile of trash bags while Youngjin watches from the shadows. Youngjin crouches down and offers the hungry dog a piece of bread, showing a rare moment of kindness. The dog watches intently as Youngjin turns and walks away, heading toward the main street. With earbuds in, Youngjin walks through the bustling city under a bright blue sky filled with wispy clouds. In the classroom, Youngjin ponders the logic of birthdays and personalities while his classmates chatter around him. A loud pow sounds as a classmate with glasses playfully slaps Youngjin on the back of the head. Classmates pelt Youngjin with bread rolls to celebrate his birthday, sending the packages tumbling onto his desk. Youngjin stares at the pile of cream bread, wondering when birthday buns became a school tradition. Despite his tired appearance, Youngjin shares his birthday breakfast with his friends, offering them the extra rolls. The boys discuss birthday family traditions while Youngjin quietly munches on his fortunate bread snack. A classmate warns that a dream about a broken tooth is an omen for someone getting hurt today. A sudden pow sounds as the boy with glasses punches Youngjin, jokingly betting that he will be the victim. Laughter and more pow sounds fill the air as the friends descend into a chaotic, playful scuffle. Youngjin makes a quick dash out of the classroom to escape his rowdy friends and their bets. Other students watch the commotion with amusement, betting money on whether Youngjin will survive the day unscathed. A soft swoosh sounding as Youngjin accidentally bumps into a girl, sending her tarot cards flying to the floor. Youngjin and the long-haired girl both offer frantic apologies as they reach down to gather the scattered cards. Youngjin picks up a card depicting the Hanged Man, staring at the cryptic illustration with confusion. A quick pull sounding as the girl, Huisu, snatches the card from his hand with a startled expression. Huisu holds out the deck and encourages a reluctant Youngjin to try a reading for himself. Youngjin draws a card that ominously depicts death, featuring a dark knight riding a white horse. Back in class, a sudden jolt sounding as Youngjin reacts to the teacher's command to open the windows. In the hallway, a firm grab sounding as Huisu stops Youngjin's retreat, pulling him back toward her. Huisu shocks Youngjin by clinging to his arm and claiming to be his girlfriend to a bystander. With a bright smile, Huisu asks Youngjin to go out with her, catching him completely off guard. Youngjin stares in disbelief, certain that her confession must be a joke or a lost dare. Huisu begins following Youngjin everywhere, from the lunchroom to leaving sweet notes on his strawberry milk. A low rumble sounding as dark clouds gather over the city, signaling an approaching evening storm. Youngjin walks home alone through the narrow streets, carrying a bag of groceries while checking his phone. He spots the white bulldog again in the alleyway, the small creature waiting near the trash bins. A heavy swaw sounding as the rain begins to pour, drenching the city streets in a gray mist. A flurry of scratch sounds occur as the dog aggressively paws at Youngjin's leg, prompting a pained cry. Huisu appears in the rain, admitting she is still hung up on a guy who dumped her. Youngjin demands to know why she followed him home, frustrated by her increasingly strange and persistent behavior. A loud swaw sounding as the two stand under umbrellas, the tension rising between them in the downpour. Huisu's eyes glow a predatory red as she leans in and declares that she wants him.
She reveals her true intention is a business deal, offering him a high hourly wage to play.
Youngjin reacts with exasperation, accusing her of watching too many dramas and questioning her parents' approval. Under a shared umbrella, Youngjin laments his own easygoing nature as Huisu clings to him happily. Huisu reaches out her hand, cryptically warning him that he needs to stay in her good graces. A heavy swa sounding as the rain intensifies, and Huisu bluntly tells Youngjin he will die soon. She presents the death card again, her expression turning intense as she insists her predictions are never wrong. A series of splash sounds erupt as Huisu throws a tantrum, stomping in the puddles with mounting frustration. Possessed with glowing red eyes, the black-haired girl demands that Youngjin surrender his physical body to her immediately. To a loud swa sounding, the possessed girl seizes Youngjin as torrential rain douses the dark city street. To a sudden, firm clamp sounding, a pale hand grips the boy's sleeve with impossible supernatural strength and resolve. Multiple sharp clamp-sounding echoes fill the air as ghostly hands pin the terrified boy to the wet pavement. Disoriented and gasping, Youngjin stares up in confusion as a sea of spectral hands begins to overwhelm him. A masked entity looms above, its many pale arms reaching down to claim the boy amidst the falling snow. To a soft swish sounding, the masked spirit offers a final, chilling ultimatum, while Youngjin reaches out in desperation. The multi-armed entity demands a simple answer, looming over the boy like a physical manifestation of his worst nightmares. To a powerful whoosh sounding, the masked spirit lunges forward, its massive frame shattering the ground as Youngjin flees. To a sudden lunge sounding, the long-limbed entity pursues the boy across the rooftops with terrifying, inhuman speed and agility. To a quick swish and rhythmic beep sounding, the entity chases Youngjin past a parked car, triggering its loud alarm. Gasping for breath, Youngjin looks back in horror as the relentless masked spirit corners him in the dark alley. To a heavy slam sounding, the entity strikes the concrete, narrowly missing the boy as he scrambles away in terror. The spirit gloats over its inevitable victory, looming over the exhausted boy with its many pale, reaching arms extended. To a sudden crash sounding, the entity knocks Youngjin to the ground, its sheer mass overwhelming the boy's frantic defenses. To a heavy thump sounding, the boy realizes with mounting dread that this nightmare is far from a dream. Spotting a narrow gap between the brick buildings, Youngjin searches for any possible escape from the looming, monstrous entity. To a quick dash sounding, the boy squeezes himself into the tight alleyway, hoping the spirit's bulk prevents pursuit. Doubled over and panting, Youngjin listens to the silence, desperately praying that his pursuer cannot follow him through the gap. The masked spirit laughs mockingly as it reaches into the narrow space, its pale fingers inching closer to the boy. Trembling in the shadows, Youngjin stares up at the laughing entity, realizing the alley provided no true safety at all. To a wet splash sounding, the boy falters and trips while attempting to retreat further into the dark, cramped passage. Youngjin screams for help as the spirit's massive, pale hands descend upon him, his back bared to the impending strike. To a resonant swa sounding, the heavy rain continues to fall over the silent neighborhood, masking the boy's desperate cries. To a sudden splash sounding, the entity bursts through the shadows, its many arms grasping for the fleeing, terrified boy. Raging with glowing red eyes, the spirit demands that Youngjin stop fighting his inevitable fate as its new physical vessel. To a sudden, violent wham sounding, the spirit smashes its fist into the brick wall, nearly crushing the boy underneath. To a sharp crush sounding, the entity threatens to end his life, just as it claimed the unfortunate Huisu before. Lunging from the shadows, the masked spirit slashes at Yongjin, drawing a spray of blood across the dim city alley. To a low screech and kurr sounding, the spirit rages about its damaged form, demanding that Yongjin take responsibility. To a sudden crash and bang sounding, the entity goes berserk, smashing everything in its path to reach the boy. A somber montage reveals the emptiness of Yongjin's daily life, contrasting his lonely existence with the current bloody chaos. To a sudden flip sounding, the spirit pins Yongjin down, deciding to kill him if it cannot possess his body. To a terrifying crore sounding, the entity opens its massive, toothy maw, preparing to consume the boy's very soul. The small white dog spirit suddenly leaps into the air, bravely interposing itself between Yongjin and the monster's mouth. To a massive slash sounding, a brilliant blade of light cleaves the entity in half, saving the wounded boy below. A mysterious man with long black hair and yellow eyes stands triumphantly under the moon, his shamanic robes billowing. The yellow-eyed man smirks confidently, his sharp gaze fixed on the aftermath of the battle he just decisively ended. To a low kurr sounding, a shadowy hand reaches out in the darkness, echoing the lingering terror of the nightmare. To a sharp sounding, Yongjin gasps awake in his bed, drenched in sweat and overwhelmed by the lingering trauma. To a soft swish sounding, the boy tosses and turns restlessly, unable to find peace after such a horrific vision. To a frantic rummage sounding, Yongjin realizes he has overslept and desperately searches for his school uniform in his room. A chilling flashback reveals the moment the masked entity slashed him, the phantom pain still haunting the boy's waking mind. Staring at his own hand in disbelief, Yongjin wonders if the marks of the struggle are real or merely psychological. A stoic statue stands guard over the entrance of Sampo High School under a bright, deceptively peaceful morning sky. Arriving late and looking exhausted, Yongjin sighs as he walks toward the school building, his mind still heavy with dread. Students gossip in the hallway, expressing confusion and concern over Huisu's sudden disappearance and her strange behavior lately. A grainy, haunting image of the possessed Huisu from yesterday flashes in Yongjin's mind, cementing his fear of the truth. Classmates mock Yongjin for his late arrival, calling him a delinquent while he stares back with a hollow, haunted expression. The quiet courtyard of Sampo High School provides a brief moment of stillness amidst the gathering storm of spiritual conflict. Yongjin looks exhausted as Huisu explains she was waiting for him, leading him to question if she is stalking him. Huisu apologizes for making him uncomfortable as they stand in the seemingly empty and quiet school courtyard. A muscular, blue-skinned figure crouches in a starting position, appearing out of nowhere on the playground pavement. As the mysterious figure raises its head, a confused Yongjin wonders what kind of new threat he is facing. The blue spirit suddenly lunges forward with incredible speed, forcing the two students to prepare for a chase. Huisu screams for Yongjin to run as he reacts in confusion to the sudden attack by the creature. A heavy thump-thump sounding as the muscular blue spirit relentlessly chases the pair across the green field. A sudden swish sounding as a frustrated Yongjin demands to know if Huisu is responsible for this chaos. Yongjin rages that this is just like yesterday, though Huisu desperately insists she can explain everything to him. A heavy loom sounding as the spirit catches up, while Huisu tries explaining the nature of the maiden spirit. Yongjin realizes the creature is incredibly fast and spots a cart of basketballs to use as an obstacle. A sudden roll sounding as Yongjin grabs a cart of basketballs, much to Huisu's confusion and surprise. A loud clang sounding as Yongjin trips, causing the basketballs to tumble and scatter across the spirit's path.
The blue spirit performs a powerful leap to navigate over the scattered balls on the basketball court.
A quick whoosh sounding as the spirit misses its mark, leaving the students in a state of shock. A sudden pop sounding as Huisu pulls out a bag of beans, catching Yongjin off guard with her actions. An arg sounding from the spirit as Huisu throws red beans with a quick fwish sounding through the air.
A series of splat and plit sounds occur as the beans strike both the spirit and the girl.
A firm grab sounding as Yongjin pulls Huisu away, frustrated by her bizarre choice of defensive weapons. The two sprint toward the school gate, desperate to put a physical barrier between them and the spirit. Yongjin urgently tells Huisu to get outside as they reach the fence in their frantic escape from school. A heavy thump-thump and a loud creak sounding as the spirit reaches the closing metal perimeter gate. A loud clang sounding as they successfully slam the gate shut, watching the entity from the other side. The blue spirit comes to a sudden halt, standing perfectly still behind the green mesh of the fence. A quick shuffle sounding as the spirit walks away, leading them to wonder if it finally gave up. A sudden flap sounding as the spirit grabs a flagpole, prompting Huisu to fear it will jump over. Yongjin and Huisu look up in sheer disbelief as they realize the spirit is far from giving up. Huisu spots a nearby handcart, frantically searching for any tool to aid their survival in the street. A loud crack sounding as the spirit vaults over the gate, soaring high above the terrified girl. A sudden roll sounding as Yongjin pushes the wooden cart into the spirit's landing zone with desperate timing. A quick swish sounding as the spirit descends through the air, completely unaware of the trap laid below. A heavy clank sounding as the blue spirit lands squarely on the rolling wooden handcart on the sidewalk. A loud crash sounding as the cart slams into a pole, burying the spirit under trash and food. A disgusted ugh sounding as the students gag at the spirit covered in smelly garbage and noodles. A slow drip sounding as the filthy spirit slowly rises from the trash, glaring at the horrified students. Yongjin urgently tells Huisu they need to leave just as a sudden swish sounding signals a new attack. A heavy thump sounding as the spirit, eyes glowing with power, lunges through the smoke to target Yongjin. A firm grab sounding as the spirit's massive hand seizes Yongjin by the neck in a deadly grip. A series of k-r sounds and a painful squeeze occur as the spirit begins choking the struggling Yongjin. A massive boom sounding as a burst of energy strikes the spirit's head, interrupting the brutal assault. A sharp scree sounding as the spirit recoils, followed by a heavy thud as Yongjin falls to safety. Huisu rushes to the fallen Yongjin, asking if he is all right after his harrowing close call with death. A quick knot sounding as Huisu ties a charm around his wrist, warning him to keep it on. Huisu thanks Yongjin for his bravery while still insisting that the spirit's appearance wasn't actually her fault. Huisu stands in silence with a somber expression as the immediate danger of the afternoon finally fades away. The setting sun bathes the quiet city alleyway in orange light, casting long shadows over the brick buildings.
Huisu's warning about the protective charm echoes as the memory of their struggle remains fresh in his mind.
Back in his room, Yongjin rests while his white bulldog eats a pile of red beans nearby. A sharp scold sounding from the dog leaves a shocked Yongjin staring at his pet in utter disbelief. Yongjin stares in pure terror at the talking dog, realizing that his supernatural troubles have followed him home. Yongjin stares in shock as his white bulldog questions how he's still walking and talking. Exhausted, Yongjin drinks water in his small room while the dog sits calmly on his bed. The dog explains it is using the body as a medium, leaving Yongjin utterly confused by the logic. Not wanting any trouble, Youngjin simply points the talking dog toward the bathroom with a resigned sigh. The dog boldly demands that Youngjin serve him from now on, much to the boy's tired disbelief. A sudden, quick swoosh sounding as Youngjin loses his temper and tries to throw the demanding creature out. A heavy thump-thump sounding as a massive blue spirit stalks through a dark, narrow city alleyway. A sudden, heavy thud sounding as the bulldog clings to Youngjin's head while he checks his phone. Youngjin freezes as a rhythmic, heavy thump-thump sounding from outside signals an approaching and powerful presence. They peer out the window, watching the muscular legs of the blue spirit pass by with heavy thumps. Youngjin reflects on the nature of spirits as a collection of everyday objects floats in a surreal vision. A sudden, sharp grin appearing as the spirit peers into the room with a terrifying and malicious expression. Youngjin watches in horror as the blue spirit prepares to smash its way through the building's exterior. A loud crash and a heavy thud sounding as the spirit bursts through, sending Youngjin tumbling backward. A sudden hiss and a pained cough sounding as Youngjin collapses among the shattered glass and rising smoke. The bulldog barks fiercely at the intruder, urgently commanding Youngjin to escape the room immediately. A loud, long creak sounding as the spirit crouches low, ready to pounce on the cornered boy. Youngjin hesitates to leave the dog behind, but the creature insists he run for his life now. A heavy thump-thump sounding as Youngjin sprints away, barely evading the spirit's massive reaching hands. The bulldog stands its ground, its eyes glowing with a mysterious and ancient power against the blue giant. The spirit shouts a final insult as it lunges forward, determined to crush the meddling little dog. A deep, low doom sounding as the bulldog's power surges, its mouth opening wide with a primal energy. Sharp arf and low grrr sounds fill the alley as the small dog defiantly barks at the spirit. A sudden, sharp smack sounding as the spirit effortlessly swats the brave bulldog aside like a toy. A quick bonk and a heavy thud sounding as the dog bounces off the wall and hits the pavement. Youngjin stops in his tracks, horrified to see his talking pet finally defeated by the monster's strength. A series of quick top-top-top sounds occur as Youngjin questions the dog's previous claims of heroism. A sudden, firm grab sounding as the blue spirit seizes Youngjin by his track jacket mid-flight. A sudden, quick slip sounding as Youngjin's jacket slides off, allowing him to barely escape the spirit's clutches. A loud, messy crash sounding as Youngjin hits the ground hard while the dog watches on in dismay. A series of quick tug sounds occur as the spirit inspects the jacket while the dog shouts orders. A quick, firm ready sounding as the blue spirit strangely decides to put on Youngjin's discarded track jacket. Youngjin stares in confusion at the spirit, wondering why the monster is suddenly preoccupied with his school clothes. A sudden, deep dun sounding as a massive burst of light and power erupts from the street level. A massive boom sounding as Huisu appears, using a powerful speaker and glowing talismans to attack. Youngjin calls out Huisu's name in shock, surprised by her sudden and explosive arrival on the scene. Huisu stands focused, her phone and speaker channeling spiritual energy into a devastating, glowing barrier of light. The speaker blasts a Buddhist sutra from a phone video, amplifying the spiritual pressure against the creature. A piercing, loud scree sounding as the blue spirit is engulfed in a pillar of holy, purifying fire. Youngjin watches in awe as the once terrifying monster is reduced to a burning, screaming wreck by Huisu. A series of quick crackle sounds occur as the spirit laments the destruction of its new stolen clothes. A heavy, final thump sounding as the charred spirit falls to its hands and knees in the street. A low, ominous doom sounding as the spirit stands up, now a terrifying avatar of smoke and flame. A heavy thump-thump sounding as the scorched entity stares with a glowing eye, refusing to stay down. A sudden, violent lunge sounding as the flaming spirit charges directly at a startled and vulnerable Huisu. A loud, heavy wham sounding as Yongjin throws himself into Huisu, tackling her away from the spirit's path. A loud, messy crash sounding as the two students tumble across the pavement to escape the fiery impact. A sharp, heavy raise sounding as the spirit lifts its foot to crush the source of the chanting. A massive, ground-shaking stomp sounding as the spirit smashes the pavement where the students just stood. A sudden, quick whip sounding as the spirit grabs a heavy chunk of debris, preparing for another assault. The blue spirit lunges through falling debris, prompting a warning to watch out with a quick swoosh sounding. A series of smack, wham, and thwack sounds occur as the spirit hits the students with heavy chunks of debris. A loud wham sounding as the spirit continues its brutal assault on the dazed and injured Yongjin and Huisu. A massive crash sounding as the alleyway is filled with debris and smoke from the spirit's sheer power. A quick fsh sounding as Yongjin and Huisu collapse, coughing in the wake of the spirit's overwhelming attack. A heavy thump-thump sounding as the massive feet of the blue spirit approach the fallen and vulnerable students. Yongjin shouts at the spirit as it looms over them, accompanied by a heavy and menacing thump sounding. A massive spirit looms over Huisu, lifting a whole car above its head with a terrifying and lethal presence. Yongjin rushes forward to protect the cowering Huisu as the spirit prepares to drop the car on them. Blood streaming from his forehead, Yongjin screams a desperate call to a forefather for strength in his final moments. Yongjin tackles Huisu out of the way just as the spirit prepares to crush them with the lifted vehicle. A sudden whoosh sounding as Yongjin finds himself in a surreal void, reaching out toward a mysterious spiritual light. Surrounded by a cosmic nebula, Yongjin looks around in utter confusion at his strange and silent new surroundings. The word silence appears as Yongjin wonders where everyone went in this bizarre and empty celestial realm. A heavy thump sounding as a massive bandaged leg steps down behind a jolting and terrified Yongjin. A quick swoosh sounding as a powerful swordsman in traditional black attire appears through the shifting spiritual mist. Yongjin questions the identity of the mysterious warrior and his strange outfit in the center of the void. The warrior smiles enigmatically, calling Yongjin a child with a knowing and superior expression as he stands tall. The warrior's face momentarily reveals the white bulldog, confirming the creature's true identity as a powerful ancient guardian. A heavy thud sounding as the warrior, Jin, introduces himself while unleashing a massive burst of golden energy. Jin pledges his strength to Yongjin as the boy manifests a glowing, spirit-infused blade against the looming blue monster. With a determined scream, Yongjin prepares to strike back at the giant spirit with his newly awakened divine power. The spirit recoils as Yongjin unleashes a brilliant explosion of energy from his massive, spirit-infused energy weapon. A loud whoosh sounding as Yongjin swings a massive energy blade, protecting a shocked Huisu from the attacking monster. A sharp slice sounding as the energy blade cuts through the air, creating a powerful and devastating shockwave. A loud crack sounding as Yongjin cleaves through the air, sending the spirit and its debris flying violently backward. A loud crash sounding as Yongjin falls onto Huisu, who gasps his name in a mix of relief and worry. The white bulldog barks an urgent command for Yongjin to get back up and finish the fight immediately. Straining against the immense spiritual weight, Yongjin struggles to lift the massive, heavy blade with a pained grunt. A sudden whoosh sounding as the spirit, eyes glowing red with fury, prepares for another deadly and desperate charge. A loud slam sounding as the spirit strikes, but Yongjin barely manages to deflect the massive and powerful blow. A painful arg sounding as Youngjin is sent into a violent tumble from the spirit's overwhelming physical force. A menacing loom sounding as the spirit's massive hand reaches out for the vulnerable boy on the pavement. A quick leap and grab sounding as the white bulldog lunges at the spirit to distract it from Youngjin. The bulldog yells at Youngjin to stop running away as the boy frantically drags his heavy, massive blade. A heavy leap sounding as the spirit jumps toward the fleeing Youngjin with its massive, reaching arms outstretched. A sudden swoosh sounding as Youngjin swings the heavy blade back toward the giant spirit with his remaining strength. Youngjin shouts while swinging the massive blade in multiple arcs, creating a chaotic blur of quick swish sounds. A quick swoosh sounding as the giant blade narrowly misses the spirit, much to the dog's obvious annoyance. A series of whoosh sounds occur as Youngjin frantically swings the heavy and cumbersome blade through the air. A sharp slice sounding as the blade cuts through branches, scattering bright yellow flowers into the evening wind. Youngjin looks back in sheer terror as the blue spirit relentlessly pursues him through the narrow city alleyway. From a high vantage point, the spirit is seen gaining ground on Youngjin amidst a flurry of falling petals. The spirit, its face distorted and wearing the stolen jacket, runs toward its target with single-minded aggression. A close-up reveals the spirit's glowing eye as it focuses intently on catching the escaping and exhausted boy. The spirit's eye fills the frame, reflecting the terrifying intensity of its pursuit through the petal-strewn city street. A whir and fsh sounding as a welder works on a metal head beneath a poster of a famous athlete. A sharp clank and whir sounding as a man uses industrial tools to refine a bald, golden metal face. Bystanders admire the finished golden statue, hailing the athlete as a national pride and the greatest of his time. Memories of the athlete's fame fade as pink petals fall over old, worn photos of fans posing with the statue. An older man in a bucket hat gazes at a statue as a bystander jokes about him posing with his own likeness. A sharp snap, flash, and click sounding as the man mimics the athlete statue's intense starting pose for a photograph. A woman kindly mentions that her eldest son is a massive fan of the athlete, who is revealed as this man. The charred spirit's face remains frozen in a terrifying stare as yellow petals drift through the evening air. A series of heavy thump-thump sounds occur as the defeated spirit desperately crawls forward past the exhausted and fallen Youngjin. The massive spirit drags itself toward a parking lot exit while Youngjin watches its retreating, tattered form from the pavement. A close-up shows the spirit looking skyward, its glowing eyes reflecting the memories of its once glorious and successful past life. A sharp crack sounding as the spirit pulls itself up, breaking the parking lot barrier in its final, desperate struggle. Loud cheer sounds fill the vision as the spirit remembers crossing the finish line as a champion athlete in his youth. Flash and snap sounds occur as the athlete triumphantly bites his gold medal, capturing a moment of national pride and glory. The athlete, now wearing glasses, signs his autobiography for an emotional fan during a successful book signing event. A warm memory shows the man smiling happily as he poses for a photograph with two cheerful, peace-signing children. Back in reality, Youngjin and Huisu watch in stunned silence as the spirit finally fades away into the night sky. A deep bow sounding as Huisu drops to the ground, expressing her eternal gratitude to a bewildered and exhausted Youngjin. A sudden, magical fwish sounding as spiritual energy repairs the broken parking lot barrier, restoring order to the quiet alley. A sharp, quick clack sounding as a small child's shoe steps onto the pavement near the newly mended gate. A quick swish sounding as tiny, ghostly hands brush against the branches, causing bright yellow flowers to bloom instantly. Joyful giggle sounds occur as three small child spirits in traditional clothing run happily together into the dark city distance. Huisu apologizes for her earlier state, explaining she was unconscious when he heroically saved her from the maiden spirit. Yongjin sits in dazed silence with the bulldog, his face bruised and clothes torn after the brutal spiritual encounter. A sudden poof sounding as Yongjin reacts with a shocked "whoa," while the white bulldog questions his frantic behavior. Huisu expresses her deep fear of being possessed again and turning against Yongjin, much to the boy's confusion. In a quiet kitchen, Huisu holds a bowl of water and looks at Yongjin with a serious, shadowed expression. Huisu admits she struggled to find the right moment to reveal the terrifying truth about what the spirits want. Yongjin's eyes widen in absolute horror as Huisu bluntly reveals that the spirits are actually pursuing him, not her. A flashback depicts a woman in traditional red attire praying fervently before a massive rock shrine in the mountains. The woman tells a young girl she has been blessed by an ancestral deity while a misty spirit hovers nearby. The shrine gains immense fame for its fortune-telling, with people lining up for a year to see the gifted woman. The woman's eyes glow with a chilling intensity as she reveals the entity was actually a malevolent, evil spirit. Back at home, Huisu bows again while a completely overwhelmed Yongjin flops backward onto his bed in exhaustion. Amidst scattered talismans, a desperate voice calls out to their mother, pleading for forgiveness in a dark, oppressive space. Heavy bang sounds echo as bloodied fists strike a door with a frantic voice begging to be let out. A low, menacing loom sounding as a tall, shadowy monster with long hair greets a terrified young Huisu in the dark. The scene transitions to a tranquil night sky, where soft clouds drift across a vast expanse of twinkling stars. An eerie red light illuminates a room filled with Buddhist statues and traditional Korean paintings, creating a sense of foreboding. A detailed painting of an elder and a fierce tiger hangs beneath a glowing lantern in the silent, red-tinted shrine. A dark silhouette of an old woman with glowing white eyes demands to know what the intruder is planning. The woman threatens to throw the listener into a crockpot while surrounded by a swarm of small, crawling spirits. A brilliant, warm shine sounding as the sun pierces through towering white clouds in a beautiful, clear blue sky. The story returns to a peaceful city afternoon, showing utility poles and rooftops under the bright and calm sun. Yongjin, wearing a black hoodie, calls out to Huisu on the street, prompting her to turn around with a curious look. Yongjin becomes visibly flustered, clutching his head and letting out a deep sigh as he deals with his internal embarrassment. Huisu looks at him with wide, curious eyes as Yongjin apologizes, admitting he was the one to blame after all. A sudden, firm grab sounding as a hand seizes a bag of lemon sour candy, shifting the conversation's heavy mood. A quick pull sounding as Yongjin tries to take the candy back, awkwardly claiming he is diabetic to reject the gift. Huisu insists on paying for the groceries, leaving a confused Yongjin wondering why she is suddenly being so generous. A frantic code red alarm flashes as Yongjin spots his friend Jae-yeol nearby, staring intently at a smartphone. Jae-yeol flinches in shock while Huisu smiles brightly, unaware that she has just been mistaken for Yongjin's new girlfriend. Loud bzz bzz sounds occur as Yongjin's phone vibrates with group chat notifications about his supposed secret relationship. Yongjin walks away down the alleyway with his shopping bag, feeling lucky he wasn't caught despite the rampant rumors. A sudden, sharp wham sounding as a soccer ball flies out of nowhere and strikes Yongjin directly in the face. Yongjin clutches his head as a dull throb sounding begins, while Jae-yeol stands nearby with 3 small child spirits. The child spirits grab Yongjin's hoodie, insisting they were only worried because the situation was actually quite dangerous. Yongjin waves back with an exhausted expression as the spirits depart, sarcastically promising to be more careful next time. Yongjin continues his walk down the narrow city alleyway, focused on a conversation over his smartphone. He suddenly stops in his tracks, surprised to see Huisu standing alone in the middle of the street. Youngjin rushes toward her with a quick dash sounding, calling her name while Huisu turns to greet him. Scratching his head awkwardly, Youngjin explains his attempt to avoid Jael, leaving Huisu curious about who that is. The atmosphere turns dark as a sharp crack sounding echoes from a face that begins to fracture and splinter. A massive, terrifying spirit looms over the boy, its presence filling the room with an oppressive red-tinted dread. A close-up reveals the terrifying Grandpa Mangte, a folklore spirit known for capturing children who misbehave. Youngjin stares up in absolute wide-eyed terror as the malevolent entity focuses its intense gaze directly upon him. Back in the alley, a sudden whoosh sounding occurs as the white bulldog watches a swirl of spiritual energy. The bulldog follows a scent near the trash, its movement accompanied by a light tap sounding on the pavement. Jael stands over the small dog, questioning how its life has been since taking on this animal form. The three child spirits join Jael as he looks down at the bulldog, noting that it has been quite some time. The bulldog stares back intently, seemingly recognizing Jael despite the significant change in his physical appearance. Looking up at the group, the bulldog asks what exactly happened to cause such a drastic transformation. The dog admits its ignorance while Jael clenches his fist, the tension between them growing in the quiet alley. A firm grab sounding occurs as the conversation turns toward the sky god and potential changes of heart. A powerful whoosh sounding erupts as spiritual winds swirl violently around Jael and the startled white dog. Sharp, jagged shards of ice explode into the air with a loud crack sounding, manifested from sheer spiritual power. A massive whoosh sounding accompanies the appearance of a robed figure amidst the chaos of the rising ice. A long-haired man with glowing yellow eyes emerges from the frozen debris with a sudden swoosh sounding. Jael stands defiantly, his black eyes narrowed as he unfurls a large, vibrant blue and red fan. The three child spirits watch in awe, realizing the sheer scale of the power Jael is currently manifesting. A sharp crack sounding echoes as Jael confidently claims he is more than capable of handling the long-haired spirit. He demands to know if the dog and spirits were the ones responsible for messing with his original body. The massive ice structures shatter sounding violently, raining down fragments as the bulldog watches the display of power. Jael looks down at a small girl spirit, bluntly telling her to take her questions to the sky god instead. Walking away with his gear, Jael wonders aloud why he was ever sealed away in the first place. The bulldog watches him go, questioning if the others truly feared him as much as their actions suggested. A faint swish sounding occurs as a spectral vortex disappears down a manhole, leaving the spirits and dog bewildered. The cheerful spirits pet the dog with a soft rub sounding, promising they can easily find the messy-haired boy. In a dark room, a series of sharp shink sounds occur as talismans flutter against a wooden surface. Youngjin slowly opens his eyes to a rhythmic shink sounding, hearing a voice mention that good children deserve rewards. An old, hunched figure continues the repetitive shink sounding while promising rice cakes to those who behave well. The spirit's eye glows red with a menacing shink sounding as it labels the boy a naughty child. Grandpa Mangte looms over Youngjin, threatening to stuff him into a sack and carry him far away. Youngjin finds himself bound inside a rough straw sack, surrounded by jars and piles of fermenting salt. He grunts in discomfort as a heavy step sounding echoes, complaining about the salty environment within his constraints. A nearby sack moves with a loud creak sounding, revealing that Huisu has also been captured and bound. The terrifying spirit leans in close to Youngjin's face, noting with a grin that the boy is finally awake. The massive, gray-clothed entity presses down on the bound boy, its physical presence overwhelming the small, dark room. Yongjin stares in shock as the spirit repeats its observation, its glowing eyes reflecting his absolute desperation and fear. In a horrifying display, the spirit's neck elongates like a snake to bring its face level with the captured Yongjin. Both Yongjin and Huisu lie helpless in their straw sacks while the long-necked monster watches them with curiosity. Struggling against his bonds, Yongjin demands to know why the spirit has classified him as a naughty child. Huisu boldly demands her rice cake, prompting a panicked Yongjin to beg her not to provoke the dangerous spirit. The spirit licks a sharp blade with a wet lick sounding, ignoring their pleas while demanding they prove their worth. Yongjin claims he is an orphan, triggering a massive, glowing eye to flash with a sudden, startling flash sounding. Grandpa Mengte laughs as Huisu defends Yongjin's claim, while the spirit remains unconvinced and threatens them with a blade. Explaining their parents have passed, Yongjin flinches as Grandpa Mengte swings his arm with a powerful, sweeping swoosh sounding, pointing a gnarled finger. Grandpa Mengte declares the wide-eyed Huisu an unfilial child, much to her confused disbelief. Grandpa Mengte reveals a vision of Huisu's mother praying for him to take her disrespectful, bad child away. A high-pitched fweet sounding echoes through the room as Grandpa Mengte stands over the two bound, helpless captives. The heavy wooden door closes with a loud, echoing creak sounding as Grandpa Mengte departs, leaving the children alone. Working together with a quick, determined turn sounding, Huisu and Yongjin manage to sit up within their restrictive sacks. Yongjin despairs at their dire situation, while Huisu questions their location, wondering why they were brought to this shrine. Yongjin looks upward in awe as the soft glow of numerous hanging lanterns illuminates the ornate, red-tinted ceiling above. Surrounded by divine statues and paintings, Yongjin is overwhelmed until Huisu calls out his name to focus his attention. Huisu suggests they change into the hanging traditional robes since walking in their current bindings is nearly impossible. Now dressed in white and yellow robes, the two stand far apart in the massive painting-filled room, feeling awkward. Huisu points toward the sliding doors, explaining that the yard is just outside and potentially offers a way out. The children move cautiously toward the wall, their shadows stretching across the room's ornate traditional decorations and patterns. A large wooden cabinet stands silent beneath a row of candles and offering bowls within the eerily quiet shrine room. In the temple yard, a decorated tree looms under a heavy doom sounding, while the quiet courtyard remains desolate. Hiding behind a structure, Yongjin and Huisu whisper to each other, unnerved by the sudden and oppressive silence around them. A door opens with a sudden, sharp slide sounding, startling Yongjin as a figure in traditional red attire appears. A massive thunk sounding occurs as an imposing woman in a red and purple hanbok stands firmly in the doorway. With a sudden, forceful grab sounding, Huisu is snatched from her hiding spot as Yongjin cries out her name. A loud wham sounding echoes through the room as Huisu is tossed onto the floor by the silent, powerful woman. The woman in red looms over Huisu, her face obscured by shadow as the girl lies defenseless on the carpet. Watching from the safety of the wooden cabinet, a terrified and sweating Yongjin remains hidden, paralyzed by pure fear. Yongjin attempts to crawl toward Huisu with a low crawl sounding, trying to remain unnoticed by the imposing woman. Standing up awkwardly, Yongjin attempts to make a polite excuse about urgent business at home to secure their departure. Looking at Huisu, Yongjin admits he is completely lost and doesn't know the way out of the complex shrine. A swarm of small, gray spirits appears with a series of eerie wah sounds as the woman calls Yongjin impertinent. The woman questions Youngjin's manners while the restless child spirits continue their unsettling, repetitive wah sounds throughout the room. Dark energy and grasping hands reach toward Yongjin as the ghostly wah sounds intensify, filling the air with dread. Surrounded by the swarming spirits and the looming woman, Yongjin realizes he has no choice but to face them. The woman declares Yongjin won't need to return while the child spirits swarm him and Huisu with collective wah sounds. A small, gray spirit hand reaches out with a sudden grab sounding, clutching Yongjin's face as he stares in horror. The woman in red reveals her terrifying true form, her eyes glowing red with malevolence as she smiles chillingly. Grandpa Mangte reappears with a menacing loom sounding, standing behind the woman as his eyes glow a bright red. Dismissing the old man, the woman claims his job is done, while the spirits continued their frantic wah sounds. A spirit's hand reaches for Youngjin's robe with a persistent wah sounding, as the boy watches in absolute frozen terror. The woman praises the spirits as good children while declaring herself a bad mom, contrasting her terrifying appearance. Pointing his finger with a sharp point sounding, Grandpa Mengte retorts that bad parents are also destined for punishment. The woman laughs dismissively, mocking Grandpa Mengte by asking if he has finally gone senile in his old age. Looming over the spirits, the woman questions if the old man even remembers why he is currently in this shrine. A sudden whoosh sounding erupts as Grandpa Mengte is attacked by spiritual energy, catching him completely off guard. Angered, Grandpa Mengte lashes out with his large cleaver, unleashing a powerful slash sounding toward his unseen assailant. A brilliant flash sounding occurs as Grandpa Mengte strikes, while Yongjin and Huisu watch amidst a chaotic crack sounding. A ceramic jar wrapped in bandages flies through the air with a quick, spinning whish sounding toward the altar. The woman in red clenches her fist, causing the bandaged jar to freeze in mid-air as red sparks fly. With a fluid swirl sounding, the woman directs the floating jar into another container resting on the red-draped shelf. A paper talisman is slammed onto the jar with a loud slam sounding, sealing whatever was inside with spiritual force. Remarking that the elderly make poor servants, the woman wonders how the old man could have possibly forgotten his master. The woman playfully asks the little spirits if they are full, leaving the two human children staring in utter bewilderment. Bound and helpless, Yongjin and Huisu are surrounded by ghostly shadows as a series of slide sounds echo. Lying together, Yongjin calls the woman terrifying, prompting Huisu to clarify that the entity is not her mother. The woman's back is revealed, showing dark, vein-like markings or spirit energy spreading beneath her thin white tank top. Looking over her shoulder, the woman clicks her tongue while Huisu watches in horror at the decaying physical form. Huisu wonders if Yongjin has a divine lineage, but the skeptical boy rejects the idea of being a shaman. Yongjin clenches his fist as his strength returns, encouraging a strained Huisu to try moving her body as well. Accidentally exposing his chest, Yongjin attempts to stand up while Huisu demands he stop the act and let go. Huisu looks up joyfully as a heavy door opens with a sudden creak sounding, revealing a familiar white bulldog. The grumpy bulldog stands in the doorway, greeted by three cheerful spirits who playfully mock Yongjin's current state. A heavy, wrapped blade is tossed toward the floor with a quick toss sounding, startling the wide-eyed Yongjin. With a heavy thud sounding, Yongjin lunges for the weapon and cries out in pain as he hits the floor. Yongjin trembles as the spirits mock his appearance, his hand throbbing while he struggles to grasp the massive blade. Huisu suddenly sits upright with a quick spring sounding, her long black hair obscuring her face like a veil. A title card identifies the story as Jakdu, Shaman's Blade, featuring a smiling Huisu in her vibrant yellow robes. The child spirits explore the massive, painting-filled shrine in awe, marveling at the scale of their ornate surroundings. Huisu stands tall, declaring her greatness, while the spirits excitedly proclaim her their new leader, naming her Boksun.
The bulldog explains to a sweating Yongjin that a spirit is currently possessing Huisu to move her paralyzed body.
Yongjin watches the spirit children handle the heavy blade, realizing they aren't human, as the bulldog offers blunt reassurance. The rowdy spirits chase Boksun around the room, making Yongjin worry about the excessive noise they are creating together. The woman in red snaps a decorative fan open with a sudden, sharp flap sounding, her eyes closed in concentration. A dark-eyed spirit face appears as the scene transitions, with a rhythmic, repeated slide sounding throughout the quiet shrine. A flashback shows Yongjin hiding behind a door while the woman speaks about a powerful boy sitting there. Sitting at a table, the woman tells a messy-haired man that the young boy is surprisingly and potentially powerful.
Back in the present, the bulldog yells for Boksun to move away and not touch the mysterious altar jars.
Huisu jumps away from the altar with a quick top sounding as the bulldog urgently warns her to retreat. A massive boom sounding erupts, blowing Huisu backward as an explosion of red energy consumes the entire ornate altar. A sudden, bright whoosh sounding catches Huisu in its wake, causing the girl to cry out in pure terror. Yongjin dashes toward Huisu with a determined dash sounding, screaming her name as he ignores the surrounding chaos. His face twisted in rage, Yongjin screams for everyone to move as he prepares to confront the unknown threat. A faceless, ghoulish spirit looms over Huisu, its dark, elongated hands reaching down toward the helpless, terrified girl. Yongjin lunges forward with a fierce hi-ya sounding, his eyes wide as he grips the heavy shaman's cleaver. With a powerful swoosh sounding, Yongjin swings the massive blade, unleashing a slash that cuts through the dark energy. The heavy blade strikes with a loud thunk sounding, cutting deep into the shadows within the red-tinted shrine room. The child spirits clap enthusiastically, impressed by the boy's display of power. The woman in red watches from a distance, her expression cold as the child spirits continue to celebrate. Looking back at Yongjin, the woman asks if he has already recovered, her gaze piercing and full of malice. The woman's eyes glow red as she laughs menacingly, labeling the boy a perfect specimen for her wicked plans. A sharp, fweet-sounding whistle echoes from the woman as she prepares to unleash a new wave of power. One of the child spirits steps forward with a determined bzit sounding, surrounded by glowing blue, protective energy. The children shout and scold the woman, questioning if a true shaman should ever behave with such cruelty. A glowing-eyed child spirit demands to know where the fingers of the babies are while unleashing a flash sounding. The messy-haired man stands in the doorway, staring in disbelief at the chaotic spiritual battle unfolding before him. A massive whish sound erupts as a dark red vortex of energy consumes a screaming figure in the room. A terrifying red-eyed monster looms over Yongjin, claiming that the boy's body now belongs entirely to it. The monster's face dissolves with a sudden pop sounding, leaving Yongjin staring upward in absolute frozen shock and horror. Shards of dark energy fall with a plop sounding as the woman calls the boy's resistance completely insolent. Clenching her fist, the woman asks why his body should belong to him amidst a series of plop sounds. Yongjin remains paralyzed as more fragments fall, his wide eyes reflecting the sheer hopelessness of his current situation. A powerful swoosh sounding creates a dark, swirling vortex in the center of the room as everyone watches. Standing over the messy-haired man's unconscious body, the woman notes with glowing eyes that one person is already down. A sudden whoosh sounding occurs as chains shatter, and the woman in red mocks someone's antics while Yongjin watches from below.
The woman in red, her eyes glowing red, holds out a bleeding hand with a chilling, malevolent smile. Dark energy paths branch out with a repetitive trickle sounding as the narrator speaks of the deep emotion of resentment. A loud crackle sounding accompanies the spreading dark energy, which is now manifested into a jagged, glowing symbol on the wall. A powerful swoosh sounding erupts, throwing the child spirits back while Youngjin tries to protect himself from the encroaching dark energy. A sudden trickle sounding of dark energy leaks from the woman's red eyes as she declares herself beyond containment. A mob of pale, screaming spirits fills the scene, their faces contorted in collective spiritual agony and blind rage. A massive, flaming spirit face looms over everything, representing the very essence of resentment that curses the entire world. A splat sounding occurs as Yongjin and Huisu cough up blood, completely overwhelmed by the woman's oppressive spiritual pressure. The woman in red steps forward with a repetitive step sounding, mocking the concept of gods while walking over the shadows. The woman leans down to one of the child spirits, cruelly asking if they are still looking for their missing fingers. With a sudden open sounding, the dark branch-like energy explodes outward from the woman as a series of wail and howl sounds fill the shrine. A collective wail sounding echoes through the room as ghostly figures with glowing red eyes surge forward in a blur. Youngjin and Huisu watch in absolute terror, their faces reflecting the horror of the swarming, red-eyed spirits. A sudden, powerful roar sounding erupts from a massive, dark entity that looms over the cowering children with red eyes. An elongated, skeletal spirit lets out a piercing scream, sounding as more shadowy, red-eyed figures materialize in the room. A chaotic cry sounding fills the air as the grotesque spirits continue their relentless assault on the occupants of the shrine. Youngjin watches in horror as Huisu groans in pain, explaining that these are unborn spirits turned into evil entities. The narrator explains that these wretched beings can never become child spirits or ever see their parents again. Huisu desperately tries to reason with the spirits, begging them to come to their senses and go see their mothers. Dismissing the emotional plea, the woman in red clicks her tongue and lets out a sharp fweet-sounding whistle. With a sudden lunge sounding, the spirits attack Baksun as the other child spirit cries out her name in panic. With a loud wham sounding, a spirit slams Boksun's head down while the boy warns the woman about his brother. The woman in red mocks the boy's threat as dark hands clench and wriggle around him, promising a swift end. The woman in red makes a sudden turn sounding, her eyes glowing white as she shifts her focus back to them. Youngjin and Huisu look up in dread as the woman chillingly asks if they should continue where they left off. The woman boasts about becoming something even greater than a god as Youngjin glares at her defiantly through his blood. A pale hand with long black nails reaches toward Youngjin's face with a sudden reach sounding. A massive whoosh sounding occurs as a bright, powerful energy wave suddenly knocks the woman back from the defenseless boy. A heavy blade strikes the wooden altar with a loud thunk sounding, landing perfectly amidst several scattered paper talismans. A sudden froosh sounding erupts as the bulldog stands defiantly, surrounded by glowing energy and 3 floating spiritual blades. The bulldog stands its ground firmly, its paws planted on the ornate carpet as the surrounding spiritual pressure intensifies. The woman in red watches the dog with surprise, acknowledging that it is clearly no ordinary animal standing before her. A powerful whoosh sounding surrounds the small bulldog as it prepares to unleash its true hidden spiritual power. A massive whoosh sounding occurs as a towering, majestic deity figure materializes behind the small white bulldog in a gold light.
Youngjin and Huisu watch in disbelief while the woman in red stares upward with a shocked and trembling expression. Another powerful whoosh sounding erupts as the deity's presence fills the room, completely dwarfing both the woman and the dog. Looking up at the massive figure, Yongjin and Huisu are bathed in a brilliant, protective golden light. The woman in red bursts into a series of maniacal laughs, her eyes glowing pink with unhinged and wicked glee. The deity stands tall, sternly warning the woman to stay out of the way if she doesn't want to die. Yongjin watches the exchange, noticing the deity's clothes and wondering why the figure is simply standing there doing nothing. The scene shifts to a wide view of the shrine, where the glowing deity towers over the two cowering children. The woman in red mocks the deity's hesitation, while the figure reveals he was merely contemplating her possession of a human. Yongjin breaks into a nervous sweat, worrying that the deity might be about to ask him to do something impossible. With a sudden swoosh sounding, the deity lunges forward, while Yongjin and Huisu scream out for their forefather in terror. A massive crash sounding occurs as the bulldog is sent flying backward through the shrine room's various offerings. Smiling chillingly, the woman in red asks if it shouldn't be easy for a god to remove her from the body. The woman looks down at Yongjin, mockingly asking if these were really all the lowlifes he brought to help him. Looming over the defeated boy, the woman in red declares that it is finally time for him to hand over his body. Bleeding from the mouth, Yongjin stares in horror as the woman in red offers to spare his friends. The woman in red pulls as the woman smiles with malevolent glee. A small, trembling voice from the floor begs her to stop. Huisu desperately clings to her mother's dress, pleading for the spirit to cease its cruel and violent actions. Through her tears and blood, Huisu commands the evil entity to finally release her mother's stolen, suffering body. Sobbing uncontrollably, the girl screams for the monster to get out of her mom as dark energy swirls around. With a sudden, heavy flop sounding, the woman in red kicks Huisu away, sending the girl tumbling backward. Huisu hits the floor with a loud thud, sounding as the woman watches her coldly from above. Red energy tendrils rise with a wriggle sounding as the woman declares that Yongjin has outlived his usefulness. Looking down at the sobbing girl, the woman dismisses Huisu as worthless and prepares to end her life. Raising her blood-stained hand, the woman cold-bloodedly promises to reunite Huisu with her mother in the afterlife. Yongjin groans in agony with a sharp grab sounding as red energy tendrils constrict tightly around his body. The woman stands over Huisu with a terrifying loom sounding, preparing a final, deadly blow against the child. Faced with her mother's visage, Huisu weeps and apologizes through the encroaching, dark, and red spiritual energy. Yongjin screams Huisu's name in a desperate final attempt to reach out to her amidst the overwhelming chaos. A pale, black-nailed hand reaches forward with a sudden whoosh sounding, accompanied by a swirl of dark energy. In a peaceful memory, Huisu's mother offers her a wooden bracelet, but the girl finds it bulky and weird. The young girl yells at her mother, frustrated that they aren't like other families who don't do weird things. Her mother hugs her tightly, explaining that the protective talisman will always bring her running to save her daughter. Back in the present, Huisu's mother briefly regains control, weeping as she begs her daughter to run away immediately. Yongjin and Huisu watch in stunned silence as the mother's soul fights desperately against the spirit's internal possession. The malevolent spirit regains control, grabbing a ritual blade as it questions the mother's futile and desperate resistance. Huisu screams for her mother to stop as the spirit forces the possessed body to take up arms again. Paralyzed by grief, Huisu stares in horror as red energy erupts from her mother's body once more. With a sudden, desperate leap sounding, Huisu lunges forward while screaming for her mother in a voice of pure agony.
The woman in red steps through a pool of fresh blood, her movements cold, calculated, and entirely inhuman.
Yongjin lies defeated as Huisu tentatively calls out to her mother, hoping for a sign of her true self.
A vision of a smiling, bandaged girl appears, promising that she is all right and will help him too.
A horrific hallucination consumes Yongjin's vision as demonic hands claw at him, demanding that he surrender his body. Dark voices scream that he should never have been born, blaming his existence for the death of his parents. A flickering, happy memory of Yongjin's parents in their car provides a brief, painful contrast to the current darkness. The memory turns into a nightmare of fire and blood as the horrific car accident repeats in his mind. A sharp crack suddenly splits the air as a spiritual seal on the shrine's wall begins to shatter. With a powerful whoosh sounding, a majestic shaman spirit in red and white robes materializes within a pillar of light. The fanged shaman spirit screams in fury, demanding to know how a mere human dared to insult his presence. Huisu looks up in absolute shock, her face covered in blood and tears as the new entity towers above. With a swift whish sounding, the fanged spirit manipulates ribbons of red energy with its long, sharp black nails. The shaman spirit swings a massive blade with a deafening whoosh sounding, screaming for the children to finally die. The heavy blade strikes the floor with a loud thunk sounding, narrowly missing the cowering and terrified children. Looking back over its shoulder, the fanged shaman spirit in the red hat is suddenly startled by something unexpected. A bare foot steps forward into the red-tinted light as someone new approaches the arrogant and fanged spirit. Yongjin stands tall, holding the massive shaman's cleaver as dark smoke and embers drift from his tattered robes. With a low boom sounding, Yongjin's eye glows a piercing, demonic red as he prepares to unleash his power. Yongjin lunges forward with incredible speed, raising the massive blade high above his head to strike the spirit. With a fierce slash sounding, Yongjin's blade cuts through the fanged spirit, who cries out in sudden, sharp pain. The fanged shaman spirit is sent flying across the room with a powerful and bone-jarring thwam sounding. Recoiling in disbelief, the spirit asks how a mere human could have possibly broken free from its powerful spell. Yongjin staggers forward with a stagger sounding, his body smoking as he maintains his grip on the heavy blade. With a sudden wriggle sounding, dark, root-like energy pins the child spirits to the ornate carpet as they gasp. With a powerful swoosh sounding, the woman in red lashes out with shadows to defend against the fanged spirit. With a massive whoosh sounding, Yongjin lunges through the air, gripping the shaman's cleaver as he prepares to strike. The fanged spirit in red lashes out with a sudden whish sounding, screaming in fury at the boy's audacity. A loud clang sounding echoes through the shrine as Yongjin's heavy blade clashes violently against the spirit's defensive energy. Reeling back with a painful grunt, the spirit watches as a dark crackle-sounding energy surges around the defiant boy. Sparks fly with repeated clang and clank soundings as the two combatants exchange a flurry of high-speed, desperate blows. With a sharp slice sounding, a powerful shockwave from the clash tears through the air between the two spiritual fighters. A sudden snap sounding occurs as the spirit's ritual staff breaks, leaving the entity wide-eyed and vulnerable in shock. The heavy cleaver hits the floor with a loud thunk sounding, forcing the startled spirit to recoil in sudden desperation. The fanged spirit lets out a piercing scree sounding while Yongjin stares back coldly, his eye glowing a demonic red. Floating before the altar, the spirit in red demands to know what kind of entity has possessed the boy. Yongjin stands his ground with a low da-dun sounding as a dark, flame-like red energy envelops his arm. With a sudden toss sounding, the spirit hurls a talisman-covered jar at the boy, screaming for him to take it.
The jar hits the floor with a sharp shatter sounding, releasing a cloud of dark, malevolent energy into the room. A powerful thwack sounding occurs as an unseen force slams into the spirit, sending it reeling across the shrine.
With a loud thunk sounding, the spirit is pinned back as it screams a piercing Cree sounding of pure agony.
A massive, multi-legged centipede monster materializes behind Yongjin, screeching a terrifying Cree sounding as it looms over him.
The fanged spirit realizes in horror that this is no ordinary demon, but a fiend born of malicious curses. The colossal centipede fiend lets out a series of mocking hee-hee soundings as it prepares to devour the lone boy.
Huisu watches the unfolding nightmare in absolute shock, her face pale with terror as the massive monster towers above.
With a sudden lunge sounding, the fanged spirit targets Huisu's unconscious mother, declaring its intent to use her body. Hovering over the mother, the spirit bets that Yongjin won't dare attack a fellow human so easily during their fight. A ghostly white smoke rises with a soft whoo sounding as the spirit begins to merge with the mother's body. The spirit crashes into the wall with a loud crash sounding, tightly gripping the mother's body as a protective shield. A low fsh sounding emanates from Yongjin as he stands motionless, dark energy and steam drifting from his tattered robes. The spirit in red watches in disbelief, shocked that the powerful fiend was apparently defeated with a single swing. Bursting into a maniacal pwaha-sounding laugh, the spirit mocks the boy's efforts and questions his foolishness in this battle. The remains of the fiend begin to wriggle and bulge, sounding as the spirit explains that the monster cannot die. With a massive whoosh sounding, two new centipede monsters emerge from the bubbling remains to surround the lone, silent boy. The spirit commands the monsters to tie the boy down without killing him, intending to keep his body intact. Grabbing the mother with a sudden tug sounding, the spirit reveals its twisted ambition to finally become a true god. A horrific he-hear sounding causes the spirit to flinch in terror as something unexpected and dark begins to happen nearby. With a series of crack and rip soundings, the remains of the spirit's summoned monsters are violently torn apart by shadows. A dark, amorphous mass begins to devour the centipede pieces with sickening crunch and munch soundings as Yongjin watches. A final, heavy gulp sounding occurs as the mysterious darkness completely consumes the spirit's once immortal and terrifying fiendish creations. Yongjin slowly licks his lips with a faint lick sounding, his red eye gleaming with a predator's dark and satisfied hunger. The spirit falls back with a heavy flop sounding, trembling in disbelief as it realizes the boy has eaten its power. A terrifying presence begins to loom, sounding over the cowering spirit as it wonders if its fiend was just gobbled. The massive, dark figure continues to loom as the title Shamanic Spirit 6 appears amidst the tense, supernatural standoff. A powerful swoosh-sounding energy blast erupts as the bulldog and Yongjin face down the remaining remnants of the spirit. The small bulldog looks up in bewildered shock as Yongjin remains silent, his body radiating a cold and ancient power. Yongjin is surrounded by shifting clouds of red-black energy as the spirit looks on and asks what he has become. The spirit in red crashes through the shrine's ornate doors with a loud crash sounding, fleeing the boy's overwhelming power. With a sudden leap sounding, Yongjin follows the fleeing spirit out into the sunset, raising the cleaver high above him. The spirit is slammed into the dusty ground with a loud slam and slide sounding as the boy catches up. With a sudden whip sounding, Yongjin pins the struggling spirit to the earth with his bare foot and a cold gaze. The spirit screams an agonized "ah" sounding and begins to scramble desperately, begging for its life under the boy's heel.
A heavy slam sounding occurs as Yongjin stomps down again, crushing the spirit's resistance into the dirt outside the shrine.
In a series of thumping memory visions, people scream around a pyre as a voice declares its desire to become a god. The scene shifts to a bright morning with birds making soft chirp-chirp soundings over a peaceful and traditional village. A group of villagers bows and prays with a heavy boom-da-doom sounding as the morning ritual begins in earnest. To the rhythm of a heavy boom-boom sounding, the shaman woman performs a ritual dance as villagers pray fervently. With a confident smile, the hooded woman announces that the spirits are satisfied and will bring rain by tomorrow morning. Sitting alone at her altar, the shaman woman stares in silent disbelief as her promised rain fails to arrive. With a sudden clatter sounding, she kicks over her ritual tools in a fit of rage, feeling mocked by the silence. Sweating and wide-eyed, she admits to herself that her spiritual connections have faded and her prophecies are consistently failing. Gazing up at a sacred painting, the desperate woman begins to question if the gods she serves even exist. Bitter resentment fills her eyes as she watches the villagers pass by her home, their growing suspicion palpable in the air. At a nearby tavern, the local villagers gossip and label her a quack, mocking the scene she made at her altar. In a dark memory, the shaman woman warns a worried man that a plague will strike unless he offers a sack of rice. Back at the tavern, the men argue over whether her rituals are genuine or merely a calculated, greedy act. Facing her detractors, the woman coldly predicts a sudden illness for the man who dares to question the god's will. Whispers spread through the village as people murmur that the heavens are punishing those who dared to disrespect the priestess. Dark rumors of tiger attacks and failed births circulate, while small, gray child spirits begin a slow crawl sounding around a coffin. As villagers warn each other to guard their children, the gray, emaciated spirits cling to their backs and haunt the shadows.
Clad in vibrant red robes, the shaman woman leaps during a high-stakes ritual as the village offers up sacks of coins.
A distraught mother wails in agony because her child has gone missing in the night, fearing the legendary tiger. Under the cold light of the moon, the villagers hope the missing boy is merely playing and will return home soon. In the darkness, a pale and starving child lies on the ground as a faint growl sounding emanates from his stomach. A hand reaches out to place a treat inside a bamboo tube, which hits the earth with a soft clack sounding. Terrified and desperate, the young boy reaches into the dark hole for the food, whimpering in the shadows. The shaman woman watches with a cold, wide-eyed gaze as her trap for the innocent child finally closes. Returning to her inner sanctum with a tray of food, the woman looks surprised by an unexpected presence. The priestess continues her elaborate dance for the mourning villagers, maintaining her facade of divine intervention and protection. A dirty and traumatized girl emerges from the darkness, trembling as she clutches a woman's traditional skirt for safety. Overcome with relief and grief, the mother collapses while pulling her filth-covered daughter into a tight, tearful embrace. The mood shifts to an oppressive darkness as a group of villagers surrounds the reunited mother and child. In the flickering shadows, the faces of the villagers turn grim and accusatory as they confront a horrific truth. The shaman woman stands shrouded in the dark, her sinister presence looming over the increasingly angry and suspicious crowd. Torches are lit, casting a harsh orange glow as the men prepare to take justice into their own hands. A man on the ground points toward the shaman's dwelling,
signaling the mob to storm the house of the deceiver. Chaos erupts as villagers scream and wail, their grief for their lost children finally boiling over into violent rage. Tied to a wooden stake, the shaman woman remains silent as the villagers demand she bring their dead babies back. With a twisted and malicious grin, the woman retorts that the villagers themselves were the ones who desired these sacrifices.
She mocks their outrage, claiming their own hidden greed and selfish wishes were the true cause of the children's deaths. The crowd roars in fury, labeling her a wicked monster and demanding that the heavens pass a final judgment.
Screaming with insane laughter, she asks why their children met such cruel fates if any gods actually existed to protect them. With a sudden fwish sounding, a villager hurls a burning torch at the stake to begin the execution. The kindling ignites with a soft tap sounding, and flames quickly begin to lick at the bound woman's robes. As the fire consumes her, she remains defiant, declaring one last time that gods are nothing but a lie. Through the smoke and heat, she shouts a final, chilling proclamation, while the horrified villagers watch her burn. Her face contorts into a demonic mask within the inferno as she screams that she alone truly exists. With her final breath, the burning woman vows that her death will be the catalyst for her transformation into a god. A terrifying and malicious red energy erupts from the pyre, signaling the birth of a vengeful spiritual entity. Amidst the swirling embers, the newly formed shaman spirit declares that the era of its divine retribution has begun. With a sickening splish and splat sounding, dark blood sprays across the scene as the vision of the past fades. Young Jin stands tall within a glowing ritual circle, holding his massive cleaver over the defeated woman in red robes. A sudden rattle sounding of jars startles Huisu and the child spirits as they huddle together in the shrine. The jars explode with a sharp shatter sounding, while a powerful whoosh of red energy surges through the air. With a massive whoosh sounding, Yongjin swings his heavy blade to strike down the remnants of the shaman spirit. The multi-eyed demonic entity stares back with a terrifying gaze, declaring that the time for its final vengeance is now. The shaman spirit in red robes lets out a massive crore-sounding roar, unleashing her final desperate power. A violent crash-sounding impact erupts as Yongjin is caught in the middle of the spirit's destructive shockwave. Sent flying backward, the boy hits the ground with several heavy thud, thud, thud soundings while maintaining his grip. Fire erupts around the spirit with a crackle sounding as she vows that every last person will perish. Her monstrous teeth bared, she declares that she will personally end their lives by her own hands. To a heavy boom sounding, she unleashes a forbidden ritual mantra, surrounding herself with an orb of incinerating flame. Watching the inferno from the sidelines, Huisu and the child cry out in terror as the battle intensifies. The spirit's attack causes a fierce crackle sounding against the boy's blade as he struggles to hold his ground. A hidden, smirking observer notes that Yongjin's presence is even more terrifying than the demon he is fighting. As the spirit stares with a single glowing eye, the boy prepares to launch a counterattack through the flames. With a sudden lunge sounding, the monster's segmented limb strikes forward, forcing the boy to dodge the massive weight. Delivering a powerful slash-sounding blow, the boy cleaves through the monster's limbs, making the spirit let out a scree-sounding scream. The spirit is sent into a tumble-sounding roll with an sounding grunt, her unnatural flesh beginning to wriggle. Screaming for his death, the spirit unleashes a whoosh-sounding wave of jagged red energy across the dusty earth.
A massive boom-sounding explosion rocks the shrine, sending a pillar of red energy high into the darkening sky. As the smoke clears, Yongjin towers over the small, cowering spirit, his massive cleaver poised for the final strike. With a series of swish-swish soundings, dark scales and purple energy begin to swirl violently around the silent boy. To a heavy boom sounding, a colossal black dragon spirit emerges from Yongjin as the bulldog watches in stunned disbelief. A terrifying presence begins to loom, sounding over the shaman spirit, leaving her paralyzed with a sudden, overwhelming dread. The spirit is completely dwarfed by the massive dragon entity as she wonders what the boy has truly become. A vibrant blue fan with a golden crest opens, signaling the intervention of a new and powerful force. A tense standoff occurs as the spirit's yellow eye meets the boy's piercing red gaze amidst a shower of sparks. With a massive whoosh sounding, a torrent of cold energy sweeps across the battlefield, overwhelming the spirit's fiery red power. The spirit is caught in that whirlwind with a swish sounding, letting out a final scree-sounding cry of defeat. A chaotic whoosh sounding of energy and steel dominates the scene as the boy's final technique rends the air. A hand snap soundingly closes the red fan while the boy lands with a soft fsh-sounding slide. Holding the ritual fan, a young boy in blue and red robes commands all currents of energy to cease. With a sudden fwish sounding, the boy in blue orders the spiritual chaos to disperse and return to peace. With a soft puff sounding, Yongjin falls from the air as the massive dragon energy vanishes into the wind. The boy lands with a heavy slump sounding, unconscious and exhausted as the mysterious newcomer watches over him. The newcomer is revealed to be Ja, a deity of the earthly branches, who stands calmly amidst the settling dust. His robes billow sounding in the breeze, Ja stands firm, his presence commanding respect from all the spirits nearby. Recognizing their savior, the child spirits let out a joyful dash sounding as they rush to Ja's side. The defeated shaman spirit makes a sickening scrape sounding as she crawls away from the deity and the children. The children recoil in horror, continuing her painful crawl sounding. The spirit desperately asks the boy in blue who he truly is. Up close, her face is a skeletal ruin, as Ja coldly identifies himself as a lord of the heavens. Ja gazes down with expressionless eyes, confirming his divine identity to the cowering and broken shaman spirit. The spirit is frozen in disbelief, realizing she is finally facing a true god as the children hide in safety. With a wet crawl sounding, the spirit drags her mangled body across the dirt, her pride completely shattered. Weeping bitter tears, the spirit asks the deity why her many prayers were ignored during her life of suffering. In a dark memory, the woman stands before her altar, desperately seeking a sign from the gods who remained silent. Sobbing, she claims that her descent into monstrosity was only because the gods refused to help her back then. She demands to know how a deity could turn their back on a human who offered such desperate prayers. Ja remains unmoved by her tears, explaining that her prayers were never righteous, only expressions of self-serving greed. Standing tall against the crimson sunset, Ja declares that no true god would ever answer such corrupt and wicked desires. With a wah-sounding cry, several gray child spirits wriggle sounding out from beneath the woman's robes to escape her. As the spirits flee with a swoosh sounding, Ja reminds her that she lost her way by indulging in evil. Small spirits wander and cry with a wah sounding as Ja asks if she sees the suffering she caused. The spirit tries to blame her actions on the demands of humans, but Ja coldly commands her to remain silent. Standing over the broken spirit, Ja hears her final threat that karma will eventually demand his rightful dues. Ja glares with piercing red eyes over his blue rabbit fan, calmly uttering a ritualistic command to end her. A massive kaboom-sounding explosion of dark energy erupts, signaling the absolute destruction of the malevolent shaman spirit. His shadow looms sounding over the earth. Ja stands triumphant while the spirit is reduced to a cowering heap. The skeletal remnant of the spirit cries out in sheer terror, desperately begging for mercy as her end nears. A dark void opens with all a massive whoosh sounding as she pleads for just one chance at divine mercy. Ja commands the end with a final word, as a powerful whoosh sounding blast of energy obliterates her. With a sharp whish sounding, the last remnants of the spirit's dark power are scattered across the dusty landscape. The child spirits watch in awe as Ja turns back, asking what has finally become of the human woman.
Inside the shrine, Huisu cradles the unconscious girl against a backdrop of divine paintings as the sunset light fades.
Ja takes a sudden lean sounding toward the girl, observing with relief that she has managed to survive her ordeal. With a gentle flap sounding of his fan, Ja prepares to channel his divine power for a final healing. A giant pink lotus flower begins to float, sounding over the injured girl, bathing her in a soft, ethereal light. The flower of life blooms in a brilliant explosion of light, signaling the start of a miraculous recovery. The air begins to glow, sounding with radiant red energy as the petals touch the girl's skin to heal her. With a soft whish sounding, the celestial petals flutter through the room, completing the divine ritual of restoration. The girl and child spirits gasp in wonder at the beautiful magic, their eyes filled with joy and amazement. Ja commands the final healing stage as a torrent of energy washes over the girl with a whoosh sounding. Huisu lets out a relieved cry while the child spirits giggle, watching as the girl finally opens her eyes. The child spirits boast about Ja's divine status, explaining his role as the first deity of the earthly branches. To a deep bow sounding, Huisu expresses her profound gratitude to the silent deity for saving the young girl's life. Ja requests a favor in exchange for his help, surprising Huisu as she looks up from her saved charge.
With a series of flap and fwoom soundings, Ja waves his fan to begin a cleansing rite for the shrine.
A wave of energy flows toward dozens of gray, red-eyed spirits, beginning their long-awaited journey toward a peaceful afterlife. A sharp crack sounding echoes through the air as the spectral bindings holding the trapped child spirits finally shatter. To a loud shatter sounding, the dark vision dissolves as Ja commands the souls to find their final peace. Walking toward the exit, Ja instructs Huisu to ensure the shaman performs a memorial rite once she finally awakens. With a soft whish sounding, Yongjin finally returns to his senses amidst swirling white smoke, looking dazed and exhausted. Ja coldly orders the confused boy to get out of his way as he approaches with his white bulldog. The debris of the battlefield is shown beneath the series title as the massive spiritual conflict finally draws to a close. A hand raised soundingly lifts the red fan as young Jin struggles to wake up and understand his surroundings. Young Jin is startled by the strange boy, glancing back and forth in confusion as he tries to process the situation. To a sudden swish and crash sounding, Yongjin tumbles out of the spiritual haze and hits the ground hard. Sitting amidst the ruins, Yongjin looks around in silence while the white bulldog and Ja watch him with interest. Yongjin is overwhelmed with questions about what happened and where he is, his mind a blur of recent memories. A faded memory shows Huisu weeping in despair, serving as a reminder of the emotional stakes of their battle. Huisu stares at Yongjin with wide, trembling eyes, her expression a mix of lingering shock and immense relief. With a sudden slap sounding, Huisu grabs Yongjin's face, making him yelp in surprise at her sudden physical contact. Cradling his face, Huisu asks if he is truly okay while the vibrant pink sunset glows in the background. Yongjin blushes and yanks sounding away from her while Huisu's tears begin to plop sounding onto the dusty earth. Huisu sobs apologies to the confused boy, her tears continuing to drip, sounding as her emotions finally spill over. The bulldog takes a heavy step sounding toward Yongjin, bluntly asking if the boy has finally come to his senses. Scratching his head, Yongjin asks for an explanation, while Huisu promises to tell him everything on their way home. With a loom-sounding presence, Ja watches them with a subtle smirk, wondering how they will explain this day. A massive whoosh sounding of wind kicks up as Ja prepares to depart with his divine retinue. Huisu joyfully explains Ja's divine nature to the stunned Yongjin as the children wave their final happy goodbyes. A tense silence follows as Ja and Yongjin share one last expressionless look before the deity makes his exit. Yongjin mentions a soccer ball just as Ja lets out a sudden cough and splurt sounding spray of blood. With a final flop sounding of his blue fan, Ja gathers his strength to finish his duty and depart. Amidst a massive whoosh sounding of wind, Ja and the children vanish into the sky, leaving the pair alone. A fwish-sounding swirl of magic captures the attention of the dazed trio as the battle finally ends.
Huisu is stunned to learn Yongjin met a deity, while the boy tries to explain the chance encounter.
The emotional tension shifts as Huisu spots a familiar figure standing in the doorway of the shrine. Seeing her daughter safe, Huisu's mother offers a weary but loving smile as the nightmare finally concludes. Mother and daughter share a tearful embrace under the setting sun, while Yongjin and the bulldog watch silently. Peering around the gate, an old man weeps with relief while observing the heartwarming reunion from the shadows. The elderly man watches the mother and child one last time before slowly retreating into the fading light. Walking away with a heavy pack, the man mutters a nursery rhyme about tigers taking away crying children. A pile of ritual rice cakes sits on the dirt outside the second moon shrine as a silent offering. The rice cakes glow beneath the shimmering sunset, symbolizing a hard-won peace for the troubled spiritual grounds. The scene shifts to a quiet city rooftop at twilight, where air conditioning units hum in the cooling air. A hand swish soundingly lifts grocery bags from T-Mart, noting the damp sounding of thawing frozen goods. In the dark hallway, Yongjin sighs over the ruined food, while the white bulldog questions his local status. Entering his home with a beep, beep, beep sounding keypad, Yongjin ignores the bulldog's complaints about his attitude. To a sudden clock sounding of the bags, the bulldog demands respect, while Yongjin threatens to withhold dinner. Inside the apartment, Yongjin's phone begins a persistent buzz, sounding as he struggles with the heavy groceries. With a quick glance sounding toward his vibrating phone, Yongjin dismisses the bulldog's hunger to check his messages. Across town, Huisu lies on her bed, smiling brightly as she sends a text at 8:30. While eating a hearty meal, the bulldog recounts the boy's victory over the monster and the mother's healing. Yongjin takes a sudden pause sounding during dinner, gloomily admitting he feels powerless despite his recent divine intervention. A dark memory reveals Yongjin dying on a moonlit rooftop before a mysterious, dark-robed savior intervened that night. Ja explains that Yongjin's incredible healing ability is just a fraction of the dormant power residing within him.
The bulldog stares with an intense gaze, firmly commanding the boy to assist him in the days ahead.
Night falls over the city, the apartment buildings standing quiet under a star-filled and purple-hued sky.
Perched atop a utility pole, a figure in vibrant blue robes watches over the city under the moon.
With a quick swish sounding, the mysterious observer vanishes into the night, leaving the quiet street empty again. Morning arrives with a cheerful chirp sounding as birds gather on the railings under a clear blue sky. Waking with a painful crack sounding, Youngjin trembles soundingly, notes how much his body aches after the battle.
The bulldog explains the concept of a historical log, while Youngjin dismissively gets dressed for the school day.
Walking to school, Youngjin stares at his phone, appearing as just another ordinary student in the morning rush.
The boy remains skeptical of the deity's claims, while the spectral image of the bulldog looms over him. Youngjin takes a sudden pause, sounding as he spots a muscular blue spirit lurking atop a trash bin. A nearby student hears a strange psst psst sounding as his device displays words like destruction and fight. The student with glasses looks up in confusion, sensing something unusual near the school's entrance.
He watches Youngjin walk past, unaware of the spiritual significance of the boy he just encountered.
Two girls confront the boy with glasses, accusing him of being a creep for taking photos of them.
He frantically explains his paranormal detection app while the girls remain unconvinced by his strange hobby.
A popular boy named G1 intervenes with a friendly grab sounding, apologizing to the girls for his friend's behavior.
The detector suddenly goes off, shocking the group as it indicates a powerful spiritual presence inside their classroom.
Jiwon laughs off the detector's alarm, introducing his eccentric friend to the others as a longtime buddy.
More students gather at the classroom door, questioning the strange device while Jiwon maintains his easygoing charm.
Inside the bustling classroom, Youngjin sits quietly at his desk, ignoring the lively social scene around him. With a heavy stand sounding, Youngjin tells his classmate he is heading to the bathroom to escape the noise. He glances toward the back door, which is currently blocked by the popular Jiwon and a group of admirers. Jiwon kindly suggests the group move to stop blocking the door, though he remains skeptical about any ghosts. As Youngjin walks past, the detector emits a frantic crackle and psst sounding, displaying words like death and blood. To a sharp tick sounding, the device confirms a terrifying presence, leaving G1 and his friend absolutely speechless. Unaware of the alarm he triggered, Youngjin walks on, his eyes reflecting a deep and unnatural weariness. Huisu greets him with a joyful smile, excitedly presenting a set of handmade bracelets her mother crafted.
With a quick grab and shove sounding, Youngjin takes the gift without wearing it, leaving Huisu visibly disappointed.
Youngjin nervously suggests that wearing matching bracelets might lead their classmates to the wrong idea about their relationship. Standing outside the science lab, Huisu explains the protective charms were a gift from her worried mother. Inside the classroom, Youngjin reveals a deity's promise of spiritual safety, leaving Huisu shocked and questioning the reason. Leaning against a lab table, Youngjin confirms the supernatural pact while Huisu stares at her new wooden bracelet. Huisu vividly recalls Youngjin's incredible display of strength and flight during their recent battle at the shrine. As Huisu mentions her mother's shrine, a sudden whoosh-sounding movement sends a phone hitting the table with a clack sounding. A hand moves with a sudden grab sounding to muffle Huisu, catching her completely off guard in the lab. Standing over his fallen phone, Youngjin realizes he instinctively silenced Huisu to prevent her from revealing their secrets. Youngjin stares at his hand in trembling shock, horrified by the violent reflex born from his recent combat.
Their tense moment is interrupted as Jiwon Gong stands in the doorway, observing the pair with an inquisitive look.
Jiwon admits to eavesdropping on their conversation, causing both Youngjin and Huisu to freeze in visible panic.
Adorned with paranormal detection gear, the eccentric Jiwon Gong formally introduces himself to his stunned classmates.
Huisu asks if the stranger knows her, while Jiwon reaches out as if to demonstrate his specialized equipment. Jiwon casually reveals his knowledge of Huisu's mother being a shaman, sending the girl into a state of shock. Explaining the source of his information, Jiwon mentions the rumors sparked by Huisu's previous interest in tarot cards.
Huisu sheepishly acknowledges the truth of his statement, while Jiwon continues to dominate the conversation with his findings.
Adjusting his glasses, Jiwon explains the local legend of a statue that reportedly comes to life every night.
Huisu whispers a terrified confirmation to Youngjin, recalling how that very statue tried to crush them with a vehicle. Jiwon confidently declares his suspicion that the school is being haunted by a powerful and active poltergeist. He points to a fallen flagpole as evidence, noting it has been mysteriously uprooted 4 times since school began. A grainy memory shows groundskeepers struggling with the massive pole on a day when no storms were present. Jiwon claims to have witnessed a truly incredible event that confirmed all the supernatural rumors for him.
In a memory, the door to a restricted bathroom swings, sounding as Jiwon finishes his business. Looking through the window, Jiwon saw a massive stone figure chasing his 2 classmates across the school's field.
Jiwon notes that Youngjin's spiritual readings have been fluctuating wildly ever since the night of the statue incident.
He laments that most people simply ignore him or think he is crazy when he discusses his paranormal research.
Amidst a whimsical space-themed backdrop, Jiwon explains how ghosts are composed of detectable electromagnetic fields. With a quick tap sounding, Jiwon's device hits level 5 against Youngjin's chest, proving something supernatural resides within him.
Youngjin lets out a sharp shove, sounding to push the device away, demanding actual scientific proof for these wild claims.
Jiwon holds up multiple devices that emit a frantic bzz bzz sounding, while Youngjin labels him a complete nutjob. Glaring at the investigator, Youngjin asks what he wants from them now that he has reached his own conclusions.
Jiwon bluntly asks the pair if they are ghost hoarders, leaving both Youngjin and Huisu completely speechless.
He defines the term as people who collect spirits, staring intensely at them through his thick, circular glasses.
Standing amidst the laboratory equipment, the trio remains locked in a silent and awkward standoff over Jiwon's accusations.
Youngjin sighs in frustration and turns away, dismissing Jiwon as a liar while the investigator checks his smartphone. Jiwon holds up his phone to provide the definitive proof he captured during the night of the statue's rampage. The digital screen clearly displays a photograph of the massive stone statue pursuing Youngjin and Huisu across the grass.
With a digital zoom sounding, the photo reveals the unmistakable faces of the 2 students screaming in genuine terror.
Youngjin is horrified by the clear evidence as Jiwon insists he is not a bad guy despite his prying. Huisu points out that his behavior feels like a threat, questioning the true motivation behind his relentless investigation.
The 2 students stare back in disbelief, unsure of how to handle the eccentric boy and his incriminating evidence.
Elsewhere, a boy with short black hair and a confident smirk stands before a bright, sunlit window. A paper charm marked with a dice pattern ignites with a purple, whoosh-sounding flame, signaling a ritual's start.
A massive whoosh sounding of dark spectral energy erupts from a small wooden box held by the mysterious boy. Back in the quiet classroom, students study diligently while Youngjin rests his head, feeling the weight of the day.
Youngjin lets out a long, ha-sounding yawn while his phone begins a persistent bzz, bzz, bzz sounding vibration.
To a quiet top sounding, Youngjin reads messages from the ghost hunter regarding Huisu's need for a shaman. With a sharp whip sounding of his head, Youngjin looks toward the door as someone enters the room abruptly. The classroom door bangs and slides, sounding open as Jiwon returns, much to the surprise and annoyance of the students. Jiwon stands in the doorway with his bag over his shoulder, ignoring the confused stares of his fellow classmates.
2 boys tease their classmate about his near tardiness and joke about his whereabouts before the school day begins.
The classmate with messy black hair and a neck tattoo points at them with a smug, knowing smile. He challenges them to a sudden game of rock, paper, scissors, taking his classmates completely by surprise. After winning, he laughs joyfully while his friend wonders what just happened during the strange and sudden exchange. With a violent crack and crash sounding, he lets out a terrifying, wide-mouthed laugh, clearly finding the unprovoked assault on his friend hilarious. Standing over the fallen boy, he mockingly tells him a man should take more risks during their games. To a panicked shake sounding, the boy in the green jacket checks on Minjin, who remains motionless. The attacker dismissively tells the horrified students they were just playing, despite the clear and brutal violence. He leans in close to another student, menacingly asking if he wants to take a turn next. To a steady but dump heartbeat, the boy watches as the bully prepares to rise and leave the room. Total chaos erupts in the classroom with overturned chairs while the attacker calmly exits through the back door. Amidst a confused murmur, rattle, and screech sounding, students struggle to process the sudden, brutal outburst they witnessed. To a soft puff and fwoo sounding, the bully smokes a device while classmates desperately try to rationalize his behavior. A student nervously asks him to put the vape away, mentioning the teacher's imminent arrival to the classroom. The bully explodes in rage, screaming at the boy to speak up while the student cowers in terror. He suddenly switches to a friendly demeanor, laughing and offering the boy a bet regarding the teacher. To a frightened tremble sounding, the boy listens as the bully bets a large sum of money on the timing. Right on cue, a woman with long black hair bursts through the door, letting out a heavy pant sounding. She stares at the boy in shock while he gazes back with an unsettlingly calm and defiant expression. He tells her to follow him, leading her out of the classroom as the social tension peaks. She frantically questions why he would hit someone, clearly disturbed by his extreme and unpredictable behavior. In a dark display of power, he grabs her face, looming over her with a predatory and smug grin. To a sharp slap sounding, she strikes him across the face, physically rejecting his aggressive and personal advances.
The scene shifts to the school building, standing quiet under a bright, sun-drenched, and perfectly clear blue sky.
Jiwon Gong monitors his devices in the hallway, muttering about how everyone is still under the same sun. With a quick slide sounding, the eccentric investigator enters a room, looking specifically for Yongjin and his presence. He chuckles to himself, noting that his specialized sensors are detecting a powerful spiritual presence near him. To a frantic turn sounding, Jiwon Gong scans the classroom, confident his target is hiding among the students. To a fast tick sounding, he confronts a student whose energy reading is spiking dangerously on his meter. A sudden pzzzt and click sounding startles him as his device experiences a violent and painful electronic malfunction. Confused, he checks his phone for signal interference while Yongjin stands silently behind him in the lab. With a heavy crash sounding, Yongjin drops his phone, appearing dazed as Jiwon Gong continues his search. A demonic tarot card flickers with digital noise, signaling a dark omen as someone touches the card's surface. Huisu stares at the tarot deck with a determined look, her hands clenched in a state of focus. To a sleepy yawn sounding, Yongjin rests nearby as Huisu discusses a classmate named Dogyong and his change. To a soft scratch sounding, Huisu pleads for Yongjin's help to save their friend from his spiritual plight. A collage of memories shows Dogyong's drastic shift from a kind student to a violent smoking bully. To a heavy rise sounding, Yongjin dismisses the request, claiming that Dogyong isn't actually harming him. Huisu looks down sadly, reflecting on the agony of having one's body stolen by a spirit like hers was. She describes Dogyong as a fairy tale prince who would never normally hurt anyone or use such foul language. To a painful swell and throb sounding,
Ji-won Gong touches his bruised face, confirming he found Youngjin earlier. Inside the lab, Ji-won Gong admits a ghost slapped him, leaving Youngjin and Huisu completely bewildered. He promises to stop pestering them about the haunted store, looking defeated by the recent and violent encounter. Ji-won Gong questions if they are ghost hoarders as the trio stands together in a silent standoff.
The bruised boy formally begs them for help, his eccentric confidence replaced by genuine and visible desperation.
Ji-won Gong bows his head in a final plea, desperate for assistance after his terrifying encounter. In a dark memory, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes looms over the cowering Ji-won Gong. To a loud crackle and pzzzt sounding, the device displays the name Ji-won in a terrifying red glow. The two boys share a tense, silent look before Youngjin finally gives a cold and definitive refusal. Youngjin looks exhausted as the black-haired girl calls out his name with a worried and frantic expression. Huisu exits the room with a quick slide sounding, while the brown-haired investigator stands alone amidst the laboratory equipment. Violent and tragic memories flood back as a girl weeps, wishing for her normal life to return already. A horrifying face with a gaping, toothy mouth and hollow eyes looms out of the oppressive, grainy darkness. Youngjin walks down the empty school hallway, his presence watched by someone lingering just out of sight. The black-haired girl identifies Do-gyung, whose messy hair and smug expression hint at a newfound dangerous confidence. Tension explodes as Youngjin grabs Do-gyung by the collar, their eyes locking in a fierce and silent confrontation. Both boys stare at each other in shock and confusion, unsure of the escalating violence between them. To a heavy pow sounding, Youngjin delivers a brutal blow to a student who dared to mock him. A wooden die falls through the air with a soft toss sounding right before Youngjin's bewildered eyes. Do-gyung challenges his classmate to a game of chance, hiding something behind his back with a mocking grin. Huisu smiles brightly and flashes a peace sign in a vibrant illustration for the Shaman's Blade series. While a friend chuckles and Huisu worries, Do-gyung's eyes take on an eerie, violet glow of hidden malice. To a sharp volt sounding, Youngjin's hand begins to twitch uncontrollably, acting against his own conscious will. His arm flails with a frantic swing sounding, leaving the black-haired boy terrified and questioning his own body. To a painful wham sounding, Youngjin accidentally strikes himself while his classmate watches the bizarre display in confusion. A sudden whoosh sounding follows his arm as it lashes out again, completely out of the boy's control. To a heavy smack sounding, Youngjin's hand strikes a classmate, leaving the bystander stunned by the unprovoked assault. The victim warns the black-haired boy not to anger him further, while Youngjin cowers in absolute terror. Youngjin's fist clenches with a tight twitch sounding as he struggles to understand when he lost control. With a firm grab sounding, Youngjin holds his own arm, desperately trying to apologize and de-escalate the situation. Youngjin flees down the hallway with a quick dash, sounding, leaving the other student to mock his dorkishness. In the school hallway, the brown-haired investigator monitors his devices, searching for the source of the spiritual disturbance. A sudden alert startles Ji-won Gong as he pulls out his sensors, confirming a powerful presence is nearby. To a nervous shuffle sounding, Youngjin enters the classroom where Do-gyung sits calmly playing cards at his desk. Do-gyung mocks him about a vape, asking if the black-haired boy wants to get smacked in its place. With an ominous creak sounding, the bully leans back and offers a terrifying grin, demanding a dangerous game. He holds out his fist, telling Youngjin the outcome depends entirely on if he can guess the hand. As Youngjin hesitates, a demonic voice screams through a dark speech bubble for him to just do it. Do-gyung's face twists into a monstrous mask of pure, unbridled rage and terrifying, wide-eyed insanity. He raises his hand with a sharp raise sounding while a panicked student with glasses tries to intervene.
A hand descends in a blur of motion, poised to strike the cowering Youngjin with terrifying force.
To a heavy shove sounding, the confrontation turns physical as students are pushed aside in the chaotic classroom.
A finger points with a sharp swish sounding, directing the violent energy of the scene toward its target. To a loud bonk sounding, a student is sent spinning through the air, crashing into the classroom furniture. He hits the floor with a violent crash sounding, leaving the room in a state of absolute wreckage. To a heavy doom sounding, Youngjin stands amidst the chaos while his classmates stare in stunned, horrified silence. The classroom remains frozen as the students struggle to process the sudden and extreme violence they just witnessed.
A student asks if their classmate truly just went flying as the shock of the assault sets in.
Amidst a confused murmur sounding, Youngjin stares at his own hand, insisting that it moved entirely on its own. While his friends wonder if he has hidden superpowers, Youngjin trembles, terrified by the strength he cannot control. Classmates desperately try to rationalize the brutality, jokingly suggesting that Do-kyung is just a very dedicated actor.
Huisu watches from the window as the school's gossip mill questions if the two boys were always close.
A woman with long black hair looms over Ji-won-gong, her presence demanding his full and immediate attention. Outside, Ji-won-gong explains how his ghost detector reacted when the boy's body moved to slap him earlier. The black-haired woman sits on the steps while the investigator offers a sincere apology for the recent trouble. Ji-won-gong notes how the bully's behavior fits a pattern, admitting that the situation is far from childish. Memories of the recent violence flicker as the investigator muses about brain injuries or a total personality transplant. He recalls Do-kyung's terrifying, inhuman eyes, confirming that something truly monstrous has taken hold of the student. Reflecting on the timeline, Ji-won-gong notes that the boy changed right after the first period ended today. Ji-won-gong explains that the perpetrator is likely still within the school, leaving the black-haired girl visibly shocked by the revelation. A vivid memory surfaces of Youngjin flicking Do-kyung's forehead, sending the bully flying backward with impossible supernatural force. Youngjin stares at his own hand in stunned disbelief, finally coming to terms with the terrifying reality of his newfound strength. To a heavy grab sounding, Do-kyung suddenly sneaks up behind Youngjin, flashing a predatory grin as he calls out his name. Youngjin trembles in fear while Do-kyung looms over him, mockingly asking where he is headed and demanding they play together. Despite Youngjin's desperate insistence that he is just going home, the bully refuses to let go, suggesting they play at his house instead. To a sharp clasp sounding, the confrontation intensifies as Do-kyung grips the boy's arm, demanding one more round of their twisted game. To a sudden froosh sounding, a violent burst of energy erupts from Youngjin's hand, startling both boys as his body acts independently. To a low vrr sounding, Youngjin watches his hand vibrate with a strange, uncontrollable power that he struggles to understand. To a double swing sounding, Youngjin's arms flail wildly in the air while Do-kyung ducks away, bewildered by the bizarre and frantic movements. To a fast dash and multiple swing soundings, Youngjin flees down the street, his arms still lashing out as he desperately tries to escape. Under a brilliant orange sunset, a soft rustling sound follows the wind as Youngjin wonders if his normal life will ever return. The school buildings stand silent against the vibrant evening sky as a new conversation begins about the mysterious power. To a heavy slam sounding, Youngjin hits his bed in exhaustion, startled by the white dog's claim that spirits will avoid him. The white French bulldog offers to explain a situation in simpler terms, while Youngjin listens with a weary and skeptical expression. The clouds glow with the intense colors of dusk, marking a quiet moment of reflection before the next phase of their investigation. Deep in a narrow alley, the pair finds a rundown shop with a sign claiming to buy old items, questioning if it's the source. To a distant caw sounding, Huisu and the investigator stand before the dilapidated building, noting its suspicious and neglected appearance. To a quick turn sounding, the duo shares a look of grim determination before deciding to enter the mysterious and cobweb-covered store. To a double dig sounding, Jiwon Gong searches his back, suggesting they enter separately to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. An ancient legend describes 4 powerful dragons, red, azure, white, and black, that together form the foundation of his immense spiritual strength. A dark, armored warrior stands before a monstrous, red-eyed beast, his presence described as being completely boundless in its arrogance. Youngjin remains completely speechless as the weight of his destiny and the power of the Black Dragon are revealed to him. To a heavy slump sounding, the boy drops his head in despair, while the dog critiques his currently weakened and sluggish state. To a soft flutter sounding, the dog flips through a textbook, questioning if there are any records of the earthly branches or lineages. The interior of the shop is a cluttered hoard of ancient jars, scrolls, and occult artifacts hidden beneath thick layers of dust. Jiwon Gong cautiously peers through the shelves of the dark shop, calling out to see if anyone is present in the shadows. An elderly woman with white hair and dark sunglasses emerges from the back, her neck adorned with numerous colorful and mystical beads. Outside, the black-haired girl waits anxiously in the alley, staring at her phone while she hopes for the investigator's safe return. A grainy flashback shows Jiwon Gong demonstrating his device, which uses green lines to track spiritual movements in seemingly empty areas. Inside the shop, the boy formally begs the old woman for her help, desperate to find a way to undo a curse. The shopkeeper explains she only provides goods, prompting the boy to ask if a Sampo High student had recently purchased an item. The investigator sighs in relief, though the old woman watches him with a cold and piercing gaze from behind her dark glasses. Jiwon Gong claims he wants to purchase a curse for himself, subtly testing the shopkeeper's commitment to maintaining customer confidentiality. He continues his facade, mentioning a friend's recommendation and expressing his concerns about the problematic nature of cursing others. To a sharp clack and soft rustle sounding, the woman presents a wooden box and a yellow talisman used for casting spells. To a heavy doom sounding, the atmosphere turns chillingly dark as the boy realizes the true and malevolent nature of the woman's trade. Forcing a nervous laugh, the boy asks about the price and wonders if she accepts digital payments for such dark transactions. The old woman reaches for a red pouch, demandingly asking the boy to provide his own fingernails and hair for the ritual. Jiwon Gong looks flustered, trying to laugh off the gruesome request by jokingly asking if the item is being offered for free. He scratches his head nervously, promising to return once his nails have grown longer as he prepares to make a quick exit. The old woman suddenly grabs his arm with a deathly grip, her expression turning predatory as she refuses to let him leave. To a sharp shing and glint sounding, she draws a curved blade, causing the boy to cry out in absolute and sudden terror. In a frantic panic, the boy invents a story about a hereditary blood disorder to discourage her from using the blade on him. To a double dig sounding, he desperately fumbles with his back, searching for anything that might help him escape the terrifying situation. To a fast dash sounding, the boy bolts for the exit, shouting more excuses about his health as the old woman watches him. A hidden camera reveals a shelf of binders containing names marked in blood, including Jonggin Gang and the investigator himself, Ji-Yun Song. To a quick snatch sounding, the woman rips a paper away,
her voice turning cold as she asks if he was looking. Sinister laughter and whispers of "liar" echo through the dark shop as the investigator realizes he has walked into a trap. To a loud slide and bang sounding, the heavy door slams shut, sealing the investigator inside the oppressive darkness with the monstrous woman. A distorted, dark scene filled with a loud crackle sounding as supernatural energy warps the reality within the shop. To a rhythmic slide sounding, a student struggles to lift the heavy metal shutters as he attempts to escape the darkness.
Leah screams for Ji-won to get out immediately while he stares in paralyzed shock at the entity emerging from the shadows.
Panic-stricken, Leah shouts that the ghost detector is overwhelmed by a massive surge of spiritual green lines throughout the area.
A low kurr sounding echoes as Leah stares upward in terror at a monstrous fleshy claw looming directly over her. To a deafening crore sounding, a massive fleshy mouth attempts to swallow the students as they scramble for safety.
With a heavy thud sounding, Ji-won falls to the ground while the monstrous doorway seals shut with terrifying finality. Gasping in surprise, Ji-won witnesses a sudden flash of movement that cuts through the oppressive supernatural darkness.
To a sharp slash sounding, the dark-haired Yongjin strikes the fleshy mass with a large, gleaming blade to defend his friend. A wet fsh sounding follows the strike as a deep wound is carved into the side of the monstrous building.
To a disgusting ptwee sounding, the monster's mouth spits Leah out onto the street as the boys watch in disbelief.
To a fast dash sounding, Huisu rushes to the fallen woman's side to check for injuries after her narrow escape. Smoke billows with a sudden whoosh sounding as Yongjin stands before the damaged building, clutching his massive weapon.
Holding the heavy blade, Yongjin stares down the remaining darkness while Ji-won crawls behind him, completely stunned by the power.
Ji-won gazes up at his friend, shocked to see Yongjin wielding such a terrifyingly large blade with such supernatural ease.
Looming over the battlefield, Yongjin's intense focus and heroic stance leave his friend feeling completely inspired by his strength. To a sudden wriggle and creak sounding, dark-clawed appendages burst from the walls to resume their relentless attack.
To a heavy lunge sounding, Yongjin swings his massive blade toward the reaching shadows with desperate, raw power and determination.
To a frantic swing and multiple flail soundings, Yongjin's wild movements barely keep the swarming demonic hands at bay. With a heavy thump sounding, Yongjin delivers a powerful kick to push back a massive shadowy limb during the struggle.
To a fast dash sounding, Huisu fumbles with her bag while Ji-won watches the chaotic, supernatural fight in total terror.
To a sharp fsh sounding, Huisu lights a bundle of ritual incense sticks to aid in the defense against the ghosts.
To a sudden crash sounding, Huisu trips and falls, leaving her classmates to wonder how she ever performed an exorcism. To a heavy clamp sounding, Yongjin is pinned down by the monster's powerful hands, struggling against the crushing and lethal grip.
To a loud clang sounding, Ji-won uses his own strength to deflect a strike and save his cornered friend from harm. To a quick slip sounding, Yongjin escapes the trap as Huisu realizes their moment to strike back has finally arrived.
Realizing the danger is still imminent, Ji-won grabs his friend and shouts for them to run immediately from the alley.
High above the alleyway, a mysterious figure in a purple robe watches the retreating students under a blood-red sky.
Ji-won performs a deep, acrobatic bow to apologize for leading his friends into such a life-threatening and terrifying situation. Huisu looks on with a worried expression while Ji-won continues his profuse and guilt-ridden apologies for dragging them along. A grainy flashback shows Huisu and Yongjin together, regretting their decision to ever visit the haunted location in the first place.
Huisu warns that they were in extreme danger and insists they must stick together for any future supernatural missions. To a sudden spring sounding, Ji-won's excitement about joining the team next time is met with a flat and immediate rejection. To a sharp slap sounding, Ji-won tries to high-five his friend, who remains unimpressed by his overly energetic behavior. Resting in the alley, the boys reflect on how close they came to total disaster during their failed investigation. Youngjin admits he had no idea the exorcism would turn so physical and manual in its execution against the spirits. To a sudden reach sounding, Ji-won excitedly asks if the shaman's blade is real and if he can touch it. The white dog suddenly speaks, revealing that the weapon is a sacred shaman's blade, while Ji-won chants some mock incantations. The French bulldog's sudden presence startles the group as they catch their breath in the quiet and dark alleyway. To a soft flop sounding, the small white dog collapses in exhaustion, much to the alarm of his surprised companions. Huisu offers water to the fallen dog while he warns that they must find the dragons soon at this rate. Youngjin scolds his friend for wasting money on a taxi instead of asking for help with their travel earlier today. Huisu tends to the dog while Ji-won is bewildered to learn the small white creature's name is actually Forefather. Ji-won questions if the dog possesses holy powers that assist them during their dangerous and supernatural exorcism investigations. To a sudden falter sounding, Leah wakes up on the pavement, completely disoriented and confused by what recently happened. Leah's sudden recovery draws the attention of the group as they continue their secret meeting in the dark alley. To a sudden tremble sounding, Leah begins to scream in terror as she recalls the horrifying sights she just witnessed. To multiple swing soundings, Leah flails her arms while explaining that the store's door had literal teeth and swallowed her. The scene shifts to the binders, where a list of names confirms they have successfully identified a critical spiritual target. Inside the shop, the investigator stares in confusion at the white-haired woman, who sits calmly with a severed limb. The shopkeeper mentions someone unusual among the group, while the investigator listens with a confused and curious expression. Ji-won shouts in disbelief, questioning the old woman's reckless advice to rip the sacred and powerful talisman. Resting her arms on the table, the old woman cynically remarks on human cowardice and the requirements for contracts. To a sudden grin and hee-hee sounding, the woman's terrifying, rotten teeth are revealed as she mocks Ji-won's actions. To a low creak sounding, the shopkeeper stands, explaining that people today care little for spells and only seek ruin.
To several wriggle soundings, dark, rope-like appendages erupt from the woman's body, surrounding the horrified investigator.
The monstrous woman looms over Ji-won, cackling that everything he does will only lead back to her. In a chilling close-up, the woman asks Ji-won if he truly doesn't understand the depth of his predicament. To a powerful swa sounding, a mystical wind swirls through the shop as the woman confronts the young investigator. A mysterious figure in a purple robe suddenly enters the shop, observing Ji-won and the monstrous old woman. Talk to, Shaman's Blade title appears as Youngjin and Ji-won stand ready for their next harrowing mission. Outside, the group discusses the urgent 49-hour deadline to rip the talisman before the curse takes full effect. To several shake soundings, the students confirm they have never heard of a person named Seon-woo Kim. Huisu translates the bulldog forefather's message, suggesting that the spirit they are hunting is related to gambling. Ji-won consults his encyclopedia, explaining the history of gambling spirits and their notorious, unbeatable wagers against humans. To a series of arf soundings, Ji-won mocks the dog's communication while Huisu continues to pet the white bulldog. To several pet soundings, Leah wonders when she will reach the group's level of expertise in supernatural matters. To a sharp slap sounding, Forefather hits Leah's hand, while Huisu explains the dog is actually Youngjin's respected ancestor. The scene shifts to a starry night sky over the city, reflecting the calm before the next supernatural storm.
Song Ji-yeon, the shaman, speaks on her phone while drinking, warning that the shopkeeper is a dangerous, childless spirit.
The team looks at their devices in shock, realizing they must escape the current situation completely unscathed.
The group discusses the gravity of the curse, realizing the child who cast the spell must be found immediately. To a loud slam and dash sounding, a student is pushed through a doorway as someone frantically flees.
Ji-won shouts after the fleeing student, his face contorted in an expression of intense urgency and alarm.
To a fast zoom and dash sounding, Ji-won chases the boy down the school hallway, amazed by his speed. To a quick dash sounding, the chase continues through the corridor as Ji-won yells for the boy to wait. To a sudden slide sounding, Leah bursts through a door and asks Ji-won if he has finally found him. To another dash sounding, the group pursues the student, who continues his frantic sprint through the busy school hallway. To a loud vroom and eek sounding, Leah lunges at the student with terrifying speed, threatening him with dire consequences. The terrified student realizes he has made a fatal mistake by offering himself up to a malevolent spirit. Leah grabs the boy by his collar, demanding he hand over the talisman before she loses her patience.
Ji-won and his friend look on with exhausted expressions, tired of the constant chaos and the boy's stubbornness.
Driven to the brink of insanity, the student cries and declares he would rather die than give up now. A terrifying symbol glows on the forehead of the shopkeeper, her eyes burning with a malevolent red light. To a loud crackle sounding, the spirit woman reviews the names on the list, her powers surging around the documents. Flashback scenes reveal the depth of the student's despair as Chapter 28, A Shallow Judgment, begins. Leah holds the weeping student, who wallows in his despair, feeling his life is officially over. The student hangs his head in shame while the group asks him to simply hand over the talisman. Ji-won's friend questions if the group knows the true belittling nature of the person they are trying to save. In a bitter flashback, the student yells in a fit of rage, venting his long-standing frustrations and anger. The scene shifts to Gayan Middle School, where the roots of the current supernatural conflict first began. To a chaotic, rowdy sounding, the studious Do-kyung is annoyed by the noise of his happy, carefree classmates. In Classroom 2-1, the teacher suggests that the temporary class president might be made a permanent official. A student enthusiastically nominates Do-kyung for the presidency, much to the surprise of the fuming boy. The rivals Seonu Kim and Do-kyung Chan stand before the ballot box as the class prepares to vote. Sen-woo acts modest while his classmates boo him playfully, leaving Do-kyung to watch with a suspicious expression. To a series of chalk strokes, the blackboard shows the final election tally, marking a decisive victory for Seonu. The classroom erupts in laughter and cheers as Seonu is congratulated on his obvious and predictable victory. Do-kyung fumes in silence, convinced that the election was nothing more than a shallow and unfair popularity vote. Clenching his fists in jealousy, the bitter boy wonders where his opponent's winning votes actually came from. Do-kyung seethes with resentment, convinced his classmates treat the school and his hard-earned efforts like one big, insulting joke. A stinging memory resurfaces of classmates whispering about Do-kyung achieving the top academic rank in their competitive class. The bitter boy imagines Seonu Kim mocking him from behind a mask of performative kindness and hidden, cruel laughter. Back in the hallway, Leah insults Do-kyung's tantrum, while Ji-won questions when their target was ever actually being two-faced. Driven by pure malice, Do-kyung suggests a brutal solution, while Leah stares at him in complete and utter disbelief. A banner at Sampo High School marks the beginning of a new, competitive chapter filled with tension and social hierarchies. Seonu Kim recognizes Do-kyung, while the stunned boy realizes his nemesis attends the very same high school. To a low woo sounding, Seonu greets him casually, but Do-kyung remains frozen in a state of sweaty, silent irritation.
The boy is crushed when he realizes Seonu has no memory of him, leaving him feeling utterly invisible and insignificant.
To several shake soundings, Jiwon questions Do-kyung's logic, while the boy insists Sanu is intentionally snubbing and belittling him.
Leah demands Do-kyung just admit his hatred instead of hiding behind the transparent and nonsensical excuses he keeps making. Jiwon points out the hypocrisy, noting that Do-kyung himself cannot even remember the names of his former classmates. Leah watches as Jiwon exposes Do-kyung's desperate need to paint Seonu as a villain to justify his own envy. Breaking down in tears, Do-kyung laments the perceived unfairness of a world where his rival seems to have everything. Jiwon tries to provide perspective, but Do-kyung doubles down, screaming that Senyu was simply born with every possible advantage. Standing before the group, Do-kyung vents his fury at the head start Sun-woo apparently enjoyed since the day he was born. Leah snaps at Do-kyung's hateful outburst, refusing to let him wish death upon others just to soothe his ego. Leah defends Sun-woo's genuine fears, while Do-kyung cynically dismisses his rival's personality as a calculated act for future fame. Jiwon wonders if the talisman has twisted Do-kyung's mind, acknowledging the boy's pain while rejecting his toxic worldview. A somber flashback shows a young boy watching a happy family, questioning if his own life will ever improve. The child's face is clouded with premature bitterness as he wonders if the world will ever truly be fair. Jiwon warns that Do-kyung's obsession with Seonu will only lead to a cycle of senseless and self-destructive behavior. In the past, Do-kyung watches from the shadows as Seonu walks away, fueled by a growing and unchecked resentment. To a sudden tremble sounding, Do-kyung wonders if the talisman will finally make his rival disappear from his life forever. Overcome with a dark thrill, the boy marvels at the potential power of the cursed object he now holds. To a low hee-hee-hee sounding, Do-kyung envisions a future where rumors ruin Sun-woo and Leah finally cuts all ties. To several ba-dump soundings, the boy stares at the sky and prays for a permanent end to his rival's presence. To several ba-dump soundings, Do-kyung sits alone in his room, his heart racing as he contemplates his next move. To several ba-dump soundings, the boy questions if Seonu will truly vanish once the 49-hour deadline finally passes. To a sudden clench sounding, Do-kyung hesitates for a fleeting moment before his resolve hardens into a cold, lethal determination. To a sharp squeeze sounding, he tries to justify the curse, convincing himself that Seonu's reputation is already beyond saving. To a sharp freeze sounding, the boy stops at the brink of action, his conscience warring with his deep-seated malice. A memory of Senyu's kind face haunts him, making Do-kyung fear the consequences should his rival ever return. Under a starry night sky, he worries about the answers Seonu might demand if the curse fails to finish him. To a loud slam sounding, Do-kyung strikes his bed in a fit of panicked regret, shocked that the ritual actually worked. To several pow soundings, he lashes out in frustration as the digital clock displays a chilling and foreboding time. To several huff soundings, Do-kyung gasps for air, overwhelmed by the terrifying reality of the supernatural forces he unleashed. He reflects on his isolation, realizing that his own misery was the primary catalyst for his descent into darkness. The handsome image of Seonu Kim burns in his mind, representing the target of all his suffering and hatred. Sitting in the dim light of his room, Do-kyung acknowledges that his own choices have led to this impending catastrophe. The boy weeps as he holds the talisman, the weight of his actions finally crushing his spirit and his resolve. To a soft sniffle and a heavy slump sounding, Do-kyung collapses in the hallway while Leah watches with growing concern.
Through his tears, Do-kyung asks what the group can possibly do to stop the inevitable disaster he has started.
To several dig soundings, Do-kyung searches himself while Ji-won realizes the horrifying talisman actually functions exactly as described. A grotesque and bloody vision of a tooth-filled mouth flashes, signaling the activation of a truly malevolent curse. As Do-kyung weeps, a colossal and terrifying spirit with burning red eyes manifests directly behind him in the corridor. Leah grabs the boy as he begins to fall, screaming in alarm at the sudden and inexplicable change in him. Huisu and Ji-won shout in terror as the supernatural presence makes its power felt within the school walls. To a quick step and a loud leap sounding, Do-kyung suddenly sprints and hurls himself through the school window. To a sudden whoosh sounding, a single shoe tumbles toward the ground as the group watches in stunned, silent horror. Falling upside down, Do-kyung lets out a confused gasp as the reality of his situation finally sets in. To a sharp swoosh sounding, the school building blurs as the terrified boy plummets toward the hard ground below. To several thrash soundings, Do-kyung flails in midair, his mind reeling as he questions why he is falling. To a heavy clench sounding, Ji-won lunges from the window, catching the boy by his leg to halt his descent. Overcome by terror, Do-kyung weeps and begs to be saved, his resolve completely shattered by the near-death experience. To a tight squeeze sounding, Ji-won holds on for dear life while the hysterical boy continues to plead for mercy. Gritting his teeth, Ji-won struggles against the weight as Huisu and Leah rush forward to provide much-needed support. To a sudden lurch sounding, Ji-won fears the momentum will pull the entire group through the window and down. The school hallway becomes a scene of desperate struggle as the group works together to pull Do-kyung back inside.
To a loud whoosh sounding, a dark and malevolent aura begins to swirl around Ji-won's hands as he pulls.
The sinister energy intensifies, pulsating with a dark light as the group exerts every ounce of their supernatural strength. To a chaotic tumble sounding, the group falls back into the hallway, safely landing in a pile of tangled limbs. To a firm squeeze sounding, Huisu checks on Ji-won, asking if he is okay after such an intense effort. Ji-won catches his breath, admitting he has no memory of what happened immediately after he jumped to save the boy. To a sharp yank sounding, Leah discovers the cursed object from the haunted antique store hidden beneath the boy's clothes. Do-kyung clutches his neck and screams in agony, claiming that the cursed item is burning his skin like fire. The atmosphere turns eerie as a distorted birthday song begins to play, leaving the group frozen in shared confusion. To a heavy tackle sounding, Huisu lunges at the thrashing boy to keep him from hurting himself or others. Huisu frantically screams for Leah to hurry while she watches the scene unfold with tears of panic in her eyes. To a sudden grab sounding, the two boys struggle on the floor as Huisu desperately tries to maintain control. To several wham soundings, Ji-won orders someone to burn the talisman immediately before the situation spirals further out of control. To a final tumble sounding, Do-kyung's body suddenly goes limp on the floor, leaving his friends watching in silence. Huisu checks on the unconscious boy, asking if their desperate plan actually worked to break the malevolent curse. To a slow wobble sounding, Do-kyung sits up and clutches his head, his movements sluggish and his expression vacant. Leah weeps with relief while the boy apologizes, but his expression suddenly shifts into a chilling, unfamiliar grin. To a dark smirk sounding, the boy's eyes glow purple as he reveals that Do-kyung actually died yesterday. A chilling silence fills the corridor as the possessed boy sits calmly, mocking his horrified and speechless classmates.
The malevolent spirit erupts in hysterical laughter, finding great amusement in the group's failed attempt to save the boy.
To a slow rise sounding, the spirit stands up, his laughter echoing through the halls as the others watch in terror. Huisu questions if they were given the wrong talisman, but Do-kyung insists he provided the correct item for the ritual.
The spirit reveals that he is no longer bound to the talisman, his purple eyes burning with an unholy light.
The entity grabs Huisu by his collar, wearing a terrifying grin that leaves the boy paralyzed with pure fear. To a sharp crumble sounding, the spirit dismisses Huisu's toy, while a purple, clawed hand manifests in the air. To a soft trickle sounding, Huisu weeps in terror as the spirit mockingly tells him to stop his crying.
To a sudden raise sounding, a spectral, clawed hand reaches out from the darkness toward the helpless and sobbing boy.
In the dim antique shop, the white-haired old woman stands between Ji-won and the mysterious masked figure in purple.
The masked man demands to know where the shopkeeper thinks she is going as the supernatural tension reaches a peak. To a loud slam sounding, an object is smashed against a shelf, sending dust and debris flying everywhere.
To a chaotic tumble sounding, the shopkeeper falls to the floor, screaming for her son as her belongings are destroyed.
Her eyes glowing red with fury, the old woman transforms into a terrifying spirit, screaming at the masked intruder.
To several wriggle and whoosh soundings, dark shadows consume the shop as the masked figure remains completely unmoved. To a loud vroom sounding, a massive shockwave erupts, sending artifacts and furniture flying in a violent supernatural whirlwind. To several clatter soundings, calligraphy brushes and containers fall from the shelves as the shop is thoroughly ransacked.
To a heavy doom sounding, the spirit woman and the masked man face each other in a tense standoff. The old woman stares in shock, questioning what kind of powerful being has dared to invade her sanctuary.
Ji-won watches in horror as a red, thread-like energy wriggles from his chest, connecting him to the mysterious ritual. To several wriggle soundings, the old woman realizes she is entangled in a massive collection of stolen human souls.
The masked man examines a glowing jar, explaining the unrefined spell used to extract a soul over 49 hours. The old woman screams in a fit of absolute rage, demanding to know what the intruder is actually after. The shopkeeper's eyes widen in realization as Ji-won remains frozen by the unfolding and terrifying supernatural conflict.
The masked man in purple holds a glowing jar containing a soul, his true expression hidden behind a smiling face.
Determination burns in Ji-won's eyes as a sinister purple energy begins to swirl around his shoulder and neck. Tension peaks as Ji-won faces his possessed rival, the situation becoming increasingly precarious as a dark pickle unfolds.
Ji-won lunges forward, gripping the possessed boy's wrist to stop the manifestation of a spectral, clawed hand in the hallway. To several thrash soundings, Senu's body contorts with a wicked grin as the malevolent spirit resists Ji-won's firm grip.
The spirit mocks Ji-won's confusion, proposing they wrap up their game and settle their scores once and for all. A high-stakes wager is offered, with the spirit promising to vacate the boy's body if Ji-won manages to win. The entity reveals his true, lethal intent, grinning wildly as he claims that Ji-won's very life is now his. To a sharp sounding, the spirit orders the group to be silent, demanding Youngjin's life as Huisu watches.
Huisu, Leah, and their classmate are paralyzed by shock as the supernatural threat escalates beyond their control in the corridor.
Ji-won issues a stern ultimatum, ordering the spirit to remain quiet and peaceful until their school day finally ends.
A killing contrast emerges between Jiwon's grim resolve and the spirit's mocking purple-eyed gaze as they face each other.
To a sudden shove sounding, the spirit dismisses Jiwon with a taunt, leaving him to contemplate a potential death wish.
The school building stands silent under a bright sky, masking the terrifying supernatural conflict unfolding within its brick walls.
Deep within the laboratory, Huisu expresses his growing suspicion that they are walking into a carefully orchestrated trap.
Huisu analyzes the spirit's deceitful nature, warning that his promises of life are nothing more than a lethal game.
Leah presses for answers about the earlier chaos, while Huisu remains lost in a moment of deep, analytical thought.
To a quick swing sounding, Huisu speculates on Do-kyung's fate, fearing the boy may have already become a familiar.
To a sharp miss sounding, Leah lashes out in frustration while Huisu explains how a soul remains bound elsewhere. A flashback reveals the group discussing the gambling spirit's warning regarding the dangerous, haunted antique store they must visit.
Distorted memories surface, depicting the store as a sinister lair where human souls are harvested to create supernatural familiars. Huisu consults his digital spirit encyclopedia, desperately searching for a way to counter the powerful and ancient entity.
Jiwon sits in somber silence, the weight of the spirit's threat and his friend's safety heavy on his shoulders.
The group debates the odds of their upcoming confrontation, realizing their chances are no better than a coin toss.
Jiwon recalls the white bulldog spirit's past assurances, questioning if his physical body is truly safe from the curse.
A hazy memory of a past physical struggle returns, highlighting a mysterious focus on the power within Jiwon's hand.
Visionary power surges through a spectral hand, hinting at a dormant strength Jiwon has yet to fully understand.
Leah questions Jiwon about his previous fight with the shamanic spirit, causing the boy to pause in deep confusion. Jiwon wonders if he was truly the one who defeated the spirit, or if Lord Jaw was responsible.
Leah recounts the horrifying moment her mother was wounded by the dagger, further deepening Jiwon's internal conflict and doubt.
Jiwon admits to a complete lack of memory regarding the events following the stabbing, shocking both Leah and Huisu.
Staring at his palm, Jiwon ponders if he was unconsciously wielding supernatural power through only his left hand.
A fractured vision of Jiwon facing an enormous, shadowy presence suggests a destiny far greater than he ever imagined.
Leah suggests a potential plan for rescue, sparking a flicker of hope and surprise among her weary and worried companions.
Jiwon remains skeptical, questioning the reasoning and the ultimate safety of her proposed and dangerous course of action. The group weighs the risk of a collective mission, fearing it might lead to their demise before they start. The sky blazes with a vibrant pink sunset, signaling the end of the day and the start of their trial.
To a heavy step sounding, Jiwon walks toward his fate with Lord Jaw on his shoulders and a sword.
A dark and foreboding entrance stands open, inviting Jiwon into a realm of unknown and terrifying supernatural horrors.
Jiwon and the white bulldog stare up at the shop, the boy's shadow stretching long against the gritty pavement. Lord Jaw screams a desperate warning, urging Jiwon to flee as the store's malevolent energy begins to react violently. To a soft squish and several wobble soundings, Jiwon finds himself trapped within a grotesque and pulsating fleshy environment. To a sharp raise sounding, Jiwon reacts in shock as the internal walls of the entity begin to move. To a sudden pause sounding, Jiwon freezes as he realizes his left hand is the key to his survival. To a heavy doom and tremble sounding, thick red tendrils erupt from the darkness, ensnaring the terrified and helpless boy. To a loud swish sounding, the meat-like walls lunge forward, threatening to consume Ji-won and his small spirit companion.
To several slash soundings, the possessed boy suddenly appears, his eyes glowing purple as he cleaves through the attacking flesh.
The spirit scolds Ji-won for entering the store. To a sharp yank sounding, the boy is suddenly pulled away. To a chaotic tumble sounding, Ji-won and Lord Ja are thrown violently through the air as the spirit flees. To several stomp soundings and a loud ah-ha-ha sounding, the possessed boy laughs while dragging Ji-won across the rooftop. To a thrash sounding, the spirit complains about the boy's movement, while Ji-won claims to have saved his life. To a loud boom sounding, a violent explosion erupts on the rooftop, scattering construction debris and dust everywhere. To a chaotic tumble sounding, the possessed boy runs through the settling smoke with an eerie, determined expression.
A heavy cough sounding escapes Ji-won as he lies face down, struggling to recover from the intense blast.
The spirit stands over Ji-won as the title reveals the hand is quicker than the eye in this deadly game.
To a quick swish sounding, the entity shakes a wooden gambling cup, preparing to start a new supernatural wager.
To several clatter soundings, dozens of identical cups are slammed onto the ground, overwhelming Ji-won with an impossible choice.
Ji-won kneels in shock, surrounded by a sea of gambling cups and wondering what kind of game he's entered. To a sharp swish and clatter sounding, the spirit reveals the die, proving the odds are against the boy.
To several clack and swish soundings, the cups move in a dizzying blur, reshuffling the hidden die across the rooftop.
The spirit mocks Ji-won, challenging him to guess which cup holds the key to his survival in this duel.
To a sudden jolt sounding, Ji-won reacts with shock as he realizes the speed of the spirit's deception is unmatched.
To a soft tilt sounding, Ji-won's eyes widen in horror as he reveals the result of his desperate choice.
The spirit boy wears a chilling grin, questioning Ji-won's identity as the boy stares at the revealed die.
The spirit exclaims that the odds were 1 in 100, mocking Ji-won's failed attempt to win the game.
To a quick clatter sounding, the die is cast again, despite Ji-won's desperate plea to stop the unfair cycle.
The die settles firmly on the number 6, sealing a result that seems to favor the malicious spirit's intent.
To a sudden jolt sounding, Ji-won remains grounded, his expression intense as he prepares for a final, risky move. To a sharp raise sounding, Ji-won questions the outcome while his hand moves with a will of its own. To a jolt and grab sounding, the spirit questions Ji-won's actions as the boy struggles to control his left hand. To a loud clatter sounding, the die bounces across the stone, spinning wildly as the tension reaches a breaking point. To a wham and crack sounding, Ji-won smashes his fist into the die, shocking the spirit with his violent interference. To a soft fsh sounding, Ji-won's fist remains planted over the pulverized remains of the wooden gambling die. The spirit fumes in a trembling rage, claiming Ji-won lost by breaking the die, while Ji-won argues it counts. Ji-won argues the rules didn't forbid breaking the die, insisting he has won the wager fair and square. To a wicked ha sounding, the spirit laughs demonically, though Ji-won admits he seriously wants to punch the entity. To a sharp crackle sounding, dark energy surges from the spirit's hand as he prepares to settle the score violently. A flashback depicts the masked man discussing a deal, noting that the boy doesn't need to return entirely unharmed.
To a whoosh and lunge sounding, the spirit charges forward with lethal speed, abandoning the game for a direct assault.
The spirit dives through the air with glowing purple eyes, intent on claiming Ji-won's life in a final strike.
To a sharp slash sounding, Ji-won draws his massive cleaver, meeting the spirit's charge with a powerful, counter-rotating swing.
To a heavy thunk sounding, the giant blade cleaves into the concrete, sending sparks and stone fragments flying.
To a sudden leap sounding, the spirit narrowly dodges the lethal blade, his expression twisting into shock and irritation. Jiwan stands ready with his heavy weapon, his breath heavy as he prepares for the next phase of combat.
The spirit screams in a fit of rage, questioning if Jiwan is even human after such a brutal counter.
To a sharp nod sounding, Jiwan remains silent and focused, refusing to be intimidated by the spirit's vocal outbursts.
To a loud whoosh sounding, the spirit erupts in a purple aura, claiming someone else spoke those earlier words.
To a sudden grab sounding, Huisu appears and urges them to stop, suggesting another game with the die. The spirit cold-bloodedly rejects the offer, stating he is no longer interested in playing games with his prey. Jiwan demands the return of Dogyang, asserting his victory in the first game entitles him to his friend's body.
To several smack soundings, the spirit laughs, promising to return the body only if Jiwan can survive his power.
To a violent whoosh sounding, the spirit unleashes a wave of dark energy, forcing Jiwan to brace for impact.
To a loud zwoom sounding, a massive explosion of purple energy consumes the rooftop as the battle escalates.
To a heavy dun sounding, Huisu reveals a specialized ghost hunting tool, ready to trap the rampaging entity.
To a loud bang sounding, the device fires a high-speed projectile directly at the unsuspecting and charging spirit.
To a chaotic tumble sounding, the spirit is ensnared in a rainbow-colored talismanic net and crashes to the floor. To a painful crackle sounding, the spirit screams in agony as the enchanted net begins to burn his essence away. Huisu warns that despite the capture, the spirit remains a lethal threat who will not spare Jiwan's life.
Leah calls out to Youngjin as Huisu keeps his weapon aimed at the struggling, captured gambling spirit.
Jiwan questions how his friends found him, while Huisu casually suggests he fix his crooked tie after the chaos. Huisu shows Jiwan a map on his phone, apologetically explaining they were too worried to leave him alone.
Jiwan listens intently as Huisu admits they couldn't let him face the upcoming supernatural dangers by himself.
Holding up a wooden sword, Huisu boldly claims his swordsmanship is far superior to Jiwan's in a playful boast.
Leah excitedly urges Youngjin to unleash his hidden powers like before, causing the boy to pause in confusion.
To a loud whoosh sounding, the gambling spirit uses purple energy to manipulate two massive wooden barrels from the shadows. To a heavy thud sounding, the enormous jars slam onto the concrete rooftop, scattering debris and dust everywhere. To several crackle soundings, Jiwan braces himself as Youngjin controls the jars with a surge of glowing energy.
Youngjin stands between the two massive vessels, his expression darkening as he prepares to escalate the deadly game.
To a sharp raise sounding, the spirit's clawed hand glows with purple light, anticipating a more interesting struggle ahead.
To a loud vrr sounding, Youngjin moves the barrels with a wave of his hand, targeting the defensive Jiwan.
To a sharp whip sounding, Jiwan narrowly dodges a high-speed strike, his eyes widening in a moment of shock.
To several zwoom soundings, the spirit launches multiple barrels across the rooftop, attempting to crush Jiwan under their weight. To a loud swish sounding, Jiwan leaps through the air, barely avoiding the jars as they smash past him.
To a heavy do-done sounding, Jiwan gazes down at the three jars, realizing the horrifying truth of their contents. To a sharp slash sounding, the spirit cleaves a wooden barrel in half with a focused and lethal energy strike.
Jiwan screams Huisu's name in a panic, desperate to confirm his friend survived the spirit's violent and targeted attack.
Leah and Huisu find themselves isolated from the world, trapped within the supernatural and airless confines of the barrels.
The possessed Youngjin grins wickedly, demanding that Jiwan choose one of the jars to decide his friend's ultimate fate. To a soft, Jiwan offers his own life to save his friends, but the malicious entity heartlessly rejects his desperate and noble plea.
The spirit's eyes glow a terrifying purple as he demands a reason to show mercy to his intended prey.
High above the rooftop, the spirit gloats that the entire gamble was merely a twisted game for his amusement.
Trapped inside, Leah and Huisu gasp and pant for air as the oxygen within the cursed jars rapidly depletes. The possessed boy chokes himself, his face contorting into a grotesque and agonizing mask as the internal struggle peaks.
To several heavy badump soundings, Ji-won's heart races with a primal intensity as a hidden power begins to awaken.
The spirit snickers behind his hand, eagerly anticipating the moment Ji-won finally collapses under the immense psychological pressure. The entity mocks Ji-won from a distance, standing over the rooftop where the boy holds his massive, heavy blade. To several badump soundings, a red, predatory eye opens in the darkness, signaling the arrival of an ancient strength. Yongjin's true self stands in a void, appearing calm and unaware of the monster currently controlling his physical form. To more badump soundings, Ji-won's pupils constrict as a sinister red energy begins to consume his vision and intent. To a loud lunge sounding, Ji-won charges forward with blinding speed, startling the spirit with his sudden, violent transformation. Ji-won swings his massive blade, now encased in a dark red aura, aiming a lethal blow at the spirit. To a loud clang sounding, the energy-infused blade strikes a solid surface, sending sparks and fragments flying into the air. To a sharp slash sounding, Ji-won carves through the cursed barrels, shattering the supernatural prison holding his terrified friends. Lord Jia explains that Ji-won wields a shaman's blade, a holy relic of immense power that ignores the innocent. To a loud whoosh sounding, a massive, fanged spirit erupts behind Yongjin, screaming in agony as the blade strikes. Leah and Huisu watch in terror as Ji-won's blade strikes only the unholy essence, leaving their bodies completely unharmed. To another slash sounding, Ji-won completes his swing, successfully freeing his friends from their wooden and cursed prisons. To a heavy thump sounding, Huisu collapses to the ground, gasping for air while wondering if he actually died. The long-haired spirit lies defeated on the roof, its dark essence dissipating into a hazy and smoky cloud. To a wet splurt sounding, the spirit's face twists in a final, agonizing scream as its essence is completely destroyed. Huisu adjusts his glasses in shock, immediately wanting to take photos of the legendary gambling spirit's historic defeat. Ji-won scolds Huisu for prioritizing photos over safety while the phone screen displays nothing but static and interference. Ji-won urgently tells Huisu to grab the unconscious Dogyang and escape the rooftop while they have the chance. To a sudden jolt sounding, the spirit's purple eyes snap open, revealing he is far from being fully vanquished. A massive, shadowy claw looms over the rooftop, representing a terrifying power the group has yet to fully face. Ji-won carries the dazed Huisu on his back, urging Leah to move quickly as they attempt to flee. Ji-won's back is turned to his friends as he promises to catch up once he's finished his task. Leah protests Ji-won's decision to stay behind, but the boy insists his presence only puts them in greater danger. Leah leads the group away, realizing that staying will only hinder Ji-won in the desperate struggle to come. The gambling spirit crawls on the floor with long black claws, purple eyes gleaming in a sinister creep sounding. To a loud crash sounding, Ji-won's massive blade slams into the roof, eliciting a pained scream from the spirit. Huisu watches as Ji-won repeatedly slams his blade into the floor, claiming everything is under control amidst heavy thunk soundings. To a heavy dun sounding, the spirit glares with glowing purple eyes and bared fangs at the giant blade. To a loud whoosh sounding,
Jiwon's eyes widen as dark red energy begins to swirl violently around his body. The spirit grits his teeth in frustration, cursing under his breath as the battle continues to turn against him. The spirit's purple eye narrows as he realizes things aren't going as planned, his shock clearly visible. To a sudden fwish sounding, a mysterious purple mark begins to glow and pulse on the spirit's forehead. To several wriggle soundings, the spirit's clawed hand and necklace of wooden beads pulse with a dark, magical energy. To a sharp wham sounding, the spirit crashes into the concrete while Jiwon reacts to a sudden, high-speed movement. The spirit lets out agonizing grunts as blood drips from his mouth, his purple eyes burning with intense malice. A masked figure in a purple robe stands in a room full of relics, holding a glowing ceramic vessel. An elderly woman with glasses and beads suggests the masked man handle the task himself in a tense exchange. The old woman claims they never had a choice as the masked man remains silent in the background. To a loud whoosh sounding, the masked man unleashes a wave of dark energy from his hand toward the woman. To a wet splat sounding, a glowing talisman strikes the woman's forehead, sealing her power with a flash of light. To a painful wriggle sounding, a boy with sharp teeth screams as a similar glowing mark burns into his skin. To several crackle soundings, the sharp-toothed boy stares in shock as a purple aura erupts from his own hand. Grinning wickedly, the boy's eyes turn purple as he realizes the immense power now flowing through his veins. To a loud crackle sounding, the boy's purple eyes glow intensely as he senses an approaching presence or change. Glowing red energy pulses through the boy's arm as he clenches his fist, his strength visibly and dangerously increasing. The spirit of the old woman erupts in a red spectral flame behind the boy, screaming in a terrifying display. The masked man in the purple robe stands tall, looking down from a brightly lit doorway with arms crossed. The scene shifts to a quiet city alleyway at night, where mysterious blue wisps float through the air. A man in a white shirt frantically turns around in the alley, wondering where his target has disappeared to. To a loud boom sounding, the masked man suddenly appears behind the startled boy, offering a chilling, unsolicited assistance. The boy demands to know the identity of the masked stranger who has cornered him in the dark alley. Frustrated and confused, the boy questions the stranger's nature and the source of the mysterious powers at play. The masked figure mocks the boy, asking if he truly expects answers from someone of his lowly stature. To a sudden wish sounding, the masked man teleports away, leaving the boy staring at the empty space in shock. Desperate, the boy screams for the masked man to wait, reminding him of a deal they previously discussed. Grinning with sharp teeth, the boy suggests they keep the arrangement between themselves, but the masked man refuses. The masked man laughs, expressing second thoughts about working with such lowly spirits while mocking the boy's weakness. The boy angrily insists he serves no one, claiming he was forced into a contract against his own will. Standing in the alley, the masked man reiterates his clear terms. He wants Youngjin brought back to him alive. To a loud smack sounding, the boy beats his chest, vowing to retrieve Youngjin faster than the trapped old woman. The boy swears to fulfill his mission, his expression determined despite the sweating and the glowing neckmark. To a sudden whip sounding, a glowing red talisman appears on the boy's forehead, interrupting his arrogant boast. To a sharp psst sounding, the talisman burns into the boy's skin, causing the surrounding veins to bulge and pulse. The boy collapses to his knees, screaming in agony as dark shadows and purple energy erupt from his head. To a heavy slump sounding, the boy falls unconscious as the masked man warns against greed for such power. The masked figure towers over the fallen boy, observing that his body is far too small for such power. To a powerful rise sounding, the boy slowly stands up, his movement controlled by the dark forces now possessing him. The boy's inner voice questions if the deal to grant his desire still stands if he brings the target. Surrounded by a violent purple aura, the boy's eyes glow white as the mark on his forehead burns red. To a sudden whoosh sounding, the gambling spirit's purple eyes widen as the red mark on its face glows brilliantly. To a sharp whip sounding, Jiwon watches as a dark, energy-infused figure lunges forward with incredible speed and power. To a loud vroom sounding, Jiwon is caught off guard as the spirit-infused attacker charges through the air toward him. To several swoosh soundings, the attacker leaps high while Jiwon dodges a lethal horizontal swing of the massive blade. To a sudden tap sounding, the attacker lands gracefully as a dazed Jiwon coughs, struggling to regain his footing. The gambling spirit staggers backward, a creepy "ha" escaping its throat despite the physical toll of the battle. Jiwon stands his ground, coughing violently while desperately calculating how much longer his battered body can endure this combat. The purple-haired spirit mocks Jiwon's exhaustion, questioning if the boy can even survive another few minutes of the struggle. Grinning with predatory delight, the gambling spirit prepares to unleash the full extent of its dark and newfound power. Leah tries to help Huisu carry the unconscious Dogyong, her worry for their friends growing as they attempt to escape. A sudden realization strikes the group as they notice Dogyong isn't breathing, immediately heightening the life or death stakes. Jiwon stares in wide-eyed horror, his blade gripped tightly as he witnesses a terrifying new transformation in his opponent. The gambling spirit taunts Jiwon from the rooftop, claiming that his fleeing friends are taking something far more sinister. Huisu desperately performs chest compressions on the unmoving Dogyong, praying for a sign of life in the quiet alleyway. Looking down from above, the spirit asks if Dogyong has already lost his soul in this twisted game. The monster glares at Jiwon, mockingly suggesting that the group was merely desperate to provide their friend a proper funeral. To a loud dash sounding, Jiwon turns and runs, realizing he must reach the haunted antique store to find answers. To a sudden thwack sounding, the gambling spirit intercepts Jiwon, vowing not to let him escape his grasp. To a massive crash sounding, the spirit's strike sends Jiwon flying backward through the air with devastating force. To a heavy crumble sounding, the spirit approaches Jiwon, mockingly apologizing for failing to control its overwhelming dark power. The monster glares with purple eyes, warning Jiwon to try and stay alive a bit longer for its amusement. Towering over the fallen boy, the spirit prepares to deliver a final lethal command to end the struggle. The gambling spirit pauses, a look of confusion crossing its face as if sensing an unexpected shift in energy. To a loud lunge sounding, Jiwon charges with a red eye glowing, catching the spirit off guard with his speed. To a heavy leap sounding, the spirit vaults over Jiwon's strike, narrowly avoiding the glowing red edge of the blade. To a sudden whoosh sounding, red energy swirls around Jiwon's feet as he readies his next high-speed maneuver. To a sharp fsh sounding, a blur of energy streaks across the ground as the high-stakes battle intensifies. To a sharp slash sounding, Jiwon carves through the spirit, blood spraying as the shaman's blade finds its mark. To a heavy vrr sounding, the spirit grits its teeth, gathering dark purple energy to retaliate against the blow. To several loud boom and thwam soundings, the spirit unleashes a flurry of powerful punches that hammer into Jiwon. To a loud crick sounding, the spirit's clawed hand clashes violently with Jiwon's massive, glowing shaman's blade. To a loud whoosh sounding, the spirit knocks Jiwon back, the boy losing his balance under the sheer physical pressure. To a heavy tumble sounding,
Ji-won rolls across the concrete, his blade scraping the ground as he struggles to recover.
To a low hunch sounding, the spirit crouches low, its purple eyes glowing with animalistic hunger for a final victory. To a sharp pzzzt sounding, electricity-like energy crackles around the spirit's injured arm as its body begins to heal. The spirit questions the nature of the shadowy, dark energy manifesting on Ji-won's left arm as the boy stands. Ji-won pants heavily, his red eye burning with determination as the spirit mocks the hidden power up his sleeve. Back in the alley, a desperate thump sounding accompanies the heartbeat as Huisu continues his frantic efforts to save Do-kyung. Do-kyung suddenly wakes up, coughing and asking if his friends were trying to break his ribs with their CPR. Leah and Huisu look up in shock as a mysterious figure in black shoes looms over them in the alley. To a sudden whoosh sounding, the gambling spirit and Ji-won clash again, their silhouettes dancing in the chaotic nightly fight. To a sharp crack sounding, Ji-won screams in pain as he takes a direct hit from the spirit's overwhelming force. To a sharp slash and slip sounding, Ji-won manages a desperate move, his blade narrowly missing the spirit's throat. Ji-won falters, coughing and realizing that his own body might drop dead before he can defeat the gambling spirit. To several wobble and shake soundings, Ji-won's legs tremble as the spirit mocks the little brat's failing strength. To a loud vroom sounding, Ji-won swings his blade one more time, his face contorted in exhaustion and raw fury. To a loud vrr sounding, the spirit charges its fist with purple energy, readying a final and decisive strike. To a sharp fwish sounding, the spirit's clawed hand reaches out as Ji-won watches with a look of pure confusion. To a heavy thwom sounding, the spirit lands a crushing blow on Ji-won, pinning the boy to the ground. The spirit grins wickedly, confirming its suspicions about the boy's limits, while Ji-won is overwhelmed by the purple energy. To a loud wham sounding, the spirit's foot stomps down on Ji-won's chest. To a heavy thud sounding, Ji-won is driven into the cracked pavement as the gambling spirit asserts its dominance. The spirit offers a mocking agreement, suggesting they credit Ji-won for at least putting up a brief fight. To a quick tap sounding, the spirit steps on the fallen boy's arm, relishing the moment of total victory. To several swish and crack soundings, the spirit prepares to deliver a final, crushing blow to the defenseless Ji-won. To a sudden snap sounding, dark red energy surges through the boy's hand as he prepares to strike. To a sharp whoosh sounding, the purple-haired spirit is caught off guard by a projectile narrowly missing its head. To a heavy clang sounding, the boy and the spirit clash in a high-speed battle amidst the construction site. As their faces draw close, the boy realizes something is wrong with his hand, while the spirit glares back. Gripping his massive shaman's blade, the boy stares ahead with a cold, focused determination to end the fight. To a loud zing sounding, the boy delivers a blindingly fast strike that cuts through the spirit's dark defenses. To a massive wham sounding, the force of the impact sends the boy flying through the skeletal building's frame. To a low fsh sounding, the spirit is slammed into a concrete pillar, leaving the structure smoking and cracked. High above the shipping containers, a new, mysterious figure in a blue and white robe observes the battlefield. The girl with white and red hair draws her bow, her red eyes locked onto her distant target. To a sharp fwish sounding, Yu stands poised with her bow, her gaze steady and full of divine intent. Standing on a ledge, the masked man in purple robes watches the scene unfold with an amused remark. A man with brown hair and golden eyes smiles confidently, appearing unbothered by the chaos of the night. To a quick lean sounding, the golden-eyed man tells the startled glasses-wearing Huisu to step aside immediately. To a sudden reach sounding, the man lunges toward Huisu, who asks in confusion what he thinks he's doing. To a soft fwish sounding, the masked man's hand glows as a mysterious blue orb forms in his palm.
To a low crackle sounding, the masked man observes the blue wisp, his expression hidden behind his silent mask.
To several swish and frish soundings, the masked man bids his farewell, vanishing as a trail of blue energy.
Huisu and the brown-haired man look down in concern at the unconscious Do-kyung, who remains completely still.
To a quiet trickle sounding, tears stream down Do-kyung's face as he remains unresponsive on the dark ground.
Leah and Huisu scream Do-kyung's name in desperation, fearing the worst as they watch over their fallen friend. To a sudden gasp and jolt sounding, Do-kyung sits upright, his eyes snapping open in a frantic recovery. To a wet blurg sounding, Do-kyung vomits as Leah and Huisu watch, their horror turning into relieved shock. Leah rips the colorful talismans while Huisu tends to Do-kyung, and the brown-haired man prepares to take his leave. The golden-eyed man waves goodbye, advising the group to head home before the night becomes any more dangerous.
Leah asks the golden-eyed man to look after Do-kyung, and he readily agrees as they separate for safety.
Leah watches him go, quietly acknowledging that her presence would only put her friends in even more danger. The scene shifts back to the construction site, where the silent scaffolding stands against the purple-hued night sky. To a sickening drip sounding, blood spills from a deep wound as a character is struck by energy.
Yu, the rooster deity of the 12 earthly branches, glares with a single glowing red eye through the darkness.
Sweat dripping down his face, the dark-haired boy gasps for breath while staring down his divine opponent.
To a tense pull sounding, Yu draws back her bowstring, her command for power to come forth echoing. To a powerful whoosh sounding, Yu unleashes her poetry of clairvoyance, bathing the area in a brilliant white light. To a sharp twing sounding and whoosh sounding, the boy is caught in the blinding energy of Yu's strike. To a sudden leap and whiz sounding, the boy dives through the air as the building crumbles around him. Wide-eyed with shock, the boy is caught in a moment of pure disbelief at the deity's overwhelming power. To a loud zoom sounding, a beam of concentrated light carves through the construction site with devastating speed. To a crushing wham sounding, the boy is slammed against a pillar, the impact shattering the concrete behind him. To a soft top and slump sounding, Yu lands gracefully as the boy lies broken and bleeding before her.
Yu towers over the fallen boy, noting that his left arm was indeed the source she had heard about.
To a sudden grab sounding, the boy's hand clenches around the glowing blade of energy that has pierced him. To a heavy yank sounding, the boy pulls the energy blade from his shoulder, blood splattering the cold floor.
To a sharp crackle sounding, the boy's hand pulses with dark red energy as he reaches for his weapon.
To several clatter soundings, the boy's massive blade hits the ground as Yu watches him with growing concern. To a quick whip sounding, the boy maneuvers his weapon with surprising speed despite his life-threatening injuries.
To a thunderous slash sounding, a massive arc of red energy cuts through the air, forcing Yu to retreat.
Yu's expression shifts to pure shock as she is nearly caught by the boy's desperate and powerful counterattack.
To several tumble and swish soundings, Yu is sent spinning across the construction site by the blast's momentum. To a heavy done sounding, the two stand squared off again amidst the ruins of the building site. To a chilling smirk sounding, the boy reveals a predatory grin, his single red eye glowing with newfound malice. Yu smiles knowingly, confirming that Jiwon's left arm is indeed the specific source of power she sought. A quiet suburban street sits silently under the purple-hued, cloudy night sky as the battle rages elsewhere.
An old woman with white hair sits in a somber room while a small white dog hangs trapped against the wall.
Tears flow down the old woman's face as she stares blankly, overwhelmed by a deep sense of loss. A dark vision depicts a purple-eyed figure ruthlessly attacking a student, haunting the old woman's troubled thoughts. To a heavy loom sounding, the golden-eyed man, Shin, casually enters the room while smoking a cigarette. Shin offers a dismissive remark as the old woman rises from her seat to confront the unexpected intruder. To several wriggle and crackle soundings, the old woman transforms into a terrifying, shadowy, demonic entity with glowing eyes.
To a sharp swish sounding, Shin flickers his hand with calm confidence, seemingly unbothered by the monster's appearance.
To several grab and yank soundings, Shin seizes the beast's dark energy tendrils with effortless and overwhelming strength.
To a sharp squeeze sounding, the golden-eyed man crushes the spirit's dark energy within his powerful grip. To a loud crrr sounding, a massive and grotesque tree-like spirit manifests, towering over the small room.
Wrapped in thick, dark tentacles, Shin calmly continues smoking and mocks the creature's supposedly best effort.
To a sharp zwoom sounding, the monster rages, promising to wring its opponent into a pile of rags. To a thunderous kaboom sounding, a massive explosion of light and energy completely consumes the demonic lair. To a heavy boom sounding, Shin walks out of the smoke entirely unscathed, asking the spirit if it is finished. Shin reveals a predatory grin, identifying himself as Son Ogong, the legendary deity known as the Monkey King. The Monkey King commands his power to come forth, his fist glowing with intense, fiery golden energy.
To several flare and swish soundings, Shin manifests his massive flaming polearm and begins a whirlwind of strikes.
To a loud whoosh sounding, Shin executes a powerful downward strike, clearing the remaining shadows with a single blow.
Shin prepares his next devastating move, announcing the technique blazing fireballs with a confident, sharp-eyed smirk. Shin swings his polearm as several brilliant, glowing orbs of fire appear in the air around him. To several boom and kaboom soundings, the fireballs detonate in a massive chain reaction that levels the building. To several boom soundings, a couple in the city watches the distant bright explosions, mistaking them for fireworks. Shin takes a casual selfie amidst the fiery ruins, identified as the monkey deity of the 12 earthly branches.
Against a backdrop of brilliant fireworks, the title for Chapter 36, Singularity, appears over the devastated landscape.
To several clatter soundings, Shin looks down at the small, broken spirit remaining among the smoldering debris. To several sweep and grasp soundings, the emaciated spirit crawls desperately toward the fragments of a broken porcelain jar. To a loud clatter sounding, the spirit weeps, lamenting its failure to protect its dear children from the destruction. The spirit's face is contorted in pure agony as it realizes it has utterly failed its mysterious mission. To a sharp thunk sounding, Shin brings his flaming weapon down, decisively ending the weeping spirit's existence.
Shin stands as a dark silhouette, leaning on his massive polearm as the light of the fires fades.
Shin glares with glowing eyes, questioning how a wretched manifestation of animosity could ever presume to be human.
To a low fsh sounding, a pair of small white dog legs protrude from under a fallen concrete beam. Shin looks down with a look of pure confusion, noticing the trapped animal buried under the heavy rubble.
To several raise, crumble, and bonk soundings, Shin lifts the heavy debris to rescue the dazed white dog.
To a heavy thunk sounding, the scene shifts back to the construction site where Jiwon and Yu clash.
To a sharp slash sounding, Yu swings her bladed bow, carving a wide arc through the dusty air.
To several leap and thunk soundings, Jiwon dives through the air as Yu's strike shatters the ground beneath him.
Yu looks on with amusement, noting that Lord Jia was correct about the nature of Ji-won's power. Yu glares at the boy, identifying the dark and chaotic energy within him as the Black Dragon. To a quick whip sounding, Yu draws her bow and commands her divine power to come forth once more. To a loud zing sounding, a beam of concentrated energy strikes Ji-won's arm with incredible, piercing speed. To a loud bang sounding, spectral white chains suddenly manifest and wrap tightly around the startled Ji-won. To a loud rattle sounding, the divine chains pull taut, anchoring the boy firmly against a concrete pillar. To several clank soundings, more chains surge from the ground to ensure Ji-won remains completely immobilized. To a heavy do-doom sounding, Ji-won hangs helplessly bound by the chains, struggling to break free from Yu's trap. To several clang and swipe soundings, Yu closes the distance, her bladed weapon ready to finish the fight. To a loud loom sounding, the white-haired deity stands victoriously over the pinned shaman, her bow glowing with power. To a soft fsh sounding, Yu holds her blade to Ji-won's throat as he desperately asks her to wait. Yu stands over Ji-won, ready to strike as a soft fsh sounding marks the glow of her energy blade. A figure with glowing red eyes and blood-splattered features emerges from the dark, oppressive shadows of his inner power. In an intense close-up, Yu's eyes widen as she focuses intently on her immobilized and wounded opponent. Looking pained and determined, Yu tightly grips her silver weapon, bracing herself for the final, difficult stroke. Waddling into the scene, the white dog barks a firm command for the deity to immediately cease her attack. To a loud clang sounding, Ji-won's massive blade hits the floor as he remains helpless within the divine chains. The white dog checks on the wounded boy, noting that his current form is a significant and complicated matter. A haunting vision shows 3 children, highlighting the boy's transformation into something unrecognizable from his past self. Yu stands silently, the ornate rooster emblem on her blue robe visible as she faces away from the group. To a heavy step sounding, Shin interrupts the execution, casually questioning if Yu's lethal approach is excessive. With a confident smirk, Shin asks why the deity would bother attacking such a vulnerable and defenseless human. Yu's expression shifts to utter disbelief as she realizes the boy's true nature as a mere human. Shin continues to mock Yu's actions, reminding her that their superiors are not present to witness her overkill. To a quick whish sounding, Yu retreats in a blur of motion, looking physically unwell from the sudden interruption. To a light rustle sounding, Shin turns his attention toward the fallen boy as the dog barks in concern. Shin watches with mild amusement as the emaciated, purple-eyed spirit attempts to crawl away from the debris. Shin laughs, noting the spirit still has business to finish as Yu prepares to fire a final strike. To a sharp twang sounding, the spirit screams for mercy, while Yu unleashes her divine arrow into the air. To a quick whiz sounding, the arrow strikes the spirit's forehead as it curses an old hag in agony. To a powerful whoosh sounding, the spirit is consumed by blinding white light, its form beginning to shatter completely. To a sharp crackle sounding, the wretched spirit disintegrates into a cloud of dark ash and divine energy. A tattered talisman lies on the ground, the spirit's final words echoing faintly as its presence fades away. To a quick whish sounding, the fragment of the broken seal glows with a final, eerie pulse of energy. To a loud swoosh sounding, the dark energy clears from the city street under the bright full moon. An aerial view of the devastation reveals a cross-shaped light where the deity's power struck the earth. Shin and Yu discuss the spirit's persistence, with Shin jokingly suggesting she did a poor job initially. Shin notes that the restlessness of the spirits is a sign that something is deeply wrong with the world. To several wet slap soundings, the dog hits Ji-won's face with its paws, trying to wake him up. Yu and Shin stand together, observing the dog's efforts while the tension of the battle finally begins to dissipate. The scene shifts to a quiet building at night, where the group has presumably moved to seek safety. Inside a somber room, Shin, Yu, and the white dog sit vigil over the unconscious, bandaged Ji-won. Bandaged and unconscious, Ji-won lies on a bed as the group identifies his body as a sentient shell. The title for Chapter 37, Provisional Measures, appears over the image of the heavily injured and resting boy. Looking troubled, Yu admits she cannot understand how Ji-won's body has taken on such a unique state. A flashback reveals that Ji-won's body began moving with its own sentient will after he broke the seal. Surrounded by malevolent red hands, the vision depicts how countless spirits once swarmed to claim the boy's body. Lying broken in the rain, the vision shows the boy's life force fading away as his vessel grew weak. Under a full moon, the spirit of the original master attempted to re-enter his body, but found it changed. Red energy pulses around the master's hand as he tries to reclaim his vessel through an ancient divine ritual. The attempt to return was violently rejected, the body's new sentience repelling the original master with white light. Yu summarizes the incredible situation, realizing the body absorbed the dog's power and established a new, unique master. The white dog looks grumpy while Yu reacts with anger, mentioning the fundamental laws of the natural order. Shin and Yu share a silent, heavy moment of realization as they process the gravity of Ji-won's condition. The dark-haired boy in the vision looks blankly ahead, seemingly stripped of all memories from his past life. Looking down with a somber expression, Yu acknowledges that the current events align with Lord Ja's earlier warnings. With glowing red eyes, Yu threatens the boy while a hand in the foreground signals a sarcastic agreement. A dark vision warns that the boy could be shredded and sealed away again if his power becomes unmanageable. Shin reacts with exaggerated shock as the white dog snaps at him, ending the session of questioning. The group listens as the white dog reveals a specific request that it needs Shin and Yu to fulfill. Looking up toward the ceiling, Shin makes a dismissive remark about the lack of modern amenities, like Wi-Fi. The white dog warns Shin that his current efforts will likely be in vain, sparking a defiant response from the deity. Yu reflects on the diverging paths of their lives and the precise moment the boy was originally sealed away. Standing in silence, the black-haired boy's yellow eyes glow with a haunting intensity against the stark white background. The night sky is filled with billowing white clouds as the city below rests under the peaceful glow of the stars. Shin mockingly warns Yu that she is close to death while she panics, desperately shouting for him to stop his antics. Realizing the corruption extends to the boy's entire body, Yu contemplates the dire consequences as she visualizes his internal state. Yu reacts with horror to a grim vision of the boy, while Shin casually tells her not to be so dramatic. Yu wails about being hated by a human, as Shin suggests killing Lord Jin to save themselves further trouble. To a firm grab sounding, Yu tries to restrain Shin as he confidently decides to handle the remaining mess himself. Looking deeply troubled, Yu questions what will happen if the boy's memories return, fearing the true extent of his capabilities. To a loud screech sounding, a car arrives as Shin and Yu finally agree to follow the dog's plan. Shin asks Yu to relay the situation to Lord Ja, leaving the white-haired deity looking completely stunned by the sudden request. Shin climbs into the car, leaving Yu to wonder if he ever actually intended to carry out the execution.
Complaining about Shin's dismissive attitude, Yu follows him into the vehicle and demands a lift to her next destination.
The scene transitions to the rooftops of the city at night, where the buildings stand quiet under a vast, cloudy sky.
Bandaged and resting, Do-gyung tells the white dog to stop staring as he struggles to find comfort in his bed.
To a sudden rise sounding, Do-gyung sits up and grumbles that the dog's intense gaze made it impossible to sleep.
The white dog warns that his recent actions were harmful, but Do-gyung argues he was told the power was beneficial. The white dog reveals the startling truth that the boy's left arm no longer belongs to him, surprising Do-gyung.
Gritty flashbacks depict several past battles where various parts of the boy's body were systematically targeted and claimed by dark energy. Looking somber, the white dog asks Do-gyung if he realized his physical form was being slowly consumed by the corruption. The dog bluntly reveals that the parasitic arm is actually his own property, leaving the bandaged boy looking down in silence. Do-gyung shouts that the dog is the truly dangerous one after the animal continues to criticize his misuse of divine power. Do-gyung laments that his biggest threat was right beside him, while the dog admits to his early deceptions and omissions.
Do-gyung accuses the dog of hiding the truth, but the animal claims the right opportunity to explain never presented itself.
A collage of past memories shows the countless moments where the white dog could have told Do-gyung about his transformation. With a dark and suspicious glare, Do-gyung questions if he can ever trust the dog's advice again after such lies. A nightmarish red vision of weeping figures reflects the deep-seated trauma and chaotic spirits still lingering within the boy's consciousness. Through a window under the night sky, the title for Chapter 38, A Sleepless Night, appears over the quiet room. Do-gyung sits on his bed, firmly asserting that the house is his, while the white dog watches him with silent concern. In a tense exchange, Do-gyung orders the white dog to get out while the animal questions if he truly means it. To a loud swa sounding, a heavy rainstorm begins to drench the city streets under the oppressive weight of dark clouds. The white dog sits alone on a doorstep, staring out into the pouring rain as he remains separated from his ward. Looking into a mirror, Do-gyung is startled to find his wounds have vanished, leaving him staring at a seemingly healthy body. To a sudden shove sounding, Do-gyung pushes the dog away while shouting for it to stop whatever it was trying to do. As the sun shines over the school, a student comments on how busy Do-gyung has been throughout the early morning. Students gossip in the hallway, wondering if Do-gyung's recent behavior is just acting practice or if he truly needs to apologize. Classmates laugh about a past slapping incident, dismissing it as a joke while the boy remains hunched over his desk in silence. Leah and her friend discuss Do-gyung's reputation, wondering if he is attempting to play the role of a reformed bully. A dramatic student theorizes that a parallel universe villain possessed Do-gyung, much to the boy's visible and silent frustration. Smiling at his phone, a student checks his progress and notes that he only has 2 more people left to find. Students mock Do-gyung's sudden urge to apologize, while Leah indignantly defends him, claiming none of the past trouble was his fault. Leah complains that Sanu was the one who cursed Do-gyung simply because he lost a middle school class president vote. To several lunge and zwoom soundings, Leah chases after Do-gyung while her friend mentions an old misunderstanding involving White Day chocolates. The boy with glasses explains that Sanu's grudge started when Leah and Do-gyung ate the chocolates he left in her locker. The classroom atmosphere becomes tense as students notice Do-gyung approaching Sanu, who looks visibly nervous and sweats with fear. Do-gyung stands tall over the cowering Sun-woo, who has a bandage on his forehead and seems to expect another confrontation. Surprising the entire class, Do-gyung places a gentle hand on Sen-yu's shoulder, presumably offering an unexpected and genuine apology for the past.
Do-gyung smiles while assuring his classmates that everything is fine, leaving a stunned Leah staring at him in utter disbelief.
Standing by a window, Do-gyung reviews the class roster while Leah watches him, worried that his change in personality is extreme.
Looking apprehensive, the girl with long black hair stares off camera with a bead of sweat on her face.
In the school hallway, a boy watches the black-haired girl walk away, thinking she is an angel in disguise.
Looking troubled, Youngjin stares at his phone while a girl and a teacher-like figure watch him from behind. To a sudden "huh" sounding, Youngjin is interrupted from his phone by the girl with long black hair standing nearby. The girl leans in close to whisper that she knows Youngjin was the one who rescued her and Do-gyung. To a quick dash sounding, the girl runs off, leaving a confused Youngjin holding a pistachio chocolate drink. Youngjin's friends mock him, covering their faces in exasperation as they misunderstand his relationship with the two prettiest girls.
A soft memory shows Huisu brightly waving and wishing Youngjin a good morning through a window.
Holding a blue soda, Do-gyung approaches Youngjin with a gentle smile and asks how he has been holding up.
To a loud "ah" sounding, a dark vision depicts Do-gyung violently attacking someone with glowing red eyes.
Do-gyung rubs his neck sheepishly, admitting things aren't great and that he has a therapy session booked.
Looking skeptical, Youngjin asks why he was called out, while Do-gyung claims he won't answer any questions. Youngjin looks directly at Do-gyung, explaining that he simply had something important he wanted to say to him. The two boys stand in a quiet parking lot, sharing a heavy moment of silence during their private conversation. Sitting on a bench, Youngjin praises Do-gyung's past actions as cool, causing the other boy to look flustered. A glowing blue spirit with weeping eyes is held aloft, emanating a mystical and mournful aura. A dark, imposing figure wearing a traditional ha-ho mask stares forward with glowing, malevolent red eyes. Looking at a photo of an elderly woman, Youngjin wonders if Do-gyung mistook her face for a mask. To several chatter soundings, Youngjin watches a group of girls gossip in the hallway from a distance. To several beep and a sharp clack sounding, a tablet displays a history lecture titled History in Style. The white dog lies on the bed watching the lecture until Youngjin returns, signaling it's time to leave. The history lecturer on screen says his goodbyes as the white dog looks up at Youngjin with curiosity. The white dog asks to join Youngjin, but the boy explains it is a school retreat and he cannot. Annoyed, Youngjin tells the dog to shut off the video so he can sleep, confusing the ancient animal. To a firm tug sounding, Youngjin pulls on a black hoodie while preparing for his upcoming school trip. As Youngjin puts on his shoes, the white dog reminds him to bring the shaman's blade for protection. Under a bright sun, students gather by school buses, while a classmate asks Youngjin if he made up with Huisu. Youngjin's friends tease him about his secret meetings, prompting the boy to angrily insist she is not his girlfriend. To a loud shout sounding, Youngjin reacts defensively when a friend suggests Huisu was wearing his borrowed clothes. Leah arrives looking radiant in a pink shirt, holding a gift bag decorated with two cute cartoon cats. Surrounded by teasing friends, Leah hands the gift to a flustered Youngjin, hoping that he will like it. To a quick dash sounding, Leah runs away while the boys clamor to see the contents of the bag. To several sniff soundings, the boys investigate the gift, finding a sweet note and treats inside the bag. Youngjin looks off to the side with a stunned expression as his friends continue to hover and shout nearby. Do-gyung scratches his head with a nervous smile, looking much more relaxed than in their previous tense encounters. Eating a snack, a friend jokingly wonders which girl or rival Youngjin will have to deal with next.
On the bus, Do-gyung apologizes for sitting with Youngjin, but Youngjin assures him that it is perfectly fine.
Do-gyung smiles warmly, admitting that he simply wanted to become friends with Youngjin after everything they went through. To loud sputter and vroom soundings, the school buses travel along a winding mountain road under a clear sky. Youngjin stares out the bus window at the passing forest while Doogyong sleeps soundly on his shoulder. Spotting something unusual, Youngjin looks toward the dark tree line and wonders what is hiding within the thick woods. To a sudden swish sounding, a long trail of white hair streaks through the dark forest and vanishes. To a sharp jab sounding, a panicked Youngjin wakes his friend, shouting about the white figure he just saw. To a loud yawn sounding, the other students dismiss Youngjin's claim, jokingly suggesting he saw a legendary tiger spirit.
To nudge and turn soundings, the boy with glasses looks up from his tablet, intrigued by the mention of spirits. The boy with glasses enthusiastically explains the urban legend of the Jangsan tiger, a creature that imitates human voices. Youngjin eats a traditional snack while Dogyong laughs, while Leah sits nearby looking pensively at her notebook.
As the students sleep and play, the scene shifts to the vast, peaceful mountains under a bright blue sky.
A roadside sign indicates that the National Youth Center is only 250 meters away.
To a final swish sounding, a glimpse of long white hair disappears behind a tree in the deep woods. A dark silhouette with glowing yellow eyes hides behind a gnarled tree, long white hair trailing down. Close-up on the creature's face reveals large yellow eyes and a glowing red talisman on its forehead. Sunlight shines on the National Youth Center building as an instructor demands everyone change into their gym clothes. Students grumble about the immediate activity, while a man in a red cap directs the crowd. In the hallway, the instructor leads a group of students wearing matching black and green tracksuits. A student sets down a lunch tray containing a corn dog and curry rice with a sudden sharp clack sounding. To a quick clatter sounding, another student takes their meal while moving through the busy school cafeteria. The boy with glasses greets Youngjin enthusiastically, noticing his friend looks exhausted with deep dark circles. Holding the program schedule, the boy with glasses excitedly discusses the upcoming test of courage and paranormal activity. Looking pumped, the boy with glasses explains the legend of the Jangsan tiger, a fast-moving mountain spirit. While Youngjin eats, the boy with glasses mentions that Huisu has seen down since the gambling spirit incident. The boy with glasses boasts about his superior swordsmanship while making quick slicing motions with his hands.
Huisu is startled as her friend drags her toward the convenience store, interrupting her private thoughts.
At night, the boy with glasses thanks Youngjin for joining him, though Youngjin notes he lacks his blade. To several step soundings, the two boys sneak through the dark woods, worrying about being caught by teachers. The boy with glasses explains that the Jangsan tiger is a shapeshifter that reads the memories of its prey. Youngjin uses a flashlight to scan the forest while his friend continues sharing unsettling details about the spirit. Youngjin jokes about being the tiger himself, but his friend dismisses it, trusting his handheld spirit detector. To a loud pizzette sounding, the detector screen fills with red static, causing the boys to panic. To a sudden jolt sounding, a voice shouts at the boys, demanding to know why they aren't back. The two boys flee toward the distant light of the building as a mysterious voice calls to them. Youngjin stops and looks back into the dark tree line, sweating and sensing something is terribly wrong. To a tired yawn sounding, Youngjin stands outside the lodge doors, deciding it is time to head to bed. The boy with glasses begs Youngjin to help him find dropped equipment, looking visibly scared to go alone. Deep in the mountain woods, Youngjin questions how much further they must go to find the missing gear. Youngjin spots a danger sign near a cliff's edge and reacts with shock at the treacherous proximity. To a sharp yank sounding, Youngjin grabs his friend's sleeve, yelling at him for ignoring the warning sign. The boy with glasses turns around with glowing yellow eyes and a sinister grin while whispering Youngjin's name. In the classroom earlier, Huisu's friend asks if she has a crush, which Huisu quickly and nervously denies. Lying on her bed, The friend teases Huisu about having something going on with a certain boy from class.
The friend suggests Huisu give herself a tarot reading, claiming her predictions are always accurate. Laughing, the friend leans in as Huisu begins laying out cards on the floor to check her fortune.
Huisu looks horrified as she stares at the tarot cards, wondering what kind of person the reading represents. The two girls gasp in terror as they stare down at a chilling card that has just been revealed.
The death card lies face up, showing a skeletal knight on a white horse, signaling a grave omen.
Back in the woods, the creature imitates the boy with glasses, terrifying young Jin with its inhuman eyes. To a rattle sounding, a foot kicks the warning sign aside, chains clinking near the dangerous ledge. Young Jin falls backward off the cliff's edge while the creature in his friend's form watches from above.
Half of the boy's face sloughs away to reveal the long white hair and monstrous features of the tiger.
The chapter title, Jokdu, Shaman's Blade, appears as the creature fully reveals its terrifying hybrid form. A shadowy figure with yellow eyes peers over the cliff edge, demanding that the boy be brought back. A traditional mask appears through the static and smoke, its frozen smile hiding a malevolent intent. The tiger spirit snarls with sharp teeth, struggling with an internal command to not harm its prey.
To several rustle, crack, and thump soundings, Yongjin tumbles through the thick brush during his fall.
To a loud splash sounding, Yongjin hits the water at the bottom of the ravine, flailing in the dark. The full moon shines brightly through an opening in the forest canopy, casting a cold light over the scene. To a quick dash sounding, Yongjin runs through the dark forest, desperate to escape whatever is hunting him.
Mist swirls between the dark trees of the mountain forest, creating an eerie and claustrophobic atmosphere. High above, the dense tree line reaches toward the night sky, as the moon remains hidden behind clouds.
Huisu finds young Jin in the woods and explains her tarot reading warned he was in grave danger.
A firm grab sounding occurs as a white-sleeved hand takes hold of Yongjin, who looks on in bewildered shock. In the woods, Huisu holds Yongjin's hand, leading him while he stammers in confusion about her sudden forwardness.
An unsettling smile creeps across Huisu's face as her eyes turn a hollow, haunting gray beside the sweating boy. Looking away with a nervous blush, Yongjin suggests that they wait until they are back at the lodge to link arms. Not exactly the time for a date, buddy. To a sudden snap sounding, the creature's face distorts with yellow eyes and sharp teeth, mocking Yongjin's recent phone call. Yongjin recoils in terror as a quick swoosh sounding signals something moving rapidly through the darkness. To a sharp whip sounding, massive black hair tendrils wrap around Yongjin's ankle and hoist him violently into the air. Yongjin hangs helpless and upside down as the monster sways him with its hair while he dangles above the ground. The yellow-eyed creature looms over the boy, commenting on the terrible timing of the girl who just called him. Tilting its head with a malicious gaze, the spirit mocks how much it looks like the girl from his memories. Standing under the moonlight, the spirit tauntingly points out that it is even wearing the clothes from the boy's mind. The creature leans in close with hypnotic yellow eyes, coldly commanding young Jin to go to sleep. To a painful squeeze sounding, the hair tightens around Yongjin's neck while he gasps for air in the dark woods. In a flashback, Yongjin remembers dismissing the idea of bringing the shaman's blade, thinking it was a ridiculous suggestion. To a mystical whish sounding, Yongjin summons red energy into his hand, regretting his decision to leave his protection behind. Dark red energy begins to crackle and solidify as the handle of the spiritual weapon manifests within the boy's desperate grasp. Young Jin's fingers close tightly around the wrapped handle of the blade as glowing embers fill the surrounding air.
To a thunderous boom sounding, a massive slash of red energy erupts from the blade, catching the spirit off guard.
A powerful slash sounding tears through the thick strands of hair, freeing the boy from the creature's suffocating grip. To a heavy fsh sounding, a cloud of dust and spiritual energy settles as Yongjin recovers from his fall. Emerging from the smoke, the creature stands in the distance, its long white hair flowing as its yellow eyes glow. The shaman's heavy blade stands embedded in the ground, dripping with dark ichor and surrounded by swirling black smoke.
Yongjin stands ready for battle, the massive cleaver-like blade emitting a sinister black aura as he stares down his foe. Yongjin's left eye glows a brilliant, demonic red as he looks at the blade in stunned and fearful confusion. To a low whoosh sounding, the weapon continues to pulse with a dark, shadowy energy that seems to have a life of its own. Staring at his own reflection in the steel, Yongjin wonders what has happened to the blade and his own body.
To a sharp crackle sounding, Yongjin's leg is infused with spiritual power, forcing him into a sudden, explosive movement.
To a thunderous zwoom sounding, Yongjin is propelled forward with supernatural speed, his blade cutting through the very air.
Sensing the impending strike, the white-haired spirit screams for the boy to hang on and stop his attack.
To stumble and leap soundings, Yongjin continues his relentless pursuit, his movements seemingly controlled by the weapon's dark will.
To several heavy thump soundings, the impact of the battle shakes the trees as Yongjin swings with crushing force.
With a desperate cry, Yongjin performs a lunging strike, his eyes wide as he realizes he cannot stop himself. Panting and gasping for breath, Yongjin realizes with horror that his body is once again moving entirely on its own. A sudden, sharp movement occurs as a blurred silhouette flickers across the scene during the chaotic struggle. To a resounding wham sounding, Yongjin's blade strikes a massive tree trunk, sending splinters flying through the dark. Yongjin collapses to his knees and clutches his head, groaning in pain as the spiritual possession begins to fade. Peering through the dense woods, the boy realizes he must defeat the Jangsan tiger before it consumes everything. To a soft flutter sounding, a white skirt brushes against the gnarled roots of a tree as someone approaches.
A mysterious woman with flowing dark hair and a white dress stands in the moonlight, her face shrouded in shadow. To a heavy step sounding, Yongjin charges forward with his blade raised, refusing to be deceived by any more illusions.
Yongjin prepares to strike as a loud raise sounding accompanies the heavy blade being lifted high above his head. The woman pleads for him to stop, her voice filled with desperation as the boy continues his deadly assault. A horrific slash of blood crosses the screen, while a memory of a comforting hug flashes through Yongjin's mind. The woman in the white dress is struck and falls backward, blood trailing from the terrible wound Yongjin just inflicted.
A distorted memory shows two figures in a car, their faces washed out by a bright and blinding light.
An elderly person's mouth opens in a silent, agonizing scream as they are overcome by a wave of grief. A blood-red hand reaches out toward a blurry white figure in a scene filled with static and sorrow. Tears stream down the face of an old woman as she points an accusing finger while screaming in rage. To a resonant clang sounding, the shaman's blade falls to the grassy ground as Yongjin's strength finally gives out. Yongjin hunches over and releases a primal scream of agony, tears dripping from his face as he collapses in the woods. To a quick whoosh sounding, the white-haired spirit's hair billows wildly as it hovers over the fallen boy. To a thunderous boom sounding, a powerful shockwave tears through the forest floor, leaving deep gouges in the dirt. To a sudden whoosh sounding, a swirling vortex of energy surrounds the fallen boy,
shielding him from the creature's hair. Invoking the flowing mirror technique, the shaman boy creates a defensive barrier while a sharp zing sound rings out. Glowing yellow eyes pierce through a veil of thick, dark hair as the monster looms in the oppressive darkness. To several sharp crack soundings, the crystalline barrier begins to fracture under the immense pressure of the spirit's attack. To a sudden shatter sounding, the barrier explodes into pieces, revealing the monstrous spirit lurking within the smoke. The spirit's face appears in a terrifying close-up, its yellow eyes wide and teeth bared in a silent snarl. To a soft flutter sounding, the shaman boy in his ceremonial robes stands ready, his gaze steady and focused. The shaman boy demands his friend pull it together while Yongjin remains slumped on the ground in a daze. To a thunderous boom sounding, the spirit morphs into a massive, hairy beast with glowing yellow eyes. To a quick flap sounding, the shaman boy opens his fan and calls for a powerful spirit to come forth. To a massive whoosh sounding, the shaman boy unleashes the winds of frost, trapping the beast in a freezing vortex. To a sharp slash sounding, Yongjin swings his dark blade through the swirling winds, cutting toward his target. A heavy thud sounding accompanies Yongjin's eyes glowing a predatory yellow as a sinister grin spreads across his face. To a sudden lunge sounding, the shaman boy leaps forward, his eyes narrowed as he tracks Yongjin's chaotic movements. To a resonant clang sounding, the shaman boy uses his fan to parry a powerful overhead strike from Yongjin's blade. To a sharp snap sounding, the shaman boy strains against the dark energy of the blade, his resolve unyielding. To a high-pitched sizzle sounding, sparks fly as the shaman boy realizes the overwhelming spiritual pressure behind the boy's attack. To several crackle soundings, Yongjin's yellow-eyed gaze turns manic as he shatters the shaman's defense. To a thunderous shatter sounding, Yongjin lunges forward with his broken blade, forcing the shaman boy into a retreat. Yongjin mocks the shaman boy, declaring that his power is far more formidable than any clumsy emulation of divinity. To a sharp flap sounding, the shaman boy is thrown backward by the force of a dark frost attack. To a massive whoosh sounding, a vortex of dark energy and debris erupts, tearing through the forest landscape. To a sudden whirl sounding, the shaman boy pins Yongjin to the ground, trying to restrain the boy's possession. Standing amidst the settling dust, the shaman boy wonders if the creature just emulated the ancient power of gods. Yongjin's face is twisted into a malevolent mask of joy and madness while he lets out a chilling laugh. The chapter title Jangsan Tiger 3 appears as the shaman boy and his possessed friend prepare for another clash. The two faces of the shaman boy are shown, one twisted with malicious intent and the other filled with shock. To a quick flap sounding, the possessed boy mimics the winds of frost technique, his yellow eyes burning bright. To a sharp flap sounding, the shaman boy uses his fan to disperse the incoming frost attack with precision. To a resounding shatter sounding, the shaman boy shatters the spirit's imitation of his own flowing mirror technique. The shaman boy calls his opponent a wretched fool, dismissing the spirit's attempts to copy his sacred techniques. With a fierce gaze, the shaman boy questions if the spirit truly thought its emulation could stand a chance. A golden tiger symbol glows brightly on the shaman boy's fan as he invokes the power of the earthly branch. To a sharp whip sounding, the shaman boy snaps his fan shut and prepares to deliver a decisive blow. To a massive slam sounding, the shaman boy strikes the ground, unleashing a pillar of brilliant golden spiritual energy. The shaman boy invokes the mountain of might, tiger stripes appearing on his face as his eyes glow gold. To a thunderous rumble sounding, a massive avalanche of rock and spiritual power descends upon the battlefield. To a heavy rumble sounding, The spirit is buried beneath a landslide of jagged stones and crushing earthen weight.
To a thunderous kaboom sounding, the spirit leaps away just as the terrain is completely obliterated by the shaman's power.
A close-up shows a sturdy black boot stepping firmly into the churned earth as a new combatant arrives.
A masked figure in black tactical gear leaps toward the white-haired spirit, their movement incredibly swift and precise. To a sharp grab sounding, the masked figure reaches for their weapon while their expressionless mask stares down the beast. To a sudden fling sounding, the masked warrior spins through the air, their blade slicing a path through the darkness. To a resonant clang sounding, the shaman boy parries another strike, his focus entirely on the chaotic battle unfolding. To a quick zwoom sounding, the masked fighter executes a rapid spin attack, their weapon a blur of lethal motion. The shaman boy gasps in surprise as a sudden development in the fight catches him completely off guard. To a powerful lunge sounding, the masked figure moves to protect the trembling Youngjin, who looks on in shock. To a heavy billow sounding, a cloud of smoke erupts as the masked figure retreats with the unconscious boy. Youngjin and the shaman boy are tossed backward by a massive whoosh-sounding blast of spiritual energy. A swish-sounding gust whips through the dark forest as a weapon spins toward the monster in the moonlight. Standing before the white-haired spirit, the masked fighter asks what the beast is waiting for. The white-haired spirit snarls with glowing yellow eyes, its mouth filled with jagged, predatory teeth. To a sharp dart sounding, the masked warrior moves with blurring speed across the dark battlefield. A bright full moon shines over the forest, casting deep shadows through the gnarled canopy. Youngjin watches in horror as his friend collapses with a heavy slump sounding amidst a smoke poof. Youngjin tries to steady the shaman boy, who is coughing up blood after the brutal attack. To a quick glance sounding, the injured shaman boy warns his friend that they will be pursued. Looking at his watch, the shaman boy tells Youngjin to survive until 11 o'clock. To a sudden stagger sounding, the shaman boy braces for a new threat, while Youngjin expresses confusion. To a roar and lunge sounding, the spirit charges, a red seal glowing on its forehead. The shaman boy commands the currents to disperse, while the monster's eyes glow with intense power. To a massive swoosh sounding, a dark vortex of energy erupts from the shaman boy's defensive stance. To a quick flop sounding, the shaman boy dismisses the spirit's imitation of his sacred techniques. The shaman boy calls for his spirit to come forth, his fan glowing with golden energy. To a sharp zing sounding, the shaman boy unleashes his waves of frost across the forest floor. To several loud crackle soundings, jagged pillars of ice erupt, trapping the beast in a frozen prison. To a sudden whoosh sounding, the ice solidifies into a massive protective structure around the boys. To a sharp whiz sounding, several thrown blades pierce through the ice, catching the shaman off guard. To a sudden spring sounding, the shaman boy leaps into the air to evade the incoming projectiles. To a sharp shink sounding, a blade strikes the shaman boy's shoulder, spraying blood into the air. Youngjin screams in panic as he watches his friend sustain a serious, bloody injury. To a sudden jolt sounding, Youngjin is warned to stop relying on the black dragon's dark power. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the bleeding shaman boy demands that Youngjin just run. To a resonant thwack sounding, the masked fighter kicks the shaman boy, sending him flying backward. To a thunderous crash sounding, the force of the fight obliterates trees in the dark forest. A tense split screen shows the masked warrior's calm gaze against Youngjin's face, which is full of terror. To a sudden beep sounding, the white-haired spirit screams while being constricted by the shaman's ice. To a low beep sounding, the masked fighter stands ready with a long blade as Youngjin watches. To a sharp flap sounding, the shaman boy grips his fan tightly, preparing for one final gambit. To a massive whoosh sounding, the shaman boy invokes a heavenly decree under the bright moonlight. To a soft flutter sounding, the masked figure and the spirit watch the shaman boy's rising aura. To a thunderous kaboom sounding, a massive shockwave of spiritual energy tears through the battlefield. To a sharp slash sounding, blood sprays as the masked fighter is caught in the sudden explosion. To a loud scree sounding, the white-haired spirit is overwhelmed by a blinding pillar of light. To a sudden whoosh sounding, the light consumes the monster, leaving nothing but smoke and debris. To a quick swish sounding, the shaman boy declares that the hour of Jah is his terrain. To a massive whoosh sounding, the shaman boy stands triumphant as the spiritual winds begin to settle. Youngjin looks on in total bewilderment, asking himself what on earth just happened.
Turning his head, the shaman boy wonders about the identity of the mysterious masked fighter.
Youngjin screams in shock as a spirit's severed head rolls toward him with a wheeze and cough. To a low fsh sounding, the spirit's remains begin to dissolve into a dark, shadowy smoke.
The masked fighter points a blade at the boys, asking if they still dare to fight.
To a sudden lunge sounding, the masked warrior charges forward with lethal, calculated intent.
To a quick leap sounding, the shaman boy tries to parry a strike as black ink sprays.
To a sharp whip sounding, the masked fighter draws another blade for a dual-wielding attack.
To a resonant clang sounding, the shaman boy uses his fan to block a powerful sword strike. To a quick flap sounding, the shaman boy narrowly avoids a lethal slash from the masked figure. To a soft puff and grab sounding, the shaman boy catches the masked warrior by surprise. To a massive slam sounding, the blue-robed boy crashes into the earth, sending debris and dust flying everywhere.
Holding down a masked foe, the black-haired boy in blue robes questions the intruder's true motives for appearing.
To a sharp crack sounding, the boy's hand exerts pressure on the white mask, demanding to know who sent him. To a thunderous boom sounding, a giant pillar of swirling dark energy erupts, nearly swallowing the young shaman in shadows.
Gripping a vibrant pattern fan, the boy invokes a heavenly decree as powerful spiritual winds whip around him.
To a soft rustle sounding, hooves move through the tall grass as a mysterious animal presence approaches in the darkness. To a sudden pause sounding, the boy's hand tenses over his fan, sensing a shift in the mystical forest's energy. To a massive whoosh sounding, a tusked water deer emerges from the mystical smoke, watching the boy with intent. To a sharp whip sounding, the boy faces the deer with suspicion, unsure of this strange new forest encounter.
Glancing over his shoulder, the blue-robed boy maintains his stoic composure despite the bizarre turn of the battle. Closing his fan, the shaman commands the spiritual currents to disperse, clearing the thick, dark mist from the area.
To a sudden poof sounding, Youngjin materializes from a cloud of smoke, looking completely dazed and shocked. Standing together in the moonlit forest, the shaman looks back at Youngjin, while the mystical winds finally settle.
With a cold and threatening gaze, the shaman suggests that the spirit leave Youngjin's body before his patience wanes.
The spirit-possessed boy laughs maniacally with glowing red eyes, mocking the shaman for his diminished divine power. Surrounded by swirling smoke, the spirit sneers at the shaman's empty threats, sensing his weakened state after the sealing. The malevolent spirit warns that if he is purged, the human host will also perish in the process. Grinning wickedly, the creature claims it is the only reason the boy's once-dead body still breathes.
The spirit taunts the deity of the earthly branches, Jah, questioning if he truly dares to claim the human's life.
To a resonant smack sounding, Ja strikes the possessed boy with his fan, effectively cutting off the spirit's taunts. To a swish and thud sounding, the spirit's influence fades as Yongjin collapses harmlessly onto the forest floor. To a steady stride sounding, Ja turns away and commands the boy to follow him back toward the lodge. Looking up at the full moon, Ja identifies the boy as Yongjin, silencing his confused and frantic stammering. Yongjin stands in his black hoodie, looking exhausted and weary as he watches his enigmatic and powerful savior.
A flashback shows Yongjin defying a grim destiny while being comforted by a kind, long-haired girl in a courtyard. In another memory, Yongjin is shown living his own life alongside a friend, sharing a quiet, normal moment together.
Looking toward the horizon, Ja acknowledges that Yongjin has led his life well despite the many hardships he faced. From a high vantage point, Ja warns of the future tribulations and deep despair Yongjin must eventually bear alone. Turning slightly, Ja vows to protect the boy, promising that he will no longer have to face his fate alone. Ja declares that Yongjin is deserving of the world's splendor, his expression softening with a sense of protective resolve. Yongjin begins to cry, overwhelmed with emotion, as Ja tells him he no longer has to be alone. The vast, quiet forest is illuminated by starlight as the emotional weight of their conversation settles between them. To several soft step soundings, Yongjin walks along a glowing, magical path guided by his shaman friend's spiritual light. Ja confiscates the cursed black blade, explaining that the weapon will only cause Yongjin further trouble in this place. To a sharp flap sounding, Ja opens his fan and prepares to summon spirits to ensure their safe return home. Ja promises to send spirit children as escorts, while a confused Yongjin struggles to understand the shaman's cryptic words. To a massive whoosh sounding, Ja fans himself in annoyance, clarifying that they shall meet again on Sunday afternoon. To a quick swish sounding, blue spiritual wisps appear to guide the bewildered Yongjin through the dark woods. To a resonant step sounding, Yongjin follows the glowing trail, finally leaving the haunted depths of the forest behind. The chapter title, Stronger Together, appears as Yongjin arrives safely at the youth center under a darkening sky. Seeing Huisu running toward him, Yongjin wonders if she is truly the real one after his nightmarish ordeal. To a heavy slump sounding, Yongjin collapses into Huisu's arms as she cries out his name in sheer panic. Sitting together on the pavement, Yongjin explains that he didn't want to involve her in a situation she couldn't fix. Recalling a past burden, Yongjin looks down sadly while a vision of a cheerful, bespectacled boy appears in his mind. Yongjin admits that without Huisu's timely call, he probably wouldn't even be standing here right now. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yongjin confesses he was hopelessly lost because his GPS had stopped working in the woods. Looking sheepish, the boy hopes he has cleared things out, admitting he just didn't want to worry her. Huisu smiles warmly at him, while Yongjin offers a sincere thank you for her help and unwavering support. Beaming with joy, Huisu calls Yongjin sweet, her eyes crinkling as she finds humor in his honest explanation. Yongjin quickly protests, claiming he wasn't trying to be nice but was simply giving her the facts straight. Yongjin looks on with wide-eyed shock as a familiar voice calls out to him from the distance. To a sudden dash sounding, a bespectacled boy and his friend rush toward Yongjin with a bright flashlight. Looking exhausted, the boys explain their worry after Yongjin failed to appear for the school trip's roll call. The bespectacled boy points out Yongjin's injuries, wondering what kind of trouble the boy managed to find. In a quiet memory, the deity Ja stands with Yongjin, reiterating that the boy is no longer alone. Grinning sheepishly, Yongjin reveals to his friends that he nearly died after encountering the legendary Jongsan tiger. The bespectacled boy reacts with comical disbelief and terror as he demands more details about the supernatural incident. To a low crackle sounding, a mysterious wooden seal on the wall begins to pulse with intense spiritual energy. To a massive whoosh sounding, a brilliant light erupts from the carving, signaling a powerful deity's return. To a sudden whoosh sounding, Ja materializes in his vibrant blue robes, looking weary from his recent battle. To a soft fwish sounding, the exhausted deity collapses against a table, his spiritual energy spent from the fight.
Boxin and the other spirit children rush toward Ja in a panic, offering water to their weakened master.
A malevolent, glitched figure with a single glowing red eye looms in the darkness, radiating an oppressive energy. The shadowy spirit with twin blades sneers, claiming it is already beginning to merge with its human host. Ja grits his teeth in frustration, realizing they must act quickly before the black dragon regains its memories. The spirit-possessed boy mocks the deity of the earthly branches, Ja, with a terrifying and wicked grin. Clenching his fist, Ja remains silent as the weight of the spirit's taunts and the situation's gravity settles.
Under a bright sky, students at the youth center cheer as they finally prepare to head back home.
In a transition, Ja's back is turned as he warns Youngjin not to trust his dark powers blindly. A shadowy, wolf-like spirit identifies itself as Youngjin's forefather, the source of the boy's cursed strength. Ja continues his grave warning, naming the forefather as Jin and cautioning against his malevolent influence. Standing before his apartment door, Youngjin returns home alone, carrying the heavy burden of his secret life. Upon entering, Youngjin pauses in confusion as he hears a strange song about a man with unkempt hair. A tablet plays a trot music video while a small white dog spirit watches with intense focus. The white dog spirit belts out the lyrics to the trot song, completely ignoring Youngjin's silent presence. To a sudden leap and zoom sounding, the energetic dog spirit strikes a dramatic pose across the bed. Slumping back, the white dog spirit nonchalantly greets Youngjin and welcomes the boy back to his room. Youngjin stares at the tablet's chaotic video feed, bewildered by the strange mix of trot and romance shows. At a nearby desk, a brown-haired man laughs at the bizarre search history Jin left on the computer.
To a low vrr sounding, a phone on the desk vibrates with an incoming call from a contact named Rat.
A peaceful moonlit night falls over a modern hillside residence, providing a brief respite from the spiritual conflict. A white-haired girl with red streaks shouts a password at the door while her companion waits nearby.
To a sharp clack sounding, the brown-haired man makes monkey noises to trigger the home's electronic lock.
Boxin and the other spirit children celebrate with joy as they welcome their guests into the house. The children engage in a playful game in the yard, pretending to hunt down a centipede fiend together. A close-up reveals a mysterious mark drawn in black ink on a piece of aged spiritual parchment. Dressed in green, Ja finishes painting the sigil while the white-haired girl and brown-haired man observe.
Ja asks his companions if they recognize the mark, suspecting it is tied to their recent supernatural enemies.
Slamming her hand down, the white-haired girl recalls seeing that exact mark branded on a spirit's forehead.
The brown-haired man confirms the sighting, remembering a powerful, bearded spirit in goggles who bore the brand. Ja explains that any spirit bearing this specific mark possesses power far beyond that of a normal entity.
Frustrated, the white-haired girl admits she struggled to defeat the branded spirit even with her full strength. A tense split screen shows the shock on the companions' faces as they realize the endgame has begun. To a soft squeak sounding, Youngjin washes dishes at home, attempting to find peace in a mundane chore. The white dog spirit watches Youngjin closely, asking if anything significant happened during the boy's time away. A flashback shows a branded fiend and a masked warrior fighting together as a lethal, coordinated pair. The brown-haired man notes that the power being bestowed upon these fiends is closer to that of gods.
A tall, masked man with a long beard and glowing eyes suddenly appears behind the startled group.
Recognizing the intruder's wooden mask, the white-haired girl turns with a look of pure panic and alarm. To a sharp snap and clang sounding, the brown-haired man intercepts a sword strike from the masked assassin. To a sharp crick sounding, the blonde-haired man with headphones grins as he effortlessly parries the masked assassin's strike. To a resonant clack sounding, the assassin's wooden mask shatters, revealing the startled face of the warrior beneath it. The blonde-haired man is revealed as O, the horse deity of the 12 earthly branches, smirking behind his massive blade. In the living room, the companions react with varying levels of shock as O makes his sudden, boisterous appearance.
The brown-haired man stares in disbelief, questioning why O is holding Lord Jin's legendary shamanic blade in his hand.
O explains casually that he found the weapon outside with the spirit children, noting its strange and newly modified handle. To a heavy slam sounding, O leans over the table, declaring his intention to return the blade to Jin's grandson. The white-haired girl and Ja try to quiet the bickering pair as the young shaman grows visibly irritated by the noise. To a sharp slam sounding, Ja strikes his red fan against the table, immediately commanding the room's absolute silence and attention. O rubs his head in pain after Ja's reprimand, while the young shaman prepares to discuss much graver spiritual concerns. A vision shows the black dragon's red-eyed influence over Yongjin, as Ja explains that other spirits now fear the boy's body. To a loud glug sounding, O greedily drains his glass while the white-haired girl watches him with a bewildered expression. Setting the glass down with a sharp clack sounding, O mentions mysterious entities possessing power that could rival the gods. O smirks confidently, suggesting these foes have many reasons for their actions, while a tiny chicken spirit chirps in confusion. The scene shifts to a peaceful, moonlit night over the forest, providing a brief moment of quiet before the darkness returns. Deep in the woods, a menacing figure in purple robes looms behind a subordinate wearing a red-dotted white mask. To a sudden yank sounding, the purple-robed master seizes his subordinate, furious that he returned both empty-handed and fatally wounded. To a quick snatch sounding, the master mocks the masked warrior's failure, dismissing the serious injury as a mere scratch. To a sharp thwirp sounding, the frustrated masked warrior swings his katana through the air in the dark, silent woods. To a low swish sounding, the purple-robed master walks away, lamenting that he was sent such a weak and useless mutt. A horrific vision reveals a traditional room splattered with blood and filled with smoke, the aftermath of a brutal massacre. A long-haired figure stands amidst the burning wreckage and scattered bodies, a silent witness to the absolute carnage of the past. Yongjin stands in the center of the burning ruins, his eyes wide with horror as he wonders who caused this destruction. A terrifying, red-eyed, shadowy entity reaches out from the darkness, its massive, clawed hand looming over the trembling boy. To a sudden grab sounding, the monstrous shadow pins Yongjin against a pillar, its grip tightening around his throat. To a heavy squeeze sounding, Yongjin gasps for air in the nightmare, unable to break free from the spirit's suffocating hold. Yongjin wakes up with a start, gasping for breath as his white dog spirit lies heavily across his face in bed. Trembling and drenched in sweat, Yongjin realizes it was only a dream, though the terror still clings to his mind. A bright, clear morning breaks over the city, the sunlight offering a sharp contrast to the dark visions of the night. The white dog spirit watches as Yongjin prepares to leave, asking where he is headed so early in the day. Looking exhausted and weary, Yongjin steps outside, determined to distract himself from his nightmares by working various odd jobs. A montage shows Yongjin's busy day as he catches roaches, washes stacks of dishes, and hauls heavy moving boxes for cash. Recalling their meeting, Ja reminds Youngjin that he will send the spirit children to escort him for their next talk. Ja's voice echoes in Youngjin's mind, acknowledging the boy's choice to defy his ordained destiny and live for himself. Walking through the neighborhood, Youngjin checks his phone to look up the definition of the natural order Ja mentioned before. To a sudden flash sounding, a brilliant light erupts behind Youngjin as a familiar, cheerful voice calls out his name. To a soft whish sounding, the spirit children emerge through a magical portal, excitedly greeting the startled and confused boy. A brief, chilling vision of a red-eyed, shadowy figure appears, reminding the viewer of the dark power lurking within Youngjin. Back at the lodge, Youngjin somberly asks the young shaman, Ja, to explain the true meaning of the natural order. Ja explains that the natural order is the unwavering principle of the world, where all life must bloom and wither. The young shaman continues, stating that spirits borrowing human bodies is simply a part of nature taking its inevitable course. Youngjin sits in silence, wondering why his own existence is considered something that should never have been allowed to happen. Looking directly at the boy, Ja explains that even the bodies of gods are ultimately just vessels for a higher power. An ancient illustration depicts the deities of the earthly branches descending from the heavens to fulfill a divine celestial decree. The stylized artwork shows the deities manifesting their incredible might, commanding the elements of fire and water with ease. Silhouetted against the earth, humans are shown bowing in absolute terror and reverence at the sight of such divine power. The ancient people offered fervent worship to the heavens, desperately entreating the grace of the gods to endure their hardships. A lonely grasshopper perches atop a simple stone altar, representing the humble beginnings of the divine manifestation on earth. As the seasons waned, the altar began to pulse with power, signaling the arrival of a new physical form. From the revered altar, a dark silhouette emerged, marking the birth of the very first physical body of the gods. An ancient illustration depicts humans bowing before a divine silhouette, serving as a sacred vessel for the deities. The narration reveals that these mortal vessels shared human lifespans, despite their role in containing the earthly gods. As a figure meditates, the vision explains that a vessel's death merely led to another manifesting at the altar. A full moon hangs amidst stylized clouds as the narration identifies a fateful day in the Blue Dragon's year. Disaster strikes as the divine altars are reduced to ruins, shattering the ancient cycle of celestial manifestation on Earth. Following the destruction, a lone figure walks across a desolate landscape, marking the end of divine interference in mortality. The narrator somberly notes that the sacred altars never again bore new physical bodies to serve as godly vessels. Stripped of their influence, the gods remained trapped in aging mortal flesh, waiting for death to return to heaven. A shift occurs as the narration describes a new era where godly bodies were birthed directly from human parents.
This transition reveals how deities became wholly bound to the mortal realm, accepting this as their ordained natural fate.
In the final stage of the vision, a divine infant is held aloft, becoming known as the child without tears. Back in the present, the young shaman, Ja, somberly discusses the consequences of defying the natural order with Youngjin.
Ja leans in with a piercing gaze, asking Youngjin if he will bow to fate or resist its heavy burden. Determined and slightly defiant, Youngjin smiles as he makes his choice, finding that his life finally feels worth living.
Montage panels reflect Youngjin's past struggles and loneliness, showing birthday messages and a previous life of isolated, heavy burden.
Emotional memories contrast his former life with his new companions, making Yongjin feel that his existence is finally worth it.
Yongjin sits on the couch, reasoning that Ja's vow to protect him means the shaman will stay until old age. Accepting the boy's resolve, Ja smirked and pledged to guard Yongjin until the very end of his mortal days.
Ja warns Yongjin that maintaining this path requires strict discipline of mind and body to remain steadfast against the darkness. The spirit children suddenly rush in, excitedly presenting a large wooden box to the surprised and curious Yongjin.
Inside the box lies a traditional religious garment, its black fabric decorated with vibrant, colorful trim along the collar.
Dressed in the robes, Yongjin stands stunned as the spirit children cheer, complimenting his new, impressive shamanic look. To a low-rise sounding, Ja commands Yongjin to stand, instructing him to rely on his own internal strength. Crossing his arms, Ja reminds the boy of the physical toll that spiritual possession takes on his human body. To a heavy pant and wobble sounding, flashbacks depict Yongjin's exhaustion as the dragon strains his frame to swing the blade. Ja gives Yongjin a blunt reality check, questioning how his unmuscled body could ever hope to withstand such weight. Frustrated, Yongjin points at the energetic spirit children, wondering if they are secretly training to gain their incredible strength. Ja clarifies that while Yongjin is a god's vessel, he lacks the inherent divinity needed to wield shamanic weapons easily. To a sharp jab sounding, Ja pokes the boy's feeble frame, questioning his lack of physical exercise and conditioning. To a soft fwish sounding, Ja manifests a swirling orb of elemental energies to demonstrate the focus needed for manifestation. Ja instructs a concentrated Yongjin to close his eyes and vividly conjure the image of the blade within his mind. To a soft swish sounding, colorful elemental energies swirl around Yongjin's open palm, while Ja watches with intense surprise. To a massive whoosh sounding, to a joyous wow and whoa sounding, the children cheer as Ja stares in disbelief at the successful manifestation. Inspecting the blade's handle, Ja notes its primordial form and expresses shock that the boy could wield it at all. Ja looks on thoughtfully as Yongjin examines the weapon, acknowledging the boy's surprising potential despite his lack of training. A steaming bowl of rich stew and various side dishes are served, providing a moment of rest and nourishment.
Over dinner, Ja promises to open a portal home once Yongjin finishes his first home-cooked meal in years.
Yongjin eats with a soft, melancholy expression, reflecting on how long it has been since he felt such warmth. A hazy, bright memory of a woman's smile and a comforting hug flickers through Yongjin's mind as he eats.
A dark, grainy vision of hands reaching out through the shadows reminds Yongjin of the tragedies he has witnessed.
To a sharp squeeze sounding, Yongjin grips his spoon tightly while Ja encourages him to ask any lingering questions.
Yongjin is shocked when Ja reveals his body is 28 years old despite his youthful appearance as a child.
To a sharp flap sounding, Ja snaps open his colorful fan, explaining the physical toll of premature divine manifestation. Ja continues the explanation, noting that spiritual bodies suffer when power is wielded before its destined proper time. Closing the discussion, Ja promises more answers once the black dragon is eliminated, urging the boy to finish eating. To a loud beep sounding, the scene shifts to a modern apartment building under a soft pink-hued evening sky. Back in his own room, a weary Yongjin is greeted by the white dog spirit, who questions his whereabouts. A flashback reveals Ja's suggestion that Yongjin should urge Jin to help search for the other dragons together. Yongjin confirms his busy day spent chasing spirits, looking exhausted from his first steps toward his new, chosen life. The white dog spirit mocks Yongjin, claiming it could handle such simple matters even in its current form.
To a sudden jump sounding, the dog demands to join the next outing while the boy looks at his phone. The sun sets over a quiet neighborhood, painting the sky in vibrant shades of pink and orange.
Reflecting on recent events, Yongjin feels a bead of sweat roll down his face during a quiet moment.
Questioning the recent struggle, the dog listens as the boy explains his survival thanks to the young shaman's intervention.
A somber child in traditional robes appears as the narration explains how divine vessels are born into specific families.
The dog asks if Youngjin has any memories of the past or why his lineage was supposedly ruined and sealed.
Staring intently, the dog prepares to make a bold claim, while the boy listens with a concerned expression. With great pride, the white dog spirit declares itself the mightiest of all branch deities to grace the earth.
Striking a dramatic pose, the dog laments its sealed fate, while Yongjin doubts its role in his family's destruction.
The dog explains its weakness is due to power transfer, while the boy bluntly calls the spirit weak once more.
To a quick rise sounding, Yongjin stands up and mockingly asks where the spirit's supposed great powers are hidden.
The dog spirit demands an immediate search for another dragon, assuming the boy is eager to begin the hunt.
To a sudden poof sounding, the yellow-eyed man manifests in a cloud of smoke, startling the unsuspecting boy. The yellow-eyed man smirks and asks if the boy is scared, while Yongjin stares back in total shock. To a soft crouch sounding, the man decides to appear in this form occasionally to keep the boy's attitude in check. To a bright glint sounding, the yellow-eyed man presents a glowing white orb, piquing the boy's curiosity. The shaman commands Yongjin to place his left hand on the chintamani, much to the boy's confusion. To a blinding flash sounding, Yongjin grips the orb as it erupts with a brilliant, overwhelming light. To a powerful whoosh sounding, a massive beam of light shoots across the room, leaving the boy completely stunned. To multiple top sounding, the man notes a distance of 500 as Yongjin checks his phone in disbelief. A digital map of South Korea confirms the target's location, prompting the shaman to suggest they move with haste. To a fwish and poof sounding, the boy suggests a 3-hour bus ride, shocking the spirit back into smoke. To a tired flop sounding, Yongjin postpones the trip until tomorrow, and the dog spirit eventually agrees to wait.
Under a starry night sky, a voice warns that the boy must not neglect his studies despite the quest.
Checking his phone at noon, Yongjin decides to skip school, prioritizing his survival over his education.
To a heavy loom sounding, a figure suddenly blocks the boy's path as he walks down the street. To a violent slam sounding, a girl with an eye patch delivers a crushing stomp that shatters the pavement. Gritting his teeth, Yongjin looks up in terror as the girl with the yellow eye stares him down. To a heavy thud sounding, the impact creates a massive crater, throwing the boy and his dog, Spirit, backward. To a loud fsh sounding, Yongjin cowers on the ground as the girl's shadow stretches ominously over him.
Identified as Sol, the deity of the earthly branches demands to know if the black dragon has lost control.
Sol stares with a glowing yellow eye, while Yongjin gasps in terror at the intensity of her murderous gaze.
Reaffirming its identity as Sol, the deity senses the presence of the black dragon within the trembling boy.
Sol screams for the boy to die, lunging forward with her weapon raised for a lethal blow. To a sharp slash and shove sounding, the dog spirit tries to intervene while Sol mistakes the boy for Jin. The girl's blade slams into the ground with incredible force, narrowly missing the terrified and screaming boy.
Yongjin scrambles away in a panic, desperate to understand why he is suddenly being attacked in the street.
To a quick leap sounding, Sol pursues her target with relentless speed, her blade swinging through the air. The girl dives from the sky,
aiming both of her massive cleavers directly at the fleeing and screaming boy.
To a sudden whoosh sounding, a dark, shadowy energy erupts from Youngjin's hand as he instinctively tries to defend himself.
To a thunderous clang sounding, Yongjin successfully parries the lethal strike, his spiritual blade clashing against Seol's twin weapons.
To a heavy thump sounding, the boy holds his ground, as Seol notes that he has finally dropped his act.
Seol grins wickedly and prepares to take his head, while the boy trembles with fear behind his defensive blade. The dog spirit screams for Seol to stop her madness, reminding her that the boy is actually a human.
Surrounded by swirling black energy, Yongjin firmly identifies himself as Jin while standing his ground in the street.
To multiple clang sounding, the two warriors engage in a fierce duel, their blades sparking with every violent collision.
To a sharp slash sounding, the dog bites Youngjin's arm, causing him to scream at the spirit to let go.
To a loud zwoom sounding, Youngjin turns and runs for his life as the girl with the eye patch pursues. Crossing her large blades, Seol calls forth her true power, her yellow eye glowing with a deadly intent.
To a loud crackle sounding, the girl with the eye patch lunges forward with her spiritual blade, her eyes glowing.
To a heavy thunk sounding, her massive weapon slams into the pavement, narrowly missing a shocked and wide-eyed Yongjin.
High above, a white-haired man and a brown-haired man descend from the sky on a radiant spectral horse.
To a sudden thud sounding, the white-haired man lands gracefully, identifying himself as the deity representing the horse. To a thunderous kaboom sounding, a massive cavalry of spectral blue-flamed soldiers charges down the street on glowing steeds. To a heavy loom sounding, spectral archers in traditional armor draw their bows, preparing to rain arrows upon Seol.
To a quick leap sounding, Seol is forced to retreat, jumping back as the divine cavalry floods the area.
To a sudden hunch sounding, the eye patch girl lands defensively while spectral arrows strike the ground all around her.
To a sharp raise sounding, the white-haired man lifts his golden sword, commanding his men to protect the boy. To a steady clip-clop sounding, the armored spectral soldiers on their glowing horses establish a perimeter around the group. To a loud clang sounding, Yongjin cowers behind crossed spectral spears while the dog spirit clings to his back.
To a powerful doom sounding, the massive cavalry stands guard, towering over the confused boy and his spiritual companion.
To a soft swish sounding, the spectral horses form a barrier as the group gathers in the middle of the street. To a quick tap sounding, the brown-haired man shows the white-haired deity a video he captured of the dramatic entrance.
Looking dejected and small, Seol stands silently while a miniature horsehead icon mocks her from above the scene.
Screaming in a total rage, the eye patch girl calls the white-haired deity a hay-brained freak for his flashy intervention. Seol suspiciously asks if the two newcomers are working for Jin, but the white-haired man sweat-droppedly denies the claim.
To a sharp shing sounding, Seol draws her blade once more, but the brown-haired man tells her to calm down.
To a sudden swish sounding, the white-haired deity stands before Yongjin, loudly declaring that the boy is a human. Seol is visibly stunned by the revelation, while Yongjin internally sighs, wishing he could just go home and rest. To a sudden slap sounding, a monkey icon instructs Seol to clear her nose as she insists the boy smells like a dragon. Pointing aggressively, the eye patch girl argues that the boy still reeks of a dragon, even if the scent is faint. The white-haired man mocks Seol's earlier bloodlust, laughing and asking what she was shouting before the cavalry arrived. To a heavy flop sounding, the deity rolls on the ground laughing, while the brown-haired man holds the dog spirit. The white-haired man laughs hysterically at the mighty spirit's current form as a tiny, grumpy French bulldog. Pointing and howling with laughter, Seol joins in on the mockery
exclaiming how the once mighty spirit has truly fallen.
To a soft squish sounding, Sol pokes the dog spirit's forehead to annoy him, prompting a furious demand to shut up.
Youngjin watches with a deadpan expression as the white-haired deity continues laughing about the Heavenly Father's sense of humor. Sol demands to know why Youngjin didn't speak up, but the boy stares back with an air of complete exhaustion.
Defensive and blushing, the eye patch girl claims the boy caused the whole mess by appearing in the form of Jin.
Sol yells that he could have corrected her, but the boy flatly points out that he actually tried to. Sighing at the blushing girl, Yongjin wonders if gods believe that apologizing to a human is beneath their divine status.
To several heavy thumps sounding, Sol storms off in a huff, leaping across the neighborhood rooftops as Youngjin watches.
The white-haired man offers an apology for Sol's behavior, explaining that she has her own complicated reasons for her anger.
Standing proudly with his sword, the white-haired man introduces himself as O, a deity and lord of the heavens.
The deity explains he goes by Juno among humans and learns the boy is named Youngjin, after his forefather. Juno mentions their journey to find a dragon, while the white dog spirit watches him with a very skeptical gaze. To a sudden gasp sounding, the dog spirit threatens Juno's nose for when his original powers are eventually restored.
Youngjin mentions needing to drop his massive spiritual blade at home, but the others suggest he simply keep it.
To a quick whip sounding, the brown-haired man takes the heavy blade, handling the massive weight with a single hand.
To a loud crackle sounding, vibrant white energy flows from the man's fingers as he begins to manipulate the weapon.
To a sharp clamp sounding, the man uses his spiritual power to compress the large blade into a much smaller form. To a soft fwish sounding, smoke and light erupt from his fist as the transformation of the spiritual weapon completes.
To a sudden whoosh sounding, the man presents a small, manageable dagger, leaving Youngjin completely speechless and wide-eyed.
To a quick toss sounding, the man throws the small blade to the boy, advising him to use it wisely.
To a soft poof sounding, Juno laughs at the boy's lack of divinity while thanking Lord Shin for the help. The brown-haired man formally introduces himself as Shin, the monkey deity from the legendary Chinese zodiac.
Shin suggests they leave immediately, and Youngjin agrees to follow, figuring the deities are up to something interesting. Standing his ground, the grumpy white dog spirit suspiciously asks Juno why he is so eager to follow them. Juno smiles innocently at the dog before asking Youngjin if he really intended to travel 500 miles by bus. Standing before a massive, flaming spectral horse labeled Pegasus, Juno promises they can reach any destination in minutes. To a sudden snap sounding, the white-haired deity suggests they take his Pegasus taxi to expedite their urgent journey. The scene shifts to a breathtaking and serene mountain landscape covered in lush, dense green forests under a clear sky. Deep within the dark shadows of the woods, a terrifying, muscular figure with glowing red eyes watches the area intently. To a sudden zwoom sounding, a brilliant streak of light tears through the clouds high above the vast green forest. To a loud whoosh sounding, Youngjin and the dog spirit scream in terror while riding the high-speed spectral horse. To a heavy thud sounding, the glowing spectral horse crashes into the dense forest, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. To a soft top sounding, Juno cheerily declares they arrived while his passengers lie exhausted on the horse's back. Turning back with a casual gaze, Juno remarks that an adventure is supposed to be far more exciting than this. To a sudden crash sounding, Youngjin and the dog spirit fall flat on the ground as Juno suggests walking. Smiling brightly, Juno reveals that among humans, he is actually considered unemployed despite his divine and powerful status. To several steady steps sounding, the group hikes through the woods as Juno calls out a nickname to the boy. Juno is visibly stunned and confused when Yongjin flatly rejects a generous offer he just made regarding their future.
While walking through the trees, Juno invites the boy to live with him, mentioning they even have a private room. Juno clarifies the house belongs to Shin, the monkey deity, who is shown happily flaunting massive bundles of human cash. Looking completely drained and sweating, Yongjin immediately declines the offer, clearly wanting no part of the deity's living arrangements.
Juno demands an explanation for the rejection, while an exhausted and dying Yongjin begs him to stop the tiring conversation. To several tired pants sounding, the tiny white dog spirit struggles to keep up, drooling heavily from the intense exertion. To a sudden reach sounding, Yongjin extends his hand to help the spirit, as Juno mocks their lack of stamina. To a soft swoosh sounding, Yongjin holds a metallic orb, as a mysterious, armored hand reaches in to guide him. The boy gasps in shock as a brilliant, blinding light erupts from the mysterious orb while Juno watches in awe. A powerful beam of white light streaks across the forest, signaling that there is still much farther for them to go. To several heavy pants sounding, the dog spirit laments his heavy, short-limbed body while Yongjin looks on with deep concern. Juno laughs hysterically, blaming the spirit's lack of strength on gluttony and his current inability to even lift a blade. Carrying a massive backpack with the dog spirit inside, Juno walks ahead while Yongjin follows and offers a sincere apology. To several soft chirp sounding, the group arrives at the base of a towering and jagged rock formation in the woods. To a quick leap sounding, Juno checks their course and wonders if they must destroy the massive boulder to proceed. To several soft sniff sounding, the white dog spirit explores the ground, fully embracing his current canine form and instincts. To a sudden leap sounding, a mysterious tail disappears into the brush, prompting Juno to wonder if they have arrived. To a quick peek sounding, the two men peer through the dense foliage to see what guardian lies ahead of them. To a soft rustle sounding, they discover a black-furred spirit with blue accents resting within a shallow crater in the woods. Standing on the edge of the crater, the white dog spirit calmly identifies the creature as another spirit of the forest. The black wolf spirit bows respectfully, greeting the newcomers and identifying them as the great lords of the heavens. Observing the creature's humble posture, the white dog spirit notes that this guardian spirit appears to be quite weak. The wolf spirit asks about their business, while Juno explains they are seeking something specific within this ancient forest. With a polite and steady gaze, the blue-eyed wolf spirit offers his full assistance to help the deities in any way. The white dog spirit asks if the resident guardian is acquainted with the legendary white dragon they are currently seeking. To a soft swish sounding, the wolf spirit admits he knows little of the dragon, but offers a place to guide. The wolf spirit invites them to follow, while Juno remarks to Yongjin that the trip hasn't been a total bust. To a heavy loom sounding, a massive and weathered boulder stands alone in a clearing, illuminated by the bright sunlight. Standing before the giant rock, Yongjin skeptically asks if this ordinary-looking boulder is actually the white dragon they seek. To a sharp snap sounding, Juno casually takes a selfie with the boulder, holding up a peace sign for the camera. The wolf spirit speaks of the boulder's ancient history, while Juno asks the boy if he wants to follow his Instagram. The resident guardian explains that the sacred boulder radiates a mysterious white light once the sun goes down each night. To a loud crackle sounding, Yongjin grips the orb as a vibrant white energy begins to swirl around his reaching hands. To a soft poof sounding, the light suddenly dissipates into smoke, leaving the orb dark and inactive in the boy's hands. To a heavy silence sounding, Yongjin stands confused beside Jin, wondering why the orb failed to light up as expected. To a sudden flutter and caw sounding, a flock of birds takes flight in a panicked frenzy from the treetops.
Sensing an immediate threat, Yongjin and Juno look up as leaves fall, signaling that something powerful and dangerous is approaching.
To a sharp swish and clamp sounding, heavy iron chains whip through the air, suddenly and tightly binding a shocked Yongjin. A masked figure dressed in black emerges from the shadows of the forest, pulling tightly on a heavy iron chain. To a quick peak sounding, Yongjin's eyes widen in sheer terror as he realizes his captor is a mysterious masked assailant. To a sudden yank sounding, the masked figure forcefully pulls the heavy chains, dragging the struggling and bound boy along. To a sudden grab sounding, the blue-eyed black wolf spirit lunges from the brush and bites down on the metal links. To a loud snap sounding, the powerful wolf spirit shatters the chain, freeing a shocked Yongjin from his masked captor. To a quick grasp sounding, Juno captures a masked figure and praises Dochan for the wolf spirit's perfectly timed rescue. Yongjin gasps as a massive, armored hand suddenly reaches down and lifts him by the chains wrapped around his torso.
Juno is visibly confused as he looks down at the small, masked captive he just caught, realizing something is wrong.
The black wolf spirit and the white dog spirit bark in alarm, desperately calling out for Yongjin's safety as he's taken. To several soft plop sounding, thick saliva drips from the jagged, monstrous teeth of a red-faced beast looming in the dark. A terrifying, muscular figure with glowing red eyes and a wolf-like mask holds the bound and helpless Yongjin in its grip. The massive beast stands tall, clutching its captive, while its heavy breathing creates a chilling and oppressive atmosphere in the woods.
Juno realizes his mistake while the white dog spirit furiously scolds him for allowing his grandchild to be snatched away.
To a sudden turn sounding, the powerful, muscular beast begins to retreat into the dense forest, carrying the struggling boy away. To a forceful shove sounding, Juno pushes his captive aside and prepares to give chase to the massive fleeing kidnapper. To several sharp swish sounding, more masked figures in black leap forward with swords drawn to block Juno's path. Commanding his power to come forth, Juno slams his blade down to a heavy thunk sounding, shattering the rocky ground. With a fierce and determined gaze, the white-haired deity reveals his true power as the chosen lord of the heavens. To several clip-clop sounding, Juno summons a massive army of glowing blue spectral knights to charge the enemy forces. The spectral rear guard moves into defensive positions to protect the group while the rest of the army follows Juno's command. Pointing his sword forward, Juno orders his spectral vanguard to follow him as he pursues the monstrous red-eyed kidnapper. To a sudden leap sounding, a spectral knight on a glowing horse soars through the air to intercept the fleeing beast. The masked enemies scream for their comrades to get him, desperate to stop the white-haired deity's relentless and divine charge. To a loud doom sounding, the glowing spectral soldiers clash violently with the masked attackers in a chaotic forest battle. To a soft rustle sounding, the scene blurs into a whirlwind of green leaves as the high-speed chase intensifies through the trees. To a sudden dash sounding, the muscular beast sprints at incredible speed through the foliage while clutching a terrified Yongjin. To a frantic wriggle sounding, Yongjin struggles against the beast's arm, desperately trying to escape the creature's crushing vice grip. Yongjin grunts in pain to a sharp grit sounding, feeling the immense and overwhelming strength of the monster's powerful muscles. Hearing a distant call of his name, Yongjin's eye widens with a flicker of hope as help finally draws near. To a loud zwoom sounding, Juno charges forward on his radiant spectral horse, closing the distance to the beast in seconds. With a confident and mischievous grin, the white-haired deity tells the boy to stay still for the coming rescue. To a sudden dash sounding, the muscular kidnapper attempts to outrun the deity's fast-approaching and glowing spectral mount. To a sharp whoosh sounding, Juno channels his spiritual energy into his blade,
commanding the power to disperse the enemy. To a sudden slash sounding, Juno unleashes his Azure Flame technique, severing the arm of the beast mid-stride. To a sudden slip sounding, Youngjin falls from the monster's severed grasp, screaming in terror as he plunges toward the ground. To a sudden leap and snatch sounding, the black wolf spirit catches the falling boy mid-air with his powerful jaws.
To a heavy thump and thud sounding, the wolf spirit lands safely with Yongjin while the defeated beast collapses nearby.
To a sudden crackle sounding, the wounded beast begins to falter as its glowing red eyes dim under the deity's power. To a loud crash sounding, the massive, muscular figure falls flat against the cracked earth, appearing to be completely defeated. Surrounding the fallen creature, the spectral army stands guard while Juno skeptically wonders if the monster is actually dead. Juno sighs at the lost chance to question his foe, looking down at the broken body of the red-masked beast. To a sudden grab sounding, the beast's massive hand suddenly twitches and reaches out, shocking everyone with its lingering life. To a sudden stagger sounding, the heavily injured beast forces itself back onto its feet, refusing to yield to the deity. To a terrifying croar sounding, the monster opens its maw wide and begins to bite down on its own severed arm. To a sudden crunch sounding, Juno stares in pure horror as the beast begins to cannibalize itself in a grotesque display. To several crunch and munch sounding, the muscular figure continues eating its own limb against an ominous and blood-red backdrop. To a sudden whoosh sounding, a new arm gruesomely regenerates from the bloody stump, leaving a stunned Juno completely speechless. To a wide grin sounding, the beast stands fully restored and more menacing than before, eager to restart the bloody battle. Smiling nervously, Juno realizes they have a cheeky freak on their hands as the monster's power continues to grow. To a sudden dash sounding, the black wolf spirit carries Youngjin and the dog spirit away to escape the impending carnage. To a quick peek sounding, a masked assassin watches from the shadows, reaching out with a gloved hand. To a sudden swipe and leap sounding, Youngjin and the spirits evade a coordinated attack from the masked group. Stunned by a sudden surprise, the black-haired boy finds a masked assailant has appeared right beside him in the forest. The masked group boasts about their knowledge of the mountain, surrounding the boy and his two spirit companions. With a menacing tone, the masked leader demands surrender while they are still being lenient toward their prey. To a heavy loom and crackle sounding, giant spectral knights on horses materialize behind the boy and wolf. To a sudden grip and huff sounding, Juno braces himself as the muscular beast prepares for their brutal confrontation. To a sudden lunge sounding, the massive red-masked beast charges forward while swinging its heavy and spiked iron mace. To a sharp whip sounding, the spectral archers draw their bows, preparing to unleash a volley of glowing arrows.
To several whiz sounding, the beast deftly dodges the magical projectiles while continuing its relentless and high-speed charge.
To a sudden leap and thwam sounding, Juno's spectral mount lands a crushing blow, shattering the rocky earth beneath. To a sharp swish sounding, Juno is caught by surprise as the beast retaliates with a rapid mace swing. To a heavy wham sounding, the white-haired deity is sent reeling by a direct hit from the beast's powerful mace.
To a heavy thud sounding, Juno crashes into the dirt, letting out a pained cry as dust clouds rise.
To a sudden slide sounding, the beast drags its bloodied weapon across the ground while approaching its fallen opponent. Wiping blood from his face, Juno maintains a cocky smirk while complaining about the beast's tricky extending weapon. To a loud clank sounding, the muscular beast raises its mace high, signaling its intent to deliver a finishing blow.
To a sudden swing sounding, the monster's eyes glow with to a loud boom and flutter sounding, birds flee from the forest.
To a sharp swish sounding, the masked underlings react with confusion as the battle conditions change in the woods.
To another sharp swish sounding, the wolf and dog spirits watch the battlefield with intense and focused gazes. To a sudden swish sounding, the masked figures grow increasingly puzzled by the unfolding and chaotic scene around them.
The masked leader mocks the group's efforts, noting that their strongest fighter appears to have been taken out.
To a sudden rattle sounding, the assassin prepares his chains, declaring it is time to proceed with the kidnapping. To a sudden crackle sounding, Yongjin holds a small, glowing item as the white dog spirit watches with curiosity. To a heavy do-doom sounding, Yongjin draws his massive blade, eyes narrowing with a sharp and focused intensity. Standing firm in his red and black robes, the black-haired boy prepares to face the masked enemies alone. The masked assassins mock the boy's defiant stance, questioning his ability to actually put up a proper fight.
Laughing at the challenge, the enemies dismiss the boy's threat, confident in their own superior numbers and skill.
The masked leader continues his arrogant taunts, claiming even horse toenail dirt would put up a better fight.
With a sneer, the masked man claims that talking to a wall would be more fun than fighting. Yongjin listens with a grim expression as the leader demands a peaceful surrender to protect his spirit friends. The boy questions the kidnapping motive while the masked figure explains they are merely following their captain's orders. The masked assassin threatens to kill the spirits one by one if the boy refuses to comply and surrender. To a sudden swish sounding, the masked figure launches his heavy chain forward to disarm the defiant black-haired boy. To a loud clang sounding, Yongjin successfully parries the heavy metal attack with the flat of his massive blade. To a sudden rattle sounding, the masked underlings grow increasingly annoyed by the boy's stubborn and effective resistance. A mysterious figure warns that pushing too hard might inadvertently summon the power of the legendary Black Dragon. Yongjin considers the possibility that this conflict might finally give him a glimpse of the Black Dragon's true power. The scene shifts briefly to the tranquil forest canopy, where leaves drift slowly through the bright and clear sky. The beast's heavy mace lies embedded in a crater, surrounded by cracked earth and rising clouds of dust. To a sudden flap sounding, the muscular monster stands its ground, despite several spectral arrows protruding from its back. To a sharp swish sounding, the beast's powerful body rejects the glowing projectiles, which fall harmlessly to the ground. Bleeding from a head wound, Juno notes that his link with the spectral soldiers has finally been broken. Kneeling on the battlefield, the white-haired deity decides he must wrap things up quickly, despite his many injuries. The red-masked beast speaks a final warning, unaware that his opponent is about to reveal his true strength. Juno explains with a grin that he was actually holding back to ensure his spectral troops survived the battle. To a sudden shing sounding, the deity draws his second blade, ready to fight with his full, unrestrained power. To a sudden raise sounding, Juno prepares his twin swords, warning that the beast hasn't seen his full potential. To a sudden crackle sounding, the ground beneath the deity's foot shatters as a new wave of energy erupts. Juno's eyes flare with spiritual intensity as a radiant white light envelops him during the heat of the forest battle. To a sudden slash sounding, the deity's sharp blade carves through the air, striking the muscular beast with lethal precision. The monster's head flies off as Juno notes that without a head, it cannot feast to regenerate its broken body. To a sharp shing and heavy thump sounding, the deity sheathes his sword while the headless creature collapses behind him. To a quick clack sounding,
Juno grips his blade and prepares to unleash the devastating power of his blue flame. To a loud crackle sounding, blue flames consume the fallen beast's neck, intended to reduce the monster to harmless white ashes.
With a confident smirk, Juno admits he'd like to stay but needs to check on Youngjin and the others immediately.
The headless creature's massive, dark-clawed hand suddenly twitches with life, signaling that the battle is far from over.
To a sharp slash sounding, the beast performs a strange motion as dark energy begins to swirl around its severed neck.
To several rhythmic wriggle sounding, disgusting red flesh sprouts from the stump, grotesquely attempting to reform the monster's missing head. To a loud whoosh sounding, the beast's wolf-like mask and terrifying head reappears, fully regenerated despite the deity's previous strike. Juno realizes the creature is no ordinary fiend as the red-eyed beast stares him down with renewed and chilling bloodlust. To a firm squeeze sounding, Juno clenches his hand and prepares for a much longer fight than he initially anticipated.
To a loud clang sounding, a different battle erupts elsewhere in the woods as steel meets steel with violent force.
To several frantic tremble sounding, a terrified Youngjin struggles to hold his own against a skilled, black-clad masked assailant. To another loud clang sounding, the masked figure easily overpowers the boy, mocking him as pathetic and weak in combat.
To a sharp whip sounding, the enemy's blade flashes past Youngjin's face, leaving the boy wide-eyed with fear and desperation.
The masked woman demands that Youngjin call upon the Black Dragon if he values his life and remaining limbs.
Nearby, two masked captors guard the bound spirits, planning to leave before Juno's spectral horse returns to the area.
Bound tightly in heavy iron chains, the white dog spirit feels helpless and frustrated, wondering if he can finally intervene. To several rhythmic swing sounding, Youngjin desperately lashes out with his sword, but his movements are clumsy and easily dodged. To a sudden flash sounding, the white dog spirit begins to glow, telling the wolf to escape with the boy.
The black wolf spirit warns that using power in this canine form is dangerous and could strain the deity's spirit.
Surprised by the wolf's insight, the white dog spirit wonders how his true divine identity was so easily discovered. To a heavy thwack sounding, the masked enemy strikes Youngjin again, questioning if the boy's true form is still hidden. Beaten and exhausted, Youngjin lies face down on the ground, still clutching the hilt of his heavy black blade. To a firm squeeze sounding, the boy's hand tightens around his blade as he refuses to give up the fight. To a sudden cough sounding, Youngjin gasps for air while his captor remarks that his body transcends that of mortals. Looking down at his weapon, Youngjin questions if he can truly defeat these monsters without the Black Dragon's legendary strength. To a heavy clench sounding, the boy slams his fist against the dirt, his resolve finally reaching a boiling point.
To a loud whoosh sounding, a massive red eye looms behind Youngjin as a dark, draconic power begins to awaken.
To a heavy slam sounding, Youngjin's head hits the earth, but the impact only serves to ignite his inner fury. Looking up with a bleeding forehead and a wild grin, the boy declares that the one being attacked is a grandchild. To a sudden glow sounding, the white dog spirit's back radiates power as he prepares to shatter his iron bonds. A massive, weathered rock stands silently in the clearing, appearing unimportant amidst the intense chaos of the forest battle. To a loud rumble sounding, the giant boulder begins to crack and glow as ancient spiritual energy finally awakens. With blood trickling down his face, Youngjin repeats a silent mantra to never let his inner light or resolve waver. Standing tall with his massive sword, Youngjin faces the three masked enemies alone, appearing completely unfazed by the unfair odds. The boy grins, claiming he now has the upper hand, much to the confusion of his masked and armed captors. Yongjin points out that their goal is to capture him alive, which gives him a specific and powerful tactical advantage.
With a mischievous look, Youngjin explains his only goal is to run away like his life depends on it.
To a sudden lunge sounding, a masked enemy dives forward, attempting to break the boy's legs and stop his escape. To a loud clang sounding, Yongjin parries the blow with incredible speed, his movements suddenly fluid and filled with power.
To several sharp crackle sounding, a massive burst of white energy erupts from Yongjin's sword, creating an impenetrable spiritual shield.
To several painful ow sounding, the masked figures are thrown backward as the boy's new power shatters the ground. To a loud whoosh sounding, a crescent of radiant white energy slices through the air, pushing back all nearby enemies. To a loud whoosh sounding, Yongjin unleashes the White Dragon Whirlwind technique, revealing a spectral warrior within the swirling storm. To a loud crackle sounding, a masked enemy realizes too late that there is no escape from the deity's wrath.
To a sharp clamp sounding, heavy iron chains whip out from the energy storm, tightly binding the shocked masked attackers.
To a sudden yank sounding, the chains forcefully pull the masked figures into the air, ending their pursuit of Yongjin.
To a loud crackle sounding, a gargantuan spectral white dragon materializes, radiating an aura of absolute divine power. The black-haired man Jin watches with glowing yellow eyes, his presence as sharp and imposing as the dragon behind him.
To a sudden cough sounding, Juno hunches over, his body trembling with the weight of exhaustion following the brutal fight. Surveying the blood-stained earth, Jun-Oh huffs in frustration at the sheer cruelty and resilience of his monstrous opponents.
To several rhythmic huff sounding, the red-masked beast glares with glowing eyes as Juno notes its unsettling, smug grin.
To a sharp raise sounding, Juno tightens his grip on his sword, confident that every monster has a fatal weakness. Enveloped in a swirling dark aura, the massive red-masked beast stands ready to resume the bloody and chaotic confrontation.
Jun-Oh stares intently, deducing that the beast wouldn't defend itself so fiercely if its regeneration were truly infinite.
Glancing at his blood-soaked sleeve, Juno realizes the creature is desperate enough to sacrifice limbs to protect its core.
To a loud crackle sounding, Juno charges forward with a defiant smile, channeling blue spiritual energy into his coming strike.
To a sudden twist sounding, the deity's blade clashes against the beast's guard in a violent display of power. A close-up shows the intense force of Juno's attack as blue flames begin to sear through the beast's muscular arm.
To a sudden leap sounding, Juno vaults high into the air as the massive monster's fist shatters the ground beneath. To a sudden lunge sounding, the white-haired deity swings his blade with lethal precision, aiming directly for the monster's navel.
Juno decides to go right through the beast's core, determined to end the battle with one single devastating blow.
To a sudden falter sounding, a black-haired woman in a red dress suddenly appears and wraps her arms around Juno. Completely caught off guard, Juno stares in silent shock as his focus is shattered by the woman's unexpected and bold arrival.
To a sharp slash sounding, Juno swings his blade to create distance, but the mysterious woman easily evades the strike.
To several rhythmic flutter sounding, the woman walks away in red heels, her dress swaying as she exits the clearing. To a soft rub sounding, the woman affectionately strokes the beast's red mask, calling him sweetheart with a playful smile. Standing beside the massive creature, the black-haired woman scolds him for fighting when the original plan was only kidnapping.
Sweat beads on Juno's face as the woman nonchalantly tells the beast to leave since they are running late.
Bidding a cheeky farewell,
The woman covers her face with her long black hair while mocking the deity's current situation. To a sudden swish sounding, the enemies vanish into a swirl of pink energy, leaving a trail of blood behind.
Juno exhales a long breath, finally finding a moment of peace as the intense and bizarre struggle draws to a close.
To a sudden swoosh sounding, Youngjin is startled when the black-robed spirit Jin suddenly materializes through a gust of wind. Standing tall, Jin teases Youngjin about his ability to hold a grudge while the boy looks up in awe.
With a subtle and knowing smirk, the black-haired spirit Jin praises Youngjin for his successful and hard-fought victory.
To a quick clack sounding, Jin sheathes his long blade as a bewildered Youngjin realizes the dragon can actually speak.
Looking out into the forest, Jin cryptically refuses to provide answers about his identity to the curious and exhausted boy.
To several rhythmic clop sounding, the spectral horse returns with glowing hooves that illuminate the dark forest floor with radiance.
Riding his majestic mount, Juno offers a cheerful congratulations to Youngjin for awakening his hidden powers during the fight.
Jin looks on with a stern and focused gaze, reminding Juno that he is in no condition for playful banter. Juno admits the opponent wasn't particularly formidable, despite the blood trickling down his face and his battered appearance. Laughing heartily, Juno explains they simply got a little lax because the world has been peaceful for too long. To several rhythmic turn sounding, Youngjin prepares to leave the battlefield, though he winces from the pain in his arm. Juno notes the guardian spirit has left, while the white dog spirit demands they hurry home to satisfy its hunger. Pausing for a moment, Youngjin gives the mountain a quick nod of respect as they begin their journey back. The sky glows with vibrant pink and purple hues as the sun sets behind the quiet suburban buildings of the city. Standing in a shadowed alleyway, Juno thanks Youngjin for the lift and prepares to part ways for the evening. With a friendly smile, Juno bids everyone goodbye and promises to visit again once he is in better shape. To a loud whoosh sounding, the white-haired deity and his radiant horse disappear in a sudden burst of spectral light. To a sudden dash sounding, the white dog spirit sprints toward the door, excited by the prospect of a hot dinner. Youngjin kneels down as the black wolf spirit shrinks into a small, portable form to fit inside his dark backpack. Now a tiny and fluffy creature, the black wolf spirit stares up with innocent blue eyes, hiding its true power. Back in his room, Youngjin marvels at the spirit's ability to shrink as they begin their new life together. Looking out at the fading sunset, Youngjin asks why the spirit isn't guarding its mountain home at Mount Songni. The wolf spirit explains that its presence isn't needed there currently because the mountain bears the white dragon's divine blessing. The small wolf spirit gazes intently at Youngjin, admitting its deep curiosity regarding the boy's special connection to Jin. To several rhythmic growl sounding, the black wolf spirit informs Youngjin that it plans to reside in the nearby mountain. To a quick creak sounding, the white dog spirit warns Youngjin that they lack sufficient food to share with guests. The white dog spirit reacts with shock when Youngjin offers his new companion some jerky as a welcoming snack. After the small wolf spirit asks for his name, Youngjin identifies himself while looking down at the creature. To several rhythmic swoosh sounding, the black wolf spirit leaps into the air and begins a vibrant energy transformation. To a loud poof sounding, the spirit transforms into a boy wearing a light blue handbook, appearing quite bewildered. The blue-clawed boy looks down at his new human form and decides it will suffice for their current situation. Youngjin offers the mountain spirit some instant noodles, which the boy considers a meal suitable for royalty. To several rhythmic steam sounding, a hot bowl of ramen topped with an egg is served alongside fresh kimchi. To a quick sip sounding, the mountain spirit finds the modern meat noodles to be absolutely exquisite while dining together.
To a loud slurp sounding, the boy finishes his soup while Yongjin expresses relief that the meal was enjoyed.
To a loud whoosh sounding, Yongjin stops eating when a sudden surge of spectral energy fills the cramped apartment.
The tall spirit Jin materializes to request a portion of the meal, much to Yongjin's vocal annoyance. To several rhythmic wonder sounding, the mountain spirit dismisses Yongjin's concerns about the gastrointestinal risks of human food. Night falls over the quiet city buildings as the deity Jin commands the mountain spirit to finally take leave. To a heavy flop sounding, Yongjin insists the tired mountain spirit stay the night instead of traveling so late. Yongjin questions the boy about his original form, while the white dog spirit watches the interaction with mild boredom. Standing in the middle of the room, Yongjin notes that the spirit could definitely benefit from a thorough bath. Yongjin scrolls on his phone in bed while the white dog spirit relaxes on a pillow with its tablet. Staring at the ceiling, Yongjin contemplates the difficult process of absorbing the white dragon's power into his own body. In a past memory, a young forefather discusses a plan to replace the dangerous black dragon with a new power. The young forefather explains the strategy to purge the destructive black dragon and stabilize Yongjin's spiritual energy. A younger Yongjin listens in silent dread as the forefather describes the herald of death and destruction they face. Back in the present, Yongjin looks at his phone and concludes that choosing the white dragon is the safest path. Lying in the dark, Yongjin calls out to the forefather with a bold proposal to trade his current dragons. The spirit's voice rings out with a firm refusal, causing a startled Yongjin to sit up in the darkness. Speaking through the dog, the deity Jin explains that he cannot inhabit a mortal vessel that lacks sufficient divinity. The spirit warns Yongjin to keep the black dragon in check, threatening to intervene if the power acts out. Yongjin looks on with a confused expression as the spirit elaborates on the requirements for exchanging his draconic powers. The white dog spirit questions the origin of the new handle attached to the massive shaman's blade in the corner. To a loud whoosh sounding, a radiant and familiar garment materializes on the bed, surprising the young man. The dog spirit recalls a time when the powerful Lord Jia wore the very same garment in the ancient past. Feeling defensive, Yongjin admits the man gave him everything and snaps at the dog spirit's perceived judgment. The spirit reassures Yongjin that there is no need for secrets, though the boy remains visibly nervous and shaken. The mountain spirit enters the room to apologize for accidentally using up the household's entire supply of water. Yongjin stares in pure horror, wondering if the spirit just washed his head in the toilet bowl. Clutching his head in despair, Yongjin realizes the awkward truth of the mountain spirit's bizarre and unhygienic morning routine. To a quick flip sounding, a hand turns the pages of an ancient text, seeking answers to a divine problem. To several rhythmic ow sounding, the young forefather continues reading while ignoring the nearby sounds of physical pain. To a loud whoosh sounding, Juno lies on a mat while small spirits channel energy to heal his battered body. The young forefather demands an explanation for Juno's current state, while the spirits continue their glowing medical treatment. Looking exhausted, Juno asks to be spared the lecture since his pride has already taken a massive hit. The forefather expresses disappointment that Juno returned empty-handed without any knowledge of the white dragon's current location. To a sudden whoosh sounding, a spirit slaps Juno's head, prompting the deity to protest being abused while injured. To several rhythmic swipe sounding, the forefather realizes that Yongjin is the only person who can explain what happened. The forefather asks Juno for the boy's contact information, much to the white-haired man's confusion and surprise. To a loud whoosh sounding, Jun-Oh observes his trembling hand while the spirits focus their healing light on his chest. Jun-Oh wonders if his current physical instability is a result of losing his connection to the sacred altar. The forefather notes that Juno's divinity has become unstable because his body and spirit are no longer in harmony. To a loud swish sounding, spiritual energy swirls around the forefather as Juno marvels at the boy's relentless reading habits.
Jun-Oh lies battered on the floor while a foot in a white sock delivers a heavy kick.
A brown-haired man with facial piercings smirks at the defeated Juno, mocking his sudden loss of strength. To a sudden hop sounding, the brown-haired man leaps over Juno, while the deity retorts with a sharp insult.
The brown-haired man mentions Lord Jin's new dragon, wondering if the spirit can finally reclaim his true form.
Looking weary, the dark-haired forefather explains that the white dragon offers no revitalization, leaving Jin's full recovery in doubt. To a sudden flip sounding, the forefather turns a page and notes that their current path was chosen for peace.
A woman in a colorful hanbok cries out for Ja as the forefather and the brown-haired man stand nearby.
The forefather and the brown-haired man walk away from the library, concluding their brief and tense conversation.
To several rhythmic swing sounding, a healed Juno flexes his muscles and praises the medical skills of the spirit children.
Putting on his jacket, Juno admits a mysterious guest interrupted him, while the brown-haired man dismisses it as a pathetic excuse.
Jun-Oh asks his companion to guess who appeared, wearing a knowing smirk that hints at a significant encounter.
A grainy memory reveals a woman with long, dark hair and a sinister smile, whom Juno identifies as Maigu. The scene shifts to a vast traditional estate overlooking the sea as the sun begins to set over the horizon.
To a sudden swish sounding, a foot in a white sneaker lands on the floor amidst a swirl of blue energy.
To a loud boom sounding, the forefather stands tall within a pillar of radiant light as the gathering begins.
A short-haired woman with a gentle expression is introduced as Chuk, the cow deity of the 12 earthly branches.
A woman with long white hair and striking red eyes is introduced as Mayo, the rabbit deity.
Reclining on the floor, a man with light, messy hair is introduced as Mi, the sheep deity. Wearing glasses and a black shirt, a man with lavender hair is introduced as Hae, the pig deity. The gathered deities welcome Lord Ja to the table, greeting him warmly after their long time apart. Looking down at the wooden pieces on the table, the forefather asks for an explanation regarding the traditional game.
Hai suggests a round of Yutnori after their meeting concludes, much to the excitement of the rabbit deity.
The woman with red-streaked hair asks the brown-haired man about the whereabouts of a deity named Sara.
Checking her phone, the red-haired woman reports that Lord Sa is currently too busy with fortune readings to attend.
The forefather listens as the deities discuss their various responsibilities, eventually deciding to inform the absentees later. Mayo asks the eye-patched girl about Lord In, prompting an angry outburst regarding the whereabouts of the old man. Mi demands they skip the small talk and get to the point, reminding everyone that their time is precious.
The brown-haired man and Juno tease Mi about his easy travel methods, much to the sheep deity's visible annoyance.
The forefather holds up a piece of parchment and asks the gathered deities if they recognize the strange mark. Mi and Mio look at the symbol with a mix of curiosity and confusion as the meeting turns serious.
Taking the paper, Hei confirms he has seen the mark before on a spirit that caused a human's death.
The deities are shocked to hear the symbol has been spotted on Jeju Island as the mystery deepens.
Hei recalls encountering the symbol a decade ago, expressing regret that he couldn't prevent the tragedy back then. Hei notes the mark appeared around the time of his awakening, which the forefather finds to be a significant detail.
Pondering the situation, Hei asks the others if they are familiar with figures who wear traditional masked disguises. The forefather explains that the marked spirits and the masked figures seem to be operating as a single unit.
Mio looks worried as the forefather suggests a powerful mastermind is controlling these events from the shadows. The forefather asks the group if they realize Jin's body currently contains a human soul, surprising the deities. Rui scoffs at the idea, insisting the presence within the vessel is nothing more than an evil spirit.
Looking stern, the forefather commands me to watch his words, firmly asserting that the soul is indeed human.
The girl with the eye patch listens as the conversation turns to the human vessel housing the black dragon.
Mi explains the plan to purge the black dragon from the human body, an ambitious and dangerous undertaking.
Turning to the forefather, Mi and the others request his power to help remove the dragon from the human. Mi questions if they should simply follow the natural order, while the rabbit deity remains silent and thoughtful. The eye-patched girl points out that since Jin has lost his memories, he must be the spirit they once knew. To a loud slam sounding, the red-haired woman strikes the table and dismisses the previous arguments as total nonsense.
Mio asks if they are expected to forgive Jin for the countless lives he took in the past.
Mi looks down, arguing that the black dragon was the true cause of the mass destruction and death.
Standing with his arms crossed, Hei reminds Mi that the black dragon is a part of Jin's own power.
The brown-haired man suggests killing Jin while he is in dog form, though others warn of the potential consequences.
Mio wonders how a human body survives housing the black dragon without being consumed by it. Mi argues the dragon would have already destroyed any mere mortal vessel by this point. Mi dismissively offers to help exorcise the boy if they need a hand with the problem.
Hei stands silently as Lord Mi continues his arrogant display at the meeting table.
Looking furious, Lord Jia orders those with no intention of helping to leave immediately. Mi flips them off with a smirk, refusing to assist and demanding the door be opened. To a sudden swish sounding, Mi teleports away, leaving the others to mock his cowardly exit.
Chuck notes that the boy's true nature is irrelevant to their higher mission and purpose.
Lord Jia's judgment is final, and the other deities find no reason to dispute his word. Mio shifts the focus toward identifying the hidden presence that managed to break Jin's seal. The group ponders if the true orchestrator is actually working under Jin's own direct command. Hei observes that Jin would be the one most likely to covet his own human vessel. Mio and the red-haired woman react in disbelief to the mention of using torture. Chuck dismisses the idea of using force, deeming it entirely unnecessary for their current plan.
Mi smirks confidently, though his presence at the table remains tense and confrontational.
The brown-haired man maintains his mocking expression while the serious meeting continues around him. Lord O, the girl with the eye patch, looks on with a confused and uncertain expression. Juno identifies a previous opponent as one of Zhang's notorious fox bead spirits. Grainy memories depict a monstrous spirit that survived a decapitation during their brutal encounter.
The memory reveals masked figures with swords who accompanied the regenerative monster in battle.
Lord O is shocked to hear that the elusive Megu has resurfaced after so many years. Lord Jia questions Juno's previous silence, while the blonde man laughs off the long delay. To a quick reach sounding, Lord Jia grabs wooden sticks to settle their matters with Yutnori. The setting sun paints the sky in shades of purple as the cycle of fate shifts. Darkness falls over a modern estate tucked away in the shadows of the coastal mountains. To a soft splish sounding, flower petals drift upon the surface of a steaming hot bath. A man in a traditional ha-ho mask asks if events will finally force someone's hand. Zheng, the god of the nine-tailed fox, mocks the masked man for his late-night visit. Zheng relaxes in the bath while the masked messenger stands waiting silently in the shadows. The white-haired goddess laments the failures of those attempting to tame the ancient dragons.
With a wicked smile and glowing red eyes, Heavenly Stem Zhang reveals her true nature. Zhang blows a thick pink mist toward the intruder to test his resolve and focus. To a sudden stumble sounding, the masked man falls as the seductive energy overwhelms his senses. Steam rises as Zhang stands tall, her divine form radiating light before her kneeling guest.
To a quick grasp sounding, Zhang lifts the man's chin to look him directly in the eye.
The nine-tailed fox goddess wears a predatory grin, enjoying the total power she holds over him. To a loud grab sounding, the masked man suddenly seizes her wrist with surprising physical force.
To a sharp tug sounding and a pained squeeze sounding, Zhang winces at his iron grip.
The intruder releases her, expressing his hope that their affairs remain in capable hands.
To a loud swish sounding, the masked figure vanishes into a cloud of dark smoke.
A peaceful morning arrives with birds singing in the bright, clear blue sky. The scene shifts to the brick exterior of Sampo High School as the school day begins. Ji-won, a messy-haired boy in glasses, prepares to begin a lesson with a wooden sword. Youngjin looks bewildered as Ji-won insists on teaching him the traditional ways of kendo. Ji-won pushes up his glasses, promising to demonstrate the proper technique before they start training. To a loud slash sounding, the wooden sword cuts the air with terrifying speed and precision.
To a quick slide sounding, Ji-won finishes his move and asks for Youngjin's honest opinion. A dark memory of a masked executioner haunts the silence of the bright school rooftop.
Youngjin looks away in sorrow, wondering if Ji-won's intervention could have prevented past tragedies. Ji-won demands to see Youngjin's natural fighting style to gauge his current skill and basics. The gray-haired boy with glasses encourages Youngjin to simply mimic the amateur sword moves he just demonstrated. Smiling widely, the gray-haired boy prepares to reveal a secret truth about his unconventional and self-taught training methods. Youngjin stares at the wooden sword in disbelief as his friend admits his techniques are not actually real.
He explains that his cool moves were inspired by fictional heroes specifically for a day like today.
To a sudden raise sounding, Youngjin ignores the absurdity and assumes a focused, professional stance with the heavy wooden sword. Youngjin questions his friend's overly dramatic way of speaking as they continue their bizarre schoolyard training session. To a sudden flop sounding, the gray-haired boy sits down and asks Youngjin to choose an elemental force to wield. He insists that selecting a natural energy is the most vital step in mastering their unique inner power.
A cryptic memory surfaces about converting all forces of creation into divinity, though it's dismissed as unrelated.
Youngjin chooses fire for its strength, leading his friend to label him a classic and predictable firebender. As his friend adjusts his grip, three classmates approach, curious about their strange activities on the school court. To a sudden clatter sounding, the gray-haired boy collapses in a heap while trying to maintain his nonchalant act.
He hides his embarrassment by claiming Youngjin begged for pointers, much to the black-haired boy's silent, sweating annoyance.
Youngjin turns down an invitation for after-school training, citing mysterious plans that confuse his enthusiastic, bespectacled friend. The curious students wonder if Huisu is part of Youngjin's plans, but the black-haired girl remains just as clueless. The group is genuinely shocked by Youngjin's refusal, while he questions why his personal schedule is such a surprise. To a sudden bring-bring sounding, the school bell echoes across the campus under a bright and clear afternoon sky. To a sudden murmur sounding, students gather at the gate, distracted by the arrival of a stunning and mysterious newcomer.
A tall woman with long black hair and red eyes stands confidently by the wall, exuding an intense presence.
Several male students cheer and make loud comments about her appearance, completely unaware of the danger she likely represents. To a sudden glance sounding, the red-eyed woman looks back,
her piercing gaze causing the rowdy boys to gasp in fear.
Terrified by her cold expression, the bullies immediately retreat and try to play off their previous empty bravado.
From the gate, she watches silently as Youngjin and his friends begin to leave the school grounds for the day. The gray-haired boy checks his phone while Youngjin speaks vaguely about waiting for a mysterious door to open. Youngjin suggests training tomorrow instead, but a sudden, high-pitched shout of his name interrupts their walk home. To a sudden skip sounding, the long-haired woman happily rushes toward Youngjin with hearts floating around her joyful face.
She declares how much she missed him, leaving Huisu and the gray-haired boy frozen in absolute open-mouthed shock.
Youngjin is caught in a suffocating hug while his friends realize these were the mysterious plans he had mentioned earlier. Mistaking the situation for a romantic date, the friends decide to leave Youngjin alone with the persistent, affectionate woman. Youngjin struggles to escape her embrace, desperately trying to explain the misunderstanding to his rapidly retreating school companions. To a sudden smirk sounding, the red-eyed woman ignores his protests while someone nearby demands to know her true identity. To a sudden whish sounding, Youngjin's eyes widen in terror as a strange, static-like energy begins to manifest around them. To a sudden whoosh sounding, a powerful gale sweeps through the area as the woman prepares for a confrontation. To a sudden swish sounding, Huisu looks back as the wind picks up, sensing a dangerous shift in the atmosphere.
To a sudden turn sounding, Huisu's sneakers pivot on the pavement as she senses that Youngjin might be in trouble.
Panic sets in as Huisu sprints back toward the school gate, screaming Youngjin's name at the top of her lungs. She arrives to find the mysterious woman still clinging to a clearly distressed and overwhelmed Youngjin. The red-eyed woman holds a green talisman to Youngjin's face, her intense gaze suggesting something far more sinister. To a sudden slump sounding, Youngjin collapses unconscious as a second woman appears, apologizing for the blunt interruption.
The newcomer, identified as Sa, the snake deity, claims her hand slipped while holding a glowing green talisman.
Huisu and the gray-haired boy are horrified, questioning the chaotic and magical scene unfolding before their eyes.
To a sudden murmur sounding, students watch as Sa and the long-haired woman engage in a tense, supernatural standoff.
The red-eyed woman notes their growing audience and asks Sa if she truly intends to start a fight here.
Sa responds with a cold, mocking smile, clearly unfazed by the potential for a public and violent magical conflict. To a sudden crackle sounding, Sa ignites a talisman with her finger, causing swirling flames to dance around her. To a sudden whoosh sounding, Sa summons a massive flaming spear, eager to settle an old score with her rival. To a sudden murmur sounding, the crowd of students stands paralyzed with fear at Sa's blatant display of divine power. The long-haired woman mocks Sa's feisty nature while the snake deity stands ready to strike with her lethal weapon. Recalling a warning about discretion, the red-eyed woman decides to show mercy today for the sake of their past. To a sudden froosh sounding, she activates her own power, ambrosial reverie, erupting in a massive wave of pink energy. To a sudden stagger sounding, Youngjin and his friends are overwhelmed by an eerie, swirling pink energy. To a sudden slump sounding, the black-haired girl collapses as her friend reaches out in desperate worry. Youngjin screams for his friends, his face contorted in panic as the mysterious energy consumes the court. An assassin in red descends from the sky, surprised to find the boy still conscious amidst the chaos. To a sudden thunk sounding, a massive blade craters the ground, signaling the arrival of a deadly new foe. To a sudden hunch sounding, a woman in a school uniform barely evades a devastating strike from the attacker. The combatants exchange sharp words, with the red-clad woman mockingly offering to spare her opponent's pretty face. To a sudden slash sounding, The two women clash in a blur of motion, their blades sparks flying.
The green-eyed assassin chants a command, preparing to unleash a terrifying technique from her glowing hand. She invokes her scorching serpent scales, sending a lethal flurry of red diamond shards toward her target.
To a sudden whoosh sounding, a column of white fire erupts from the girl, transforming her entire being.
To a sudden crackle sounding, pink flames dance through the air as the girl's true form begins to manifest.
To a sudden whoosh sounding, the girl emerges as a white-haired goddess, complaining about her ruined school clothes.
Standing amidst the ruins, the white-haired entity demands Yongjin tell her what he knows about his strength. She reveals that a mysterious person wants her identity kept secret, casting a shadow over the battlefield.
The red-clad assassin, Saw, threatens to retaliate with violence if the white-haired woman refuses to talk.
The two powerful women exchange cold glares, each unimpressed by the other's arrogant and crass behavior. The white-haired woman remains silent, her red eyes reflecting a deep and ancient resolve.
To a sudden swish sounding, several massive foxtails unfurl as she announces her sudden departure. Sa summons her power once more, her arm transforming into a red-scaled claw wreathed in flame. To a sudden raise sounding, Sa launches an attack against the departing fox matriarch.
She unleashes a serpent-scale flurry, surrounding the white-haired woman with a storm of lethal projectiles. To a sudden swish sounding, a massive cross-shaped energy blast illuminates the sky as the battle peaks.
To a sudden crackle sounding, Sa stands amidst the fading flames, her expression one of calculated calm.
To a sudden click-clack sounding, Yongjin struggles to his feet, his body trembling from the spiritual pressure.
Sa kneels before the boy, recognizing him as the divine vessel that Lord Jia had previously mentioned. She expresses genuine surprise that Yongjin resisted her illusion spell despite lacking any inherent divinity. Yongjin immediately checks on the long-haired girl, who remains dazed and exhausted on the ground.
To a sudden shuffle sounding, the other students wake up confused, wondering how they ended up back at school.
The boy with glasses rubs his head in frustration, unable to recall the chaotic events that just unfolded. Sa suggests moving the conversation to a more private location to avoid further unwanted attention. The scene shifts to a luxury apartment complex overlooking the city as evening begins to fall. To a sudden trickle sounding, Sa prepares coffee while revealing her status as a high-ranking celestial lord. The students sit in stunned silence as they realize they are entertaining a literal zodiac animal. Sa invites them to address her as they wish, smiling over her freshly brewed cup of coffee.
The group discusses the mysterious lady they encountered, unaware of the fox matriarch's true terrifying power. Sa explains that the white-haired woman, Jung, is actually one of the 10 legendary heavenly stems.
The boys are horrified to learn that the heavenly emperors are far superior in rank to lords.
Sa continues her explanation, drinking coffee while detailing the hierarchy of the celestial and earthly deities.
She officially identifies the white-haired woman as the fox matriarch, a being of immense cosmic significance. Sa ponders why such high-ranking emperors would descend to the mortal realm for a human boy.
A heavy silence falls over the table as the students process the gravity of their situation. Sa asks if the truth should be shared in front of Yongjin's friends, but he insists on openness.
The boy with glasses admits they already know spirits are fighting over Yongjin's divine vessel. Sa reveals a dark secret. Yongjin was never meant to exist, and his body has a different owner. Looking down at the table, Yongjin realizes with a heavy heart that his friends didn't know the full truth. The sun sets behind a mountain villa, where a new set of mysteries awaits the group. Inside the villa, two masked guards are startled by an unexpected presence or notification. Swirling pink energy dances around a pair of bare feet stepping onto a patterned rug. To a sudden huff sounding, the fox-masked beast flinches in surprise as he senses a lethal presence nearby. Still huffing heavily, the beast stares down the white-haired woman, his muscles tensed for a final struggle.
To a sudden slash sounding, Zhang delivers a devastating blow that sends the monster's head flying in a spray of blood.
Wiping blood from her face, Zhang coldly regrets not killing the snake when she had the chance earlier.
To several shuffle soundings, guards drape a cloak over Zhang, while the black-haired Sa rushes toward her with concern.
Sa gazes at the white-haired matriarch with absolute adoration, mesmerized by her display of magnificent power and glory. Sa clings to the annoyed Zhang, showering her with affection despite the grim aftermath of the brutal execution. Zhang narrows her red eyes in suspicion, deeply troubled by the memory of the human boy who withstood her power. She recalls Youngjin's terrified expression as he remained conscious amidst the swirling pink energy that incapacitated his friends. To several munch and squeeze soundings, Sa eats while Zhang ponders how gods fall easily compared to that boy. Letting out a sudden kya, Sa recoils as Jiyoung's expression turns terrifyingly intense while she questions the boy's nature.
Back at the apartment, the group sits in stunned silence as Sa continues her explanation of the celestial hierarchy.
While Youngjin drinks, Sa pointedly asks if he felt like a hollow, ownerless vessel during the chaotic encounter. Sa leans back with a smirk, explaining that a body without an inhabitant naturally attracts dangerous spiritual fiends.
Nabi asks if Youngjin's body belongs to his forefather, but Sa finds the term Lord Jin uses amusingly pretentious.
Sa bursts into a fit of raucous laughter, finding the students' misunderstanding of the ancient bloodlines genuinely hilarious.
Sipping her coffee, Sa explains that the builders of the ancient altars are the ancestors of today's noble bloodlines.
Sa warns Youngjin that he should hope he is a true member of the Jin family to survive what's coming. To a sudden whoosh sounding, the students flinch as a powerful, unseen wind suddenly whips through the luxury apartment. To a sudden grab sounding, Sa seizes Youngjin by the throat, demanding to know what he truly is.
Choking the boy, Sa notes with fascination that he has not only accepted the Black Dragon, but coexists with it.
Sa admits she still has doubts about him, even if Lord Jia is convinced he possesses a mere mortal soul.
To a heavy squeeze sounding, Sa threatens to send Youngjin to the afterlife to finally reveal his true spiritual essence.
She leans in close, asking the terrified boy if he isn't curious to know if he is actually human. Nabi rushes forward and grabs Sa's arm, desperately trying to pull the Celestial Lord away from her friend. Nabi screams that Youngjin is human, while Sa looks back with a look of mild, curious surprise. To a sudden wave sounding, Jiwan brandishes his spiritual detectors, insisting they would have triggered if Youngjin were evil. Youngjin looks away in confusion, admitting he knows nothing about the mysterious altar or the terrifying Black Dragon. To a sudden dun sounding, Jiwan draws a wooden training sword, standing ready to protect his friend from the Celestial. To a sudden whoosh and stumble sounding, Sa easily evades Jiwan, sending the boy tumbling across the floor. To a sudden tremble sounding, Jiwan cowers while Sa laughs at his feeble attempt to challenge a Zodiac Lord. Sa waves them off with a laugh, claiming she was only joking about harming them and wouldn't really interfere. To a sudden jolt sounding, Youngjin is startled when Sa admires his gutsy friends and notices his red robes. To a sudden rush and flash sounding, Youngjin answers his phone as a brilliant blue portal opens in the room. The young Lord Jia steps through the shimmering gate, his expression stern as he ends the call with Youngjin.
Lord Jia demands an explanation for the boy's disappearance, while Sa defensively claims she saved him from kidnapping.
Lord Jia listens with a skeptical frown while the students watch the two powerful entities interact in silence. To a sudden fling sounding, Lord Jia pushes Yongjin back into the portal, ignoring the boy's startled cries of protest. Lord Jia prepares to follow, telling Sa they have urgent matters to discuss while she dismissively checks her phone. Lord Jia recognizes Nabi as the shaman's daughter, leaving the girls shocked that he knows her family's hidden lineage. Nabi and Jiwon step forward, earnestly asking if there is any way they can help the boy during this crisis. Nabi clasps her hands together, declaring their firm resolve to protect Yongjin this time around, no matter the cost. To a sudden pause sounding, Nabi is silenced when Lord Jia coldly asks how mere humans intend to protect anyone. He looks down at them with clinical indifference, reminding them that they are nothing more than fragile mortals. Lord Jia advises them to forsake their resolve if they truly care for Yongjin's safety and future well-being. He explains that their weak presence and misplaced loyalty may actually hold Yongjin back from his true potential. To a sudden crackle sounding, Sa tells the departing Lord Jia not to be so harsh as he enters the portal. The sun sets in a blaze of pink and gold over the city, marking the end of a chaotic day. Walking through the shopping district, Jiwon marvels that their real life has begun to feel like an action anime. The dark-haired girl wonders about wormholes and expresses a sudden, curious desire to experience one herself. In a quiet room, the short-haired woman questions how Yongjin would feel if his friend were endangered. Jiwon and the long-haired girl share a worried glance as they consider the recurring threats surrounding them. The man in the background shouts a stern warning about the escalating danger of their current location. Outside the school, Jiwon diligently records their recent supernatural encounters within his specialized hunter logbook. Jiwon enthusiastically praises Yongjin for defying destiny, his expression bright with genuine admiration for his brave friend. The long-haired girl notes that Yongjin shouldered his burdens alone despite the dire situation they all faced. Eyes reflecting the setting sun, the girl's face fills with dread as she contemplates Yongjin's uncertain future. Standing in the courtyard, the dark-haired girl laments that she has only been a burden to Yongjin. She realizes that her presence might actually worsen things for him, regardless of her desire to help. Jiwon adjusts his glasses, asserting that humans have a vital role to play alongside the powerful divine beings. He encourages her, suggesting they can support Yongjin through their own unique and meaningful human contributions. The girl recalls Lord Sa's warning to return to their daily lives and leave godly matters alone. A warm memory surfaces of the trio walking together, their laughter filling the air during much simpler times. Bathed in golden light, Jiwon stands tall and offers his hand, ready to face the coming challenges. As Yongjin enjoys a hearty meal, he feels a growing confidence that he will ultimately prevail. A grainy memory depicts a mysterious swordsman standing amidst a swirling vortex of ancient, untamed energy. To a quick, repetitive scratch sounding, the small black creature addresses the white dog through the glass door. Inside the room, the black creature inquires about the white dog's health after noticing his visible distress. Looking stern, the white dog questions what led the other to realize his body was not original. A dark memory reveals the black-haired man's intense struggle to claim the vessel that was rightfully his. To a sudden roar sounding, the boy in blue traditional robes strikes Yongjin for his reckless dragon swapping. To a sharp slam sounding and a wet cough sounding, Lord Sa demands water for the injured youth. Lord Sa explains the plan to purge the black dragon while Yongjin listens with a pained expression. Drinking deeply, the young deity scolds Yongjin for failing to report his search for the white dragon. Lord Sa highlights the extreme danger posed by the black dragon, questioning Yongjin's foresight in the matter. To a heavy groan sounding,
The young deity wonders if the dragon's power struggle is inevitable.
To a sudden, painful smack sounding, the garden's peace is broken as Yongjin protests the unexpected physical discipline.
Nursing a massive lump on his head, Yongjin argues that the dragons haven't truly been switched yet.
Lord Sa ponders the white dragon's motives, wondering if they must seek out yet another ancient beast. Yongjin dismisses the gravity of his recent encounters, claiming that nothing of great importance actually happened. From an elevated view, Yongjin recalls the forefathers' advice about learning from the wisdom of Lord Sa. Lord Sa calls his claims nonsense before shifting the conversation toward the elusive and dangerous deity Zheng.
To a gentle swa sounding, Lord Sa waters the garden while Yongjin follows him along the stone path.
Yongjin attempts to list the elemental forces of nature, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the complexity of divinity. A single droplet clings to a vibrant leaf as Lord Sa describes the fundamental forces of existence. A radiant yin-yang symbol glows, representing the division of forces that gave birth to the heavenly stems. Intricate traditional art illustrates the ancient beasts brought forth by the Heavenly Father to govern all things. Yongjin's eyes widen in shock as he begins to grasp the true scale of the power described.
Lord Sa explains the absolute supremacy of the stems, prompting Yongjin to ask if they are simply invincible.
A blinding collision of energy represents the raw, pure strength of the clashing forces from ages past.
Lord Sa looks away solemnly, reflecting on the historical weight and the burden of their divine heritage.
A silhouette reveals the ideal balance required to master the overwhelming powers of the unbound heavenly stems. To a soft mutter sounding, hands weave the 5 elements into a harmonious cycle of supreme godly control.
Yongjin mentions a common folktale about the rat deity's cleverness during the ancient race of the zodiac.
The discussion turns to the rat's conniving portrayal in stories, much to the disdain of the actual deity.
Lord Sa continues his lecture, noting that the presence of the heavenly stems clarifies the current chaos.
The two walk together as the sun sets, certain that the stems are the true masterminds behind everything. Walking through blooming daisies, Lord Sa asserts their goal is to restore the disrupted flow of natural order. Yongjin seeks reassurance about the future, but Lord Sa offers only a cryptic and mixed response. Yongjin looks perplexed as he mentally recites the names of powerful heavenly stems.
In a mythical era, a deity wields a glowing orb to pacify the warring heavenly stems.
A humble pot of noodles transitions the conversation toward the arrival of an earthly branch deity.
Heavenly stem Mu, the god of dragons, stands imposing in traditional black attire with dual swords. Mu confronts a mysterious figure enveloped in a swirling purple mist, his hand clenched in silent tension. Heavenly stem Yule, the god of Keelans, reveals a smug grin from within his radiant, gaseous aura. Mu and Yule lock eyes, their contrasting divine energies creating a heavy atmosphere of mutual disdain. Mu demands an explanation for Yule's intrusion into the mortal realm, his golden eyes glowing with suspicion.
Yule offers a mocking smile, claiming he only stopped by to offer a casual, friendly greeting.
Mu remains unconvinced, narrowing his eyes as he asks Yule to answer a single, serious question.
Yule dismissively smiles, refusing to share any sensitive information about his true motives in this world. Mu critiques Yule's billowy, mist-like clothing, questioning why he would choose such a ridiculous and impractical attire. Yule looks slightly offended, wondering aloud if Mu is really the one who should be judging fashion. Mu stands regally as Yule notes that his traditional black ensemble is woefully out of style today. To a sudden, sharp clack sounding, Mu's hand tightens around the hilt of his sheathed sword. To a piercing shing sounding, Mu draws his blade and strikes with the speed of a dragon. Yule smiles playfully, even as the sharp edge of Mu's sword rests dangerously close to his neck. Mu glares with intense yellow eyes, acknowledging that Yule appears to be as healthy as ever. Yule maintains his light-hearted demeanor, promising Mu that their paths will cross again very soon. To a sudden, loud fwish sounding, Yule vanishes into a cloud of white mist as Mu watches.
Youngjin looks worried, realizing Mu is on the same side as the enemies who hunted him previously.
Yongjin suspects that the heavenly stems were the ones who actually freed the forefather from his seal.
Lord Sa explains that the forefather's divine powers are currently confined within the small body of a dog.
A grainy memory shows Mu standing regally as Yongjin questions the nature of the deity's confinement. Yongjin wonders if the ancient 16-year rule for deities even applies to a being as powerful as Forefather. Yongjin reflects on Mu's post-battle stamina, noting how fine the deity appeared despite the intense combat. Standing by a fence, Lord Sa explains that divine power likely prevented Forefather's vessel from total collapse. Yongjin looks terrified as he contemplates the calamity that follows the rise of such overwhelming dragon power. Tiny ants crawl through the dirt as Lord Sa warns about the coming disruption of natural order. Looking grim, the young deity asks Yongjin what kind of fate he expects to face in this war.
Lord Sa asserts that seizing the dragon's power is no longer a choice, but a vital necessity.
Lord Sa explains that Yongjin must utilize the earthly branch deity Jin to his own strategic advantage. Yongjin stares ahead with a determined yet pained expression, absorbing the gravity of his new mission. Yongjin confronts the white dog in the kitchen, demanding to know how many secrets are being kept. Memories of 12 gods and ancient creation stories surface as Yongjin questions his own divine connection. To a heavy flop sounding, Yongjin collapses in frustration while the white dog watches with a smirk. The white dog reassures Yongjin, promising to reprimand the others and bring this current folly to an end. The white dog mentions Yule's recent visit, smiling as if anticipating the chaos yet to come. Yongjin looks skeptical as the dog asks for trust, wondering what more must be done to convince him. Yongjin reflects on Lord Ja's warnings, questioning if the forefather is truly as dangerous as they say. The white dog demands to be called Dear Forefather, though Yongjin remains unconvinced of his threat level. Grainy memories of past battles and unexpected rescues haunt Yongjin as he considers Forefather's true nature. Mu stands with his back to the crowd, his patience exhausted by the interference of the stems. A memory of Lord Sa's warning about Jin flashes as Yongjin wonders about the recent secret meeting. The white dog dismisses the encounter with Yule as mere pleasantries, ignoring the obvious tension involved. Yongjin stands awkwardly as the white dog begins to doubt the fashionableness of his own divine attire. Darkness settles over the quiet neighborhood, the stars shining brightly through the deep blue night sky. News of a mysterious new student in Class 3 spreads quickly through the halls of Sampo High School. Yongjin walks down the school hallway, distracted by the ongoing mystery of the Heavenly Stem's arrival. Lord O, the girl with the eye patch, stares intensely as she prepares to start her school day. To a sudden, startled yell sounding, Yongjin loses his footing and tumbles backward to a quick, chaotic stumble sounding. To a heavy, angry stomp sounding, Yongjin grits his teeth in frustration while nursing the sting of his sudden fall. Standing over him, the girl with discordant eye patch offers a sharp, menacing grin to a dark, vibrating ground sounding. Gossip spreads through the hallway as students whisper about the formidable new transfer student standing dominantly over the fallen Yongjin. The girl with the eye patch maintains her terrifying smile while rumors of her arrival echo through the crowded school hallway.
Curious murmurs fill the air as classmates wonder about the identity and intentions of the strange girl confronting Youngjin.
Looking surprisingly cheerful, the girl asks if Youngjin is all right, though he remains suspicious and deeply annoyed by her presence. Classmates look on in disbelief, wondering if Youngjin has managed to entangle himself with yet another mysterious and dangerous girl. To a quick, dismissive brush sounding, the two part ways as Youngjin attempts to maintain his dignity despite the confrontation. A tense atmosphere lingers as Arang Kang, the new student, casts a serious glance back at her unsuspecting school classmates. In the classroom, Do-gyung introduces Arang Kang to the group, asking everyone to give the transfer student a warm welcome. Students whisper frantically, spreading rumors that the new girl was forced to transfer after a violent altercation at her old school. Do-gyung firmly addresses the class, attempting to shut down the malicious rumors circulating about Arang's past behavior and reputation. Turning to his friend, Do-gyung asks if the rumors are true, but Youngjin remains silent and broodingly indifferent to the gossip. To a sudden, sharp gasp sounding, Arang reacts with shock as Youngjin bluntly confirms the rumors of her past aggression.
To a heavy slam sounding, Arang shouts in protest, arguing that Youngjin's fall earlier was entirely his own clumsy fault.
Classmates wonder if a romance is blossoming from this enmity, a suggestion that only further fuels the chaotic classroom tension. To a quick, mocking pft sounding, students joke about Arang's eye patch, wondering if it conceals some sort of hidden power. Looking solemn, Arang reveals that she is actually blind in that eye, instantly silencing the group's insensitive and playful teasing. As the school day continues, a voice suddenly calls out from the exterior, demanding the attention of those near Youngjin. Surprised by the sudden command, a student looks up as Arang stands over him with a demanding and authoritative presence. To a quick, rattling slide sounding, the student hastily complies with Arang's blunt order to vacate his seat for her. Arang and Youngjin lock eyes in a silent, intense standoff, each gauging the other's resolve in the quiet classroom environment.
A stubborn battle of wills ensues as the two exchange blunt commands, neither willing to back down from the confrontation.
To a quick, sharp tap sounding, Arang settles into her new seat while Youngjin buries his face in his hands. A memory reveals Lord Sa explaining the necessity of monitoring Jin's vessel as the heavenly stems prepare their next move. To a heavy, angry stomp sounding, Arang originally protested the order to transfer schools, clearly resenting the babysitting duty assigned.
Lord Sa pressured Arang into the mission by reminding her of her prior encounter and debt to the black-haired youth.
Fearing Lord Sa might involve Lord O instead, Arang ultimately shouted her reluctant agreement to the school transfer mission. Back in the present, Arang watches Youngjin closely as he focuses on his work, the classroom tension remaining thick.
Arang playfully accuses Youngjin of being a stalker, her cheerful facade masking the serious nature of her underlying divine mission.
To a low, menacing grrr sounding, Arang warns Youngjin that using the Black Dragon's power again will result in death. Watching from the side, a student wonders if the two are in a tsundere relationship as Arang continues her outbursts. The black-haired girl arrives at the classroom door, her sudden appearance drawing comments about her being the classic wifey figure. Tensions rise as the two girls finally come face to face, their meeting creating an atmosphere that classmates find incredibly interesting. Outside, the black-haired girl expresses shock upon learning that the new student is actually a powerful divine lord. Youngjin questions why she couldn't sense the divinity herself, given her spiritual abilities and past encounters with ancient beings. She explains that while Forefather Mu was clearly visible, other deities like Lord Sa appeared differently due to their vessels. The black-haired girl points out that the deity's presence is distorted because he is currently confined within a different body.
The conversation is interrupted by Orang, who sits high in a tree and warns that the deity's power is leaking.
Confronting the black-haired girl, Orang sternly orders her to distance herself from the dangerous Yongjin immediately. To a sudden, heavy thump sounding, Orang lands on the ground and fixes her intense gaze on the confused Yongjin.
Orang demands they stop acting like they are on a date, sparking a heated argument about her intrusive behavior.
Orang labels Yongjin a ticking bomb due to the uncontrollable black dragon, prompting a confused and surprised reaction. To a quick, rhythmic swish sounding, the black-haired girl defends Yongjin, insisting he isn't dangerous despite the alarming warnings.
Orang clarifies that Yongjin's power could destroy the entire school, though he argues his previous actions were purely self-defense.
The black-haired girl is horrified to learn Orang tried to kill Yongjin, while he casually confirms her aggressive first strike.
Orang panics as she realizes the girl is getting the wrong idea, her aggressive reputation making the situation difficult.
Looking flustered and defensive, Orang mutters about the lack of an apology and the unfair blame placed on her.
Standing firmly between them, the black-haired girl asserts that Orang is actually the dangerous one here, ending the debate.
From above, classmates witness the drama as Orang and the black-haired girl confront Yongjin in the school courtyard. Seeing Yongjin surrounded by girls, jealous classmates vent their envy from the school window, wishing for his luck.
Orang yells defensively, insisting Yongjin wasn't hurt and that the entire incident was just a clumsy, harmless trip.
The black-haired girl demands an apology, but Orang stubbornly refuses to admit any wrongdoing for causing the sudden fall.
Orang points accusatorily, arguing that the black dragon's power would have healed any minor injuries instantly and effortlessly anyway.
A sudden realization or distraction catches Orang off guard, silencing her aggressive tirade for a brief, startled moment. To a heavy, firm step sounding, Yongjin startles the black-haired girl by stoically agreeing with Orang's harsh assessment.
Asserting he isn't human anyway, Yongjin walks away, leaving both girls stunned by his cold and detached confession.
Orang stares after him with a pained look, her confrontational energy replaced by a look of bewildered, quiet confusion.
Before leaving, the black-haired girl firmly tells Orang she still owes Yongjin a sincere apology for her aggressive behavior.
To a sudden, quick dash sounding, the black-haired girl departs, leaving Orang alone to contemplate the heavy courtyard silence.
White birds soar over Shinhu High School as the morning sun shines brightly on the grand columned campus exterior.
To a series of light, rhythmic chirp soundings, sparrows rest upon a stone statue of an elderly man reading.
In a cafe, the tan-skinned boy with brown hair checks his phone, reacting with sudden, sharp surprise to news. The blonde-haired youth shouts into his phone, furious that Lord Sol was deployed to Yongjin's school without his involvement. Despite his friend's skepticism, the blonde youth insists he wants to transfer schools immediately to stay close to Yongjin.
The blonde youth panics when told to wait until his next life, fearing Yongjin will be gone by then.
A gritty memory resurfaces as Orang's voice echoes her previous claim that Yongjin isn't even a human being. Yongjin stands in the shadows, looking down at a crushed red can while leaves swirl around his lonely figure. Ancient memories of divine vessels surface, depicting a figure in traditional black robes as the true body of gods. Yongjin gazes at his hand with an intense, hollow expression, his eyes clouded with heavy, dark exhaustion and doubt.
Orang sits alone on a school bench, her head bowed as she reflects on the previous confrontation's heavy emotional weight.
Silence settles over the courtyard as Orang remains lost in thought, unable to shake off Yongjin's disturbing, non-human confession.
A dark, grainy vision of Yongjin's face appears, reflecting the inner turmoil and shadows of his true, non-human nature.
Orang mutters to herself that she only stated facts, though her troubled expression betrays a growing sense of guilt. Sitting alone, Arang wonders why Youngjin made such a pained face when she confronted him about his questionable humanity. To a loud, vibrating buzz sounding, Youngjin's phone interrupts his studying as he tries to focus in the quiet classroom. Youngjin scowls at Arang's overly familiar text messages, quickly typing a blunt rejection to her sudden hangout request. Arang insults Youngjin's looks to his face until the teacher's voice interrupts their disruptive back-row bickering and insults. The teacher scolds them for flirting, leaving Youngjin fuming with a dark, vein-popping irritation while his classmates gossip. To a loud, ringing bell sounding, the school day concludes, and the students begin to depart the building. To a sudden, quick rush sounding, Youngjin bolts out of the classroom as Arang desperately yells for him. To a sudden, frantic dash sounding, Arang chases Youngjin down the hallway, demanding that he stop ignoring her. Youngjin orders Arang to stop following him, but she snaps back, offended by his dismissive, cold, and punk-like attitude. Arang insists she is acting under direct orders from Lord Jia to provide Youngjin with protection and constant monitoring. Youngjin dismisses her claims of protection, offering to deal with Lord Jia himself while questioning her true desire.
Arang warns that a dangerous being named Zheng is coming, but Youngjin remains indifferent to the looming lethal threat.
To a sudden, quick dash sounding, Youngjin flees while Arang hilariously threatens to report him for school bullying. Left behind in the empty hallway, Arang stands speechless and bewildered by Youngjin's complete and utter lack of cooperation. The afternoon sun casts long shadows over the quiet neighborhood as students begin their walk home from Shinhu High. Youngjin pauses outside, looking ahead with a weary, hollow gaze that reflects his deep and growing sense of isolation. Looking up at the bright blue sky, Youngjin's attention is caught by a sudden, sharp glint sounding from above. A spectral, flaming horse appears in a vision as the blonde youth anticipates his dramatic arrival at the school. To a sudden, loud vroom sounding, Youngjin looks up in surprise as a powerful motorcycle engine roars nearby. To another loud engine vroom sounding, a black-clad motorcyclist speeds directly toward the startled and confused Youngjin. To a sudden, loud tire screeching sounding, the biker skids to a perfect, dramatic halt right in front of him. To a quick, metallic whip sounding, the rider lifts his visor to reveal the blonde youth and his bike. While other students watch in awe, Youngjin sighs in annoyance at the blonde youth's flashy, cool, and dramatic arrival. To a sudden, quick catch sounding, the blonde youth tosses a helmet, inviting Youngjin to join him for a ride. Youngjin skeptically asks about their destination, while the blonde youth excitedly mentions some buddies who want a meeting. A phone screen displays a photo of the blonde youth and Youngjin, confirming the target is secured. Arang reacts with frantic, wide-eyed panic to the message, shouting that Youngjin is headed their way immediately. To a series of light, rhythmic box soundings, Arang chickens out while her friend suggests apologizing. Fearing Youngjin's hatred is too deep, Arang listens as her friend advises her to beg for forgiveness. In a cafe, Arang desperately offers to buy the entire store to prepare a feast for Youngjin. The shopkeeper presents a massive bill for the snacks Arang is buying to appease the white-haired girl. The scene shifts to a secluded building nestled in the dark mountains as the sun begins to set. Inside, robed guards discuss their watch, admitting their best efforts might not be enough to satisfy their master. To a heavy, firm step sounding, a newcomer enters the ornate room, their boots clicking on the floor. Lady Zheng lounges with a glass of wine in a traditional hall as a visitor is announced. A masked subordinate kneels before the white-haired Lady Zheng, reporting that a mysterious visitor has finally arrived. Lady Zheng grants permission for the others to leave, while her subordinate acknowledges her cold and calculated command. Two masked figures exchange surprised looks as they realize the gravity of Lady Zheng's presence and decisions.
The figure in the old man mask bids his leave, while Lady Jung watches with a chilling smile.
Lady Jung raises her wine glass, asking the newcomer what has provoked such a seething, intense anger.
The old man masked figure looms closer, commenting on the fun Lady Jung had during her latest outing. Lady Jung mocks his concern, suggesting she found the boy to be an incredibly curious and interesting subject. To a sudden, violent grab sounding, the masked figure lunges forward and pins Lady Jung against her throne.
To a heavy, tightening squeeze sounding, he chokes her while demanding to know why she didn't bring Yongjin. He questions if her allegiance has shifted, staring down at her with glowing, menacing red eyes.
Lady Jung laughs mockingly despite the danger, asking if he wants her to cause even more chaos. She mentions the heavenly mandate as he throttles her, his grip tightening in a fit of divine fury.
To a light, rough brush sounding, her hand reaches up as he continues his lethal threats against her. To a sudden, loud slam sounding, the physical tension explodes as she is pinned further back.
To a harsh, painful squeeze sounding, he warns her not to test his patience or his authority.
He claims the newer generation of gods is perfected, mocking her perceived shortcomings as an older deity. Lady Jung scoffs at his arrogance, calling the new generation inferior scraps without their stolen divine powers. The masked figure leans in close, his glowing eyes reflecting a murderous intent toward the defiant white-haired woman. To a sudden, intense shudder sounding, Lady Jung reacts with a twisted, blushing smile to his violent physical contact. To a sudden, powerful whoosh sounding, a surge of energy erupts around them as they clash.
To a quick, rhythmic swish sounding, the two move with blinding speed amidst a blur of divine power.
To a tight, heavy squeeze sounding, the masked figure maintains his throttle while energy swirls around them. To another quick, rhythmic swish sounding, Lady Jeong grins manically and tells him to ruin her now.
Stunned by her madness, the masked figure pauses as she looks up at him with a perverse joy.
To a loud, powerful swoosh sounding, the divine energy dissipates, leaving a heavy silence in the hall.
Lady Jung lingers in her throne with a satisfied, blushing smile after the intense and violent encounter.
The scene transitions to the sunny exterior of Cafe Sori as the group gathers for a meeting.
Inside the cafe, Arang performs a deep, formal apology by pressing her head firmly against the floor. The others watch in silence as Arang begs for forgiveness, her desperate posture reflecting her deep regret. To a sudden, quick jab sounding, a fork snaps into a fluffy pancake on the cafe table. To a sudden, heavy yank sounding, Arang steals the food away, insisting it is only for Youngjin.
Arang offers the pancake to a battered and confused Yongjin, claiming she bought the entire menu for him.
As they sit together, the white-haired girl comments on Arang's saintly behavior while the group eats. Realization dawns on Yongjin as he asks if Arang is also a divine lord, catching her mid-bite.
Arang introduces herself as the earthly branch deity Yujong, telling Youngjin he can address her however he likes.
She enthusiastically pledges herself to his service, leaving Youngjin completely overwhelmed by her sudden and intense devotion. Youngjin brings up his ruined school uniform, explaining he only has one set left because she tore it. To a sudden, loud wham sounding, Arang slams her head on the table in a fit of extreme apology. The white-haired girl is haunted by Youngjin's prior claim that he isn't even a human being anymore.
At the table, the white-haired girl gently takes Youngjin's hand, surprising him with her sudden, comforting touch.
The white-haired girl warns Youngjin that his black dragon body makes him different from humans, urging him to take injuries seriously.
To a sudden light slide sounding, Youngjin blames his current condition on the group as they sit together in Cafe Sori. While the white-haired girl holds his hand, she acknowledges his special nature, but reminds him that he is still just human. Leaning in with a gentle gaze, the white-haired girl reinforces her belief that his humanity is what matters most in the end. Youngjin listens with a hollow expression as she promises to ensure he can live his life as an ordinary human again. The white-haired girl reveals her identity as the earthly branch deity Mio, adding that her human name is Yuha. Yuha enthusiastically shakes Youngjin's hand, telling him how much she has looked forward to finally meeting him in person. To a quick brush sounding, a hand reaches out and strokes Youngjin's hair, catching the boy completely off guard and confused. A light brown-haired woman leans in close, observing Youngjin intently and confirming that this is truly his physical body. Introducing herself as earthly branch deity Chuck, or Jiu, the woman continues to affectionately pet the startled Youngjin's head. Jiu closes her eyes with a serene, contented smile, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere as she lingers by Youngjin's side. The scene shifts to the exterior of Cafe Sori as the sunset paints the sky in vibrant shades of pink and orange. Night begins to fall over the quiet cafe, the blue sky darkening as the long day of revelations finally winds down. Overcome by exhaustion, Youngjin slumps forward and falls fast asleep on the table, his head resting in his arms. Yua watches him sleep, the vibrant colors of the cafe fading into a dull, gray vision of the past. A distorted, blue-tinted memory surfaces as Youngjin questions the tragic reason behind the death of those close to him. Lost in his inner turmoil, Youngjin wonders if his own existence was a mistake that should have never happened. In the vision, the white-haired girl reassures him, insistently stating that the tragedy could never be his fault. She continues her gentle comfort, telling the young boy that he should not carry such a heavy burden alone. A grainy, black-and-white memory depicts a family trip in a car, capturing a fleeting moment of happiness before the storm. The vision turns dark and chaotic, showing a frantic struggle and blood-stained hands inside the vehicle during a crisis. Distorted figures cry out in the rain, reflecting of a moment of pure, agonizing grief from a long-buried childhood memory. Yua stands amidst a mourning crowd in the past, witnessing the fragments of a memory she cannot truly change. Closing her eyes, she asks for forgiveness while remaining immersed in the flickering, painful shadows of Youngjin's history. A younger Youngjin sits in the back seat of a car, looking surprised as a woman turns around to take a photo. Yua reflects on the memory, realizing that this simple car ride was actually the happiest moment of Youngjin's life. To a sudden, loud thud sounding, a monstrous shadow looms over the car, shattering the peaceful atmosphere in an instant. To a sudden, sharp swish sounding, a multi-eyed creature appears on the car, causing Yua to notice a mysterious mark. To a sudden, violent shatter sounding, glass flies everywhere as a younger Youngjin is caught in the terrifying impact of an attack. Blood splatters across the interior as the monster's massive claws tear through the car roof in a lethal, crushing strike. To a series of heavy thunk and screech soundings, the beast pounces on the car, causing it to swerve wildly. To a sudden, tight grab sounding, a bloody hand desperately grips the car interior as the vehicle begins to flip. Tears stream down Youngjin's face as he is thrown about, the world turning upside down in a terrifying blur of blood. To a sudden, heavy thunk sounding, Yua screams in horror as the car is violently crushed under the monster's weight. She helplessly realizes that this is only a memory, leaving her unable to interfere with the unfolding catastrophe. To a sudden, desperate reach sounding, A blood-soaked hand stretches out through the wreckage toward a child trapped inside.
A protective hug is shared amidst the rubble as sunlight breaks through the shattered roof of the destroyed vehicle.
To a sudden, heavy squeeze sounding, a bloody hand holds the child tight, determined to protect him until the very end.
The car flips across the asphalt, sparks flying as the mangled metal grinds to a final, smoking halt.
Yua watches from the road as the flipped vehicle settles, the air thick with smoke and the scent of tragedy.
Tears flow freely as the white-haired girl witnesses the devastating scene, her heart breaking for the young boy's loss.
The monstrous, multi-eyed creature looms over the overturned car, preparing to finish its hunt amidst the ruins.
A shadowy, clawed hand lifts the bloodied Yongjin from the wreck, dragging him away from the safety of the car. Yua cries out Yongjin's name in despair, her voice filled with a raw and desperate anguish she cannot contain.
To a sudden, massive boom sounding, a powerful shockwave erupts, blasting the monster away and scattering the dust. To a sudden, quick whish sounding, a silver-haired man in traditional robes intervenes, shielding the boy from further harm.
Yua identifies the powerful savior as Lord Ha, whose intense, focused gaze scans the chaotic aftermath of the crash. To a light crackle sounding, the vision shifts to reality, where bystanders gather around the overturned car in shock.
Yuha shouts for help, urging the crowd to call 911 as the emergency situation becomes increasingly dire. To another sudden, loud boom sounding, the flipped car explodes as the witnesses recoil in terror from the blast. To a sudden, powerful whoosh sounding, a voice laments that they saved the child, but the car burns fiercely. Young Jin cries out desperately for his mother, his face and clothes stained with blood and dark grime.
Yua stands silently in the road as the grieving child reaches out, mourning in the wreckage's tragic aftermath.
A somber funeral altar displays photos of a woman and a man, incense smoke rising slowly into the air. Surrounded by mourning relatives, a glowing Yuhua watches the young boy collapse in tears at the family funeral.
Yua offers a tender hug to the grieving Yongjin, whispering his name to provide some small measure of comfort.
To a sudden, heavy dun sounding, dark, chaotic energy surges as the childhood vision begins to warp and fade.
Mayo laughs manically with a terrifying intensity, her red eyes reflecting a sudden and dark shift in her mood. A voice from the darkness mocks Mayo, claiming to have appreciated her dramatic and violent display of divine power.
To a sudden shing sounding, a blade glows green as a stern warning is issued to the black dragon.
To a light crackle sounding, Mayo stands with a rabbit crest on her back, radiating a powerful divine energy.
To a sudden flash sounding, Mayo summons her power, standing amidst a swirling vortex of energy and white petals. Mayo grips her sword with a fierce determination, her red eyes focused intently on the unseen enemy before her.
Facing the cosmic abyss, Mayo raises her blade high, ready to defend against the encroaching and malevolent darkness. The entity warns that Yongjin's psyche will suffer, but Mio firmly rejects its claim as she prepares to strike.
Swinging her sword with divine might, Mayo declares that the monster is the only one who will truly suffer. To a sudden, light crackle sounding, Mayo commands her power to come forth, her blade glowing with celestial intensity. A shadowy vision of Yongjin appears, reaching out toward her as a voice calls his name in deep confusion. To a quick swish sounding, colorful ribbons swirl around the boy, while Mayo watches the vision unfold from below.
Mayo reacts with sheer shock, her eyes wide as she witnesses a sudden and unexpected change in the memory.
To a sudden tap sounding, a hand touches Mayo's head, catching her completely off guard within the dream state. Youngjin gazes forward with a calm, shadowed expression, a faint smile playing on his lips amidst the swirling chaos.
To a sharp pzzzt sounding, a spark erupts at the contact point, jolting Mayo out of the mental connection.
Stunned and breathless, Yua realizes with horror that she has been forcibly cast out of Youngjin's inner memory. From within the darkness, the red-eyed entity wonders about the mysterious force that disrupted their mental intrusion. Youngjin sleeps soundly on the table, his head resting in his arms as the days-long trial finally ends. A gentle hand strokes the sleeping boy's hair, offering him a brief moment of peace after the intense visions. Youngjin wakes with a groggy mutter for his mother, his eyes opening slowly to the reality of the room. Yuha smiles warmly at him, asking if he had a good nap as he finally returns to full consciousness. Confused and disoriented, Youngjin realizes he is lying on Yua's lap, his eyes wide with sudden and awkward realization. To a sudden spring sounding, Youngjin bolts upright in shock while Yua explains he was carried to this location. To a light splash sounding, Youngjin looks out at a stunning coastal view as Yuhua mentions their companions left. Youngjin asks where they are, and Yua enthusiastically reveals they have arrived at the beautiful Jeju Island. Traditional buildings line the coast of Jeju Island under a clear night sky as Youngjin reacts with complete disbelief. Youngjin panics over their sudden relocation while Yua watches him, quietly confirming that it is truly him. Lord Hei, with purple hair and glasses, approaches with a gentle smile, noting it has been a long time. Youngjin is startled as Lord Hei expresses his gratitude for seeing the boy doing so well after many years. Youngjin bluntly asks the man's identity, looking confused as they sit together in the peaceful traditional pavilion. Lord Hei ponders the boy's question, wondering aloud if he should describe himself as Youngjin's guardian angel. Yua watches from behind as Youngjin eats dinner and checks his phone, reflecting on the boy's strange survival. Discussing the recent attacks, Lord Hei points out that their enemies clearly had a specific and sinister purpose. While Youngjin eats, Yua notes how strange it is that he wasn't targeted at all during his younger years. Yuha asks Lord Hei if he finds the complete lack of prior attempts on Youngjin's life to be suspicious. Lord Hei explains that following the car incident, Youngjin faced no further ordeals until he turned 16 years old. Mayo questions why no one tried to eliminate him earlier if their true goal was to rectify the order. Lord Hei admits it's peculiar, wondering why Youngjin was left alone despite being vulnerable for over a decade. He suggests that if the heavenly stems had acted 10 years ago, Youngjin's seal would have broken much sooner. Lord Hei explains the seal was only broken by chance as Youngjin reached the end of his 16th year. He concludes that the enemy was never after the boy himself, but rather his divine, powerful physical body. Yua reacts with shock as Lord Hei mentions a constraint involving 64 seasons and the meddling heavenly stems. Yuha listens intently, finding Lord Hei's explanation about the divine constraints to be logically sound. To a sudden spring sounding, Yua stands abruptly to alert the others, but Lord Hei urges caution. Lord Hei clarifies that only the earthly branch deities truly understand the limitations placed upon them. Yuha stands frozen by the table, struggling to process the implications of his startling revelation. Addressing Lord Hei, she points out that his theory regarding the enemy's movements remains purely speculative. Lord Hei maintains a stern gaze, insisting that any reason for doubt necessitates absolute wariness. Yua argues passionately, reminding him that a spirit committed the murder, not a deity directly. She questions if he is simply dismissing the possibility of divine involvement, despite the spirit's mark. Lord Hei counters calmly, explaining that a deity could easily orchestrate a killing without acting personally. A heavy silence falls between them in the pavilion as the weight of the conspiracy deepens. Yuha concedes for now, deciding to investigate further and consult with Lord Jia at a later time. She offers a faint, knowing smile, admitting that she has never been good at concealing her emotions. Lord Hay smiles back warmly, noting that her expressive nature makes her intentions quite easy to read.
Her expression turns somber as she prepares to share one final, uncertain detail about the recent visions.
When Lord Hay asks if she refers to the Black Dragon, Yuha quietly denies his suggestion. She suggests that the strange occurrence might have been Youngjin's subconscious or an entirely different, unknown force.
Yua stares ahead with a hollow expression, clearly haunted by the mysteries still buried within the boy.
Youngjin bows politely and thanks his hosts as a swirling, radiant portal opens to send him home. To a series of step and lean soundings, Youngjin approaches the gateway, questioning if it leads to Lord Jia. Lord Hay admits his spatial limitations prevented a direct trip, necessitating this brief detour through another domain.
Yua reassures him that Lord Jia is expecting his arrival and has already prepared a path home.
To a sudden step sounding, Youngjin walks into the blinding light of the portal, leaving the pavilion behind. Lord Hay watches the boy depart, offering a gentle, encouraging promise that everything will eventually be all right. Youngjin looks back one last time as Lord Hay notes that not all heavenly stems are involved. Yuha and Lord Hay wave him off, with Hay jokingly boasting about his superior attributes over Gyung. A woman in a purple jacket approaches a glass door, unaware of the violence lurking nearby. To a sudden shatter sounding, the glass door explodes inward as a brutal attack catches her completely off guard. The vision shifts as Yua and Lord Hay realize that a different heavenly stem has already struck. Amidst the smoke and rubble, a red-haired assailant stands victoriously over the fallen, black-haired woman. The red-haired Gyung, god of Bulgasal, grins with terrifying, shark-like teeth as he looms over his victim. He exerts a crushing pressure on the woman, his eyes glowing with a manic and lethal intensity. Recognizing the predator, the woman glares upward, mentioning his previous encounter with a man named Zheng. Jiang laughs cruelly, mockingly asking if she would like to experience some of his violent fun too. She retorts with defiant sarcasm, informing her dear customer that the establishment is closed for the night. To a light crackle sounding, a shadowed swordsman intervenes, responding to the woman's desperate, unspoken call. To a sudden slash sounding, a brilliant arc of energy cuts through the air, forcing the monster back. A brown-haired man with piercings grins broadly at Jiang, greeting the beast after a long absence. To a sudden snap sounding, Gyong catches the razor-sharp blade with his bare hand, shocking the attacker. To a sudden slash sounding, the battle intensifies as Gyong dodges a lethal swing with effortless, mocking grace. To a sudden slash sounding, the swordsman unleashes a flurry of strikes, his eyes narrowed in lethal focus. To a sudden snap sounding, Gyong catches the blade again, his grip unshakable as he mocks the effort. To a sudden crackle sounding, the man channels his power while the snake woman watches in fearful awe. To a sudden boom sounding, a violent explosion rocks the area as the two powerful forces collide head-on. The woman screams in agony over her ruined store, while Shin promises to eventually pay for the damage. To a sudden fwish sounding, Gyong skids across the floor, confirming that his opponent is indeed special. He taunts Shin, claiming the Guardian is struggling significantly while confined within a fragile human vessel. To a sudden crackle sounding, Shin dispels the smoke, revealing a majestic, golden-patterned red robe of war. To a sudden da-dun sounding, Shin is revealed as the Guardian of Martial Fortune, ready to fight. To a sudden fling sounding, the Guardian tosses his weapon as Jiang lunges forward with a manic roar. To a sudden leap sounding, Shin strikes from above, the two warriors clashing as the store is decimated.
To a sudden wham sounding, Shin delivers a powerful kick that strikes Gyung with incredible force.
Kyung smirks behind his yellow goggles, impressed that the Guardian managed to block his counterattack. Shin taunts the red-haired monster, suggesting that past defeats have finally taught him some much-needed caution.
To a sharp slash sounding, Gyung lashes out with a quick strike, forcing Shin to remain on the defensive.
To a sudden whoosh sounding, Shin calls upon a heavenly blessing, swinging a massive, glowing blade with lethal intent. The Guardian commands his weapon to come forth, the blade's surface shimmering with an intense divine light. To a heavy wham sounding, Shin unleashes a crimson tide, a crushing downward strike that impacts Gyung's guard. To a quick crick sounding, Gyung maintains a predatory grin despite the overwhelming pressure of Shin's massive weapon. To a brutal wham sounding, Gyung catches Shin off guard with a devastating punch directly to the face. To a metallic clatter sounding, Shin's weapon falls as Naibi cries out in horror for her fallen comrade. Gyung looms over his dazed opponent, mockingly revealing that he hasn't even begun to exert his full strength. To a dull, limp sounding, Shin stands tall despite his injured arm, while Gyung laughs at his human fragility. His face shadowed with fury, Shin demands to know why the beast has returned to plague them. Gyung casually explains that he merely followed the snake's lead to join in on the violent festivities. He leans in close, mockingly questioning if the Guardians are still bound by their specific divine power awakening times. Gyung promises to return for a real fight later, refusing to pass up a chance for more carnage. To a sudden whoosh sounding, Gyung is engulfed in a pillar of fire, complaining about the intense heat. Nabi glares at the retreating monster, coldly vowing that he won't be given another chance to escape alive. To a low crackle sounding, the room begins to burn as Nabi prepares to unleash her own hidden power. Summoning her strength, Nabi calls her power to come forth, her eyes glowing with a fierce, emerald intensity. To a sudden crackle sounding, a fiery serpent erupts from the ground, catching the startled Gyung in its coils. Nabi commands the beast to start talking, demanding to know the true purpose behind his sudden intrusion. She questions who leaked the secret of their time constraints, while Shin stands behind her, nursing his injury. To a loud whoosh sounding, the flames intensify as Nabi demands an immediate answer from the sweating assailant. Looking through the fire, Gyung calls them both hopeless as he prepares one final desperate maneuver to escape. He invokes a heavenly decree, swirling energy around him to counter the oppressive heat of Nabi's flames. To a sudden swish sounding, the gathered energy erupts in a blinding flash, momentarily obscuring everything in sight.
To a thunderous kaboom sounding, Gyung uses an abyssal severance to blast his way out of the store's ruins.
To a final swish sounding, Shin shields Nabi from the blast as the monster disappears into the night. Amidst the crumble sounding of the ruined shop, the two Guardians stand in stunned silence after the confrontation. Far away, the scene shifts to a modern villa under the night sky, where someone awaits a monkey's return. Inside the luxurious home, Lord Yu and Lord Mi relax among half-empty bottles, discussing the recent chaos. To a light sip sounding, Lord Yu listens as the white-haired woman reflects on the gravity of their situation. Lord Mi checks her phone, her expression turning somber as she ponders the mystery surrounding Yongjin's very existence. Lord Yu dismisses her concerns as nonsense, questioning her sudden focus on the complexities of the natural order. While he pours another drink, she explains that even the divine are traditionally forbidden from interfering with nature. To a steady pour sounding, she admits that the birth of a human soul in such circumstances is terrifying. The table remains cluttered with snacks and expensive alcohol, a testament to their long night of tense discussion.
Lord Mi shifts the mood with sudden excitement, hoping they can finally ascend to the heavens very soon.
Her smile fades as she wonders if Yongjin can truly be categorized as a human despite his divine body. They reflect on how the boy wielded high-level divinity with unnatural ease, a feat impossible for any normal human. Admitting a difficult truth, she acknowledges that Yongjin's nature is far more complex than they initially believed. A gray-haired man notes that the black dragon would have consumed anyone else's soul by this point. To a sudden rise sounding, Lord Mi stands abruptly, warning Lord Yu against suggesting the boy is something evil. She questions if a mere evil spirit could have possibly survived the ordeal Yongjin faced without being destroyed. To a sudden fwish sounding, a portal opens as Shin and Nabi return home, visibly battered from their fight.
Tension flares instantly as weapons are drawn, hands gripping sword and bow in anticipation of a new threat.
To a sharp crackle sounding, Shin is stunned to find his allies already engaged in a heated, magical standoff.
Lord Mi and Lord Yu argue over games and duties, their clash causing a chaotic display of power.
To a quick top sounding, Nabi intervenes with a furious command, forcing the bickering children to sit down immediately. Shin catches Nabi's attention, preparing to share a serious realization after their narrow escape.
Lord Yu and Lord Mi reflect on the limitations of their current bodies compared to their true forms.
Nabi acknowledges their lack of recent practice, admitting they haven't maintained their divine training in ages. Clenching his fist, Shin declares that they must finally train to harmonize their divinity with their human vessels. Lord Mi and Lord Yu watch Shin's sudden display of intensity with skeptical, deadpan expressions. The two realize Shin is actually just incredibly wasted, explaining his uncharacteristic, dramatic speech. Shin snores loudly on the floor while the others sit surrounded by empty bottles of expensive alcohol. Lord Mi suggests contacting Lord In as they are all becoming weary of the mortal realm's endless cycles. Lord Yu warns against sharing sensitive information with other deities, haunted by the memory of Gyang's predatory insight. Lord Mi notes that Jiang understood far too much about their awakening times and their earthly bodies. Nabi remains uneasy about Gyang's specific taunts regarding their true strengths and human limitations. The group remains wary, knowing that despite the lack of concrete proof, their enemies are closing in. Lord Mi eats a strawberry while suspecting that someone within their circle leaked their secrets to the enemy. Lord Yu dismisses the idea of a spy as lunacy, laughing off the tension with another drink.
Nabi looks ahead with resolve, knowing their enemies still need Yongjin to achieve their final malevolent goal.
The scene shifts to a sunny day at school, where Yongjin sits alone, holding a fresh orange. To a sudden slash sounding, a gray-haired boy with glasses practices a sword technique on the school court. To a sudden raise sounding, Yongjin reluctantly prepares to take his turn with the heavy wooden sword. Yongjin questions the necessity of training at school, but his friend insists any time is perfect for mastery. The gray-haired boy with glasses vows to make Yongjin as strong as possible in a very short time. Yongjin remains skeptical, arguing that he can never hope to break past the inherent bounds of a human. His friend continues to study his phone, ignoring Yongjin's complaints while falling leaves drift around them. He explains his plan to pass down all his knowledge to ensure Yongjin can finally protect himself. The gray-haired boy assumes a heroic stance with his wooden sword, much to Yongjin's confusion. Yongjin watches his friend's enthusiastic display from the bench, wondering if he is simply having too much fun. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a mocking student who laughs at their dorky training. To a sudden whiz sounding, a basketball is hurled at them, but it is met by a quick grab. To a sudden slash sounding, Youngjin obliterates the incoming basketball with a single, perfectly timed strike. To a sudden fsh sounding, the bullies stand frozen in shock as the ruined ball smokes on the ground. Terrified, the black-haired bully tries to convince himself the ball was merely old and worn out. To a sudden clap sounding, the gray-haired boy cheers for Youngjin, amazed he mastered the technique so quickly. The main bully glares at Youngjin, his ego bruised by the display of skill and the ruined ball. To a sudden flick and flinch sounding, Youngjin points the sword at the bully, forcing him to jump back. Youngjin coldly warns the bully to leave, while the boy tries to hide his fear behind a smirk. The bully continues to taunt Youngjin, mockingly mentioning a person named Dogyung while laughing at the wooden sword. Standing far away, the bully keeps jeering, questioning if any teacher actually gave them permission to train. To a sudden dash sounding, the bullies finally flee. Youngjin suggests finding a more secluded training area. The gray-haired boy with glasses notes how the bully stole the spotlight from their secret training session. He ponders how Youngjin, who usually remains invisible, became a target for such aggressive picking. Youngjin clarifies that they were never friends, shutting down any cliched theories about their past relationship. To a sudden yank sounding, a gray-haired girl with an eye patch snatches the sword from the startled boy. She demands to know the source of Youngjin's strength, realizing he didn't use the Black Dragon's power. She laughs manically, mocking Youngjin's ignorance about the incredible feat he just performed with the basketball. The gray-haired boy explains that there is a power within Youngjin far more potent than the dragon. He places a hand on his chest, defining this mysterious inner strength as a sword of the heart. The girl with the eye patch yells at Youngjin, calling him immature for trying to ignore her presence. To a sudden swing sounding, she attacks Youngjin with the wooden sword, skeptical of his overnight progress. Youngjin accuses her of eavesdropping, though she loudly claims she was only monitoring his safety. Looking serious, the girl with the eye patch commands Youngjin to lay low and let her handle protection. Youngjin refuses her protection, but she coldly dismisses his training as a completely pointless endeavor. The gray-haired girl with the eye patch warns that Youngjin's efforts will only make him a better vessel for the dragon. Youngjin and his friend face off against the girl with the eye patch, who remains stubbornly confrontational in the school court. Youngjin snaps back at her, demanding she stop acting like an arrogant know-it-all, regardless of her title as a lord. As Youngjin walks away, his friend sheepishly tries to reclaim his wooden sword from the silent girl with the eye patch. The girl with the eye patch stands frozen in the distance, watching silently as Youngjin makes his cold and final exit. A single drop of sweat rolls down her face while she remains speechless, clearly shaken by Youngjin's blunt rejection.